This video contains subject matter that may be offensive and disturbing to some people. If you are the type to require a warning throughout a video or show, let this message serve as your warning. This channel discusses the harsh reality of true crime. If this warning is not sufficient for you, consider a different genre and unsubscribe from my channel immediately.
There's mosquitoes the size of bald eagles in that dadgum swamp. 5 brain cells, 4 aren't working.
What's going on, freaks? Wow, what a crazy day in the Murdaugh trial. I'm not even going to play the first person that came on, but we're just going to play the entire Alec Murdaugh testifying today at 1.5 speed. And there really wasn't a lot of time to, I can fast forward it through a few little areas here and there. But it reminded me of the Jodi Arias trial. I know that sounds like, oh, Jodi Arias. But you hardly ever get, somebody accused of murder to get up on stand and start talking. And it was so similar how they have these really long, drawn-out stories about nothing, just to pretend that they're trying to engage. And I was a little bit surprised. Apparently, in the early part of it, the jury wasn't buying into it, but then somehow later they started leaning in more. How can you be suckered in by that guy? There is nothing believable about anything that Alec Murdaugh says. He is a lying con man, just like a YouTuber that we're aware of out there. Thank you, Scoutin' Dude. Wow, so kind right out of the gate there. All right. Just adding from last night's. Well, thank you. Scoutin' Dude. Oh, and Tosh right below that. What a great start. Thank you very much. Just getting my calculator out. Scoutin' Dude, hit the like button. It's free, he said. And then Tosh follows it up with hello, Gray and Freaks. Can't wait for Gray's take on today. Alec Murdaugh. He didn't go to Woodstock. That's stupid. Yeah, there we go. It's actually Murdaugh. I like that beat. I'm gonna have to do something with that. Yeah. What? Another one? Oh wow, thanks so much, Mag. Jeez. And also welcome Lisa Holland. Another one. Boom, boom, about being a crew. Boom, boom, about being a crew about something we did. I was going to do. You might not have heard, or maybe you have it when I first heard it. All it was like, you get angry and all of that. You can say what you want to spell my name right. All I'm ever going to do is rock that house. That's what the rumor was all about. That was the one I did with Straight Drop years ago. Remember that?
Hi, Gray and Freaks.
Alright. Hey, thanks, K-Me.
Hey, don't forget, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up.
Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Alright, well, yeah, like I was saying before, it reminded me of, if anybody watched, that's why I want to do the Jodi Arias trial at some point. Like a little bit, like once, a couple hours, a week or something for a long, I don't know how to do it, but it's absolutely insane. She's on the stand for 18 days or something like that. I mean, it's ridiculous. Hey, thank you, WL. But it was similar in the way he is. He goes these long, rambling explanations about stuff nobody gives two craps about in an attempt to kind of engage with and throw off the people on the jury. Thanks, W. L and Nikki, what is it? Oh, Nikki Zibs. And Kami said, give me a break. And Lanny Kalia said, he's a con artist. He is a con artist. If anybody bought into anything that he was saying today, there's something wrong with you. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like, how can you even entertain anything this guy is saying? It's ludicrous.
Chewbacca? Oh, I'll do Chewbacca if you want me to.
Can't wait to talk about the Pawpaw and Mag's story.
Pawpaw.
We have 5
Yeah.
brain cells and 4 not
I
working.
totally understood the prosecutor. Everything that he was saying. I think it was, what is he, Wilson is his last name? I mean, I know exactly what he was doing. He was trying to paint a picture of somebody who lied right to people's faces to swindle them out of millions of dollars. Therefore, jury,
Was looking
he's likely doing that to you. In fact, he is doing that to you right now. Oh, Waters is, okay. Yeah, I don't really know their names. I just call them prosecutor and defense attorneys. You know, I don't know why I haven't spent time trying to learn their name. But all he was doing was making the jury go, wow, yeah, he's lying to us right now. He sounds so legitimate when he's telling these stories, but he sounded the same way when he swindled 25 clients out of million, you know, whatever it is. All the different people that were listed. Thank you, Christy, Nana Pam, Vicky H, Carolina T. I got one extra for you there. Vicky H. Yeah. Was looking forward to the show for Gray's input. Yeah. All right. Well, we're gonna. I think I got Christy in there. You guys are hard to keep up with. Thank you. Yeah, it was startling listening to some of this stuff. I gotta be honest with you. And it was weird to take, like, the jury was at first didn't listen to him, but they bought into it later. What did you buy into?
stomach hurt.
What is there to buy into? There's nothing that guy can say where you should listen all of a sudden and think it was like, you know, oh wow, he's telling the truth now. I mean, when he was there at 8:44, his excuse was pretty much how I said he was going to say it, that he would just say, well, I was there, but I thought it would make me look bad, so I didn't say anything. He just says he told a lie and it spiraled out of control. Thanks, Caligal3. And he couldn't get back. A lie, what a tangled web we weave when at first we practice to deceive. That's what he basically said. Well, what was the reason? See, a great comeback, which hasn't been asked yet, will be, why was it that you lied, though? You know, what made you feel like you needed to lie right then? See, that's what the next question should be when, what was his name again? Man, I suck at that. What do you guys say, Waters? Is that right? Or, yeah, Waters. Yeah, Waters should say to him, just simply, I know that you're saying that you were on drugs and you get paranoid, but what was it about that made you feel paranoid about it? You know, let him answer that. Well, because I was at the crime scene right before. Right. And you just sort of randomly, man, I was just, thank you, the Mike D experience. And also to I'll eat cake. I'll eat cake. Yeah, I think we'll all eat cake. I like donuts too. But... Now, you guys ready? Let's just start playing this damn thing.
All day long waiting to watch GHI and Freak Family.
Let's count the tells of... I think he's a psychopath, actually. You know, people go, use the narcissist thing over and over and over again. But this guy, he might be part of that. I think psychopaths are narcissists, right? I mean, so he just, I just can't believe it. He didn't make me feel 1 second of emotion today. Did anybody? I mean, honest to God, be honest. And it's okay if you did. I'm just trying to figure. I don't understand why some were like. I mean, I was on a chat today and somebody said.
Let's count the tales
What was
of
it?
pathologically lying sociopath.
They said I thought for sure before, but now I'm on the fence.
Of lying only BC of recovered video that forced you to admit to the lies, constantly breaking eye contact, etc.
Right. Yeah, that's exactly right. So the thing is Alec Murdaugh is admitting, like basically throughout this whole thing, he starts admitting that he swindled people. The reason he's admitting to swindling people is because he was caught in it. Now he has to say that, but he hasn't been convicted or, caught red-handed in murder yet. So now he's continuing a lie and he's making up excuses for various elements in it to try to keep it all from collapsing around him. The 844 video shows that he was at the crime scene just moments before, and he hadn't caught the bird yet, taken the bird out of Buster's mouth yet. So that would have been 846, 847, and all of a sudden their phones lock forever at 849. Never to be it. So Alec just miraculously got in his little golf cart and drove away, and of course his TV's on really loud. I mean, the thing is, everybody, when you listen to this, it's every single thing has a perfect answer for it. It's just unbelievable. Thanks, Scooby. Yeah, she says, let's count the tells of a pathologically lying sociopath, dry mouth, constantly licking his lips and mouth, admission of lying. I mean, what's crazy is all this, like he would just have all this crap dripping out of his nose and stuff when he would do his little... Anyway, you guys ready? Let's do it.
Your Honor, the defendant, Richard.
The only just verdict here is not guilty, everybody. He's so great. He's awesome.
Alexander Murdaugh wishes to take the stand.
Watch your step. Yes, ma'am. You place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You'll have a seat on the witness stand. Adjust that microphone. And if you don't mind stating your full name.
You think he came across as believable? What an embarrassment. Wow.
Name again and spelling your last name.
I'm Alec Murdaugh, Murdaugh. Good morning.
You actually believe that, LM? You're nuts too, man.
Wishes to take the stand.
Man, you guys are like, you're going to be victims of swindling. He came across as believable. Wow. What a joke.
Watch your step.
Yes, ma'am.
You place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You'll have a seat on the witness stand. Adjust that microphone. And if you don't mind stating your full name again and spelling your last name.
I'm Alec Murdaugh, Murdaugh.
How does he come across? Look at, I think people who I'm going to tell you this, and this is the truth here. The people out there that watched him and felt sorry for him and thought he was believable are the same suckers that are going to get swindled by people like, a YouTuber out there that rhymes with Abony Dino. Okay, it rhymes with that. Okay, you're the same suckers that believe that kind of stuff. This guy right here, this is what he does. His entire life is trick people into, he tricks and swindles people. That's what he does. And he's a great communicator with people. So that means you're so gullible that you're willing to believe a psycho like this and believe an explanation that he just wasn't at the crime scene right when he was down there at 844 and somehow he disappeared. Forget all the other stuff. When he goes over to his grandmother's house, he tells the house, not the housekeeper, there's a housekeeper there, but this is the caretaker. He tells her to say he was there for 30 to 45 minutes so it would cover the time of the murders. Okay? Don't you get it? It's ridiculous.
Good morning.
Yeah, this is all going to come out on this next one.
Mr. Murdaugh, on June 7th, 2021, did you take this gun or any gun like it and shoot your son Paul in the chest in the feed room at your property off?
Yeah, I do get it. I do get it. This guy right here killed his wife and his kid. I have no doubt in my mind that he did it.
Moselle Road.
No, I did not.
Mr. Murdaugh, did you take this gun or any gun like it and blow your son's brains out on June 7th or any day or any time?
No, I did not.
Nope, you know what? I believe him, guys. Show's over. Hey, thank you all for showing up tonight. And as I always say, everybody, until next time, be safe out there. You guys gotta be kidding me.
Mr. Murdaugh, did you take a 300 blackout, such as this, and fire it into your wife Maggie's leg, torso, or any part of her body?
No, I did not.
Did you shoot a 300 blackout into her head, causing her death?
Mr. Griffin, I didn't shoot my wife or my son anytime.
It's a little strange. That's a weird answer, if you ask me.
Ever.
Anytime? What do you mean anytime? So there was other times maybe that you were...
Mr. Murdaugh, is that you on the kennel video at 8:44 p.m. on June 7th, the night Maggie and Paul were murdered?
It is.
Were you in fact at the kennels at 8:44 p.m. on the night Maggie and Paul were murdered?
I was.
Did you lie to Sled Agent Owen and Deputy Laura Rutland on the night of June 7th and told them that you stayed at the house after dinner?
I did lie to them.
Did you lie to Agent Owen and Agent Croft on the follow-up interview?
Yeah, you know what? The thing is, right now, I just feel like this is going to be like a hung jury, or hell, he might even be found not guilty because there's just too many suckers in the world that believe people like this.
On June 10th, that the last time you saw Maggie and Paul was at dinner.
I did lie to them.
And in the interview of August 11th.
Wow, everybody, he's so sincere admitting that he lied. But he's not lying about not killing his wife and kid. You know, even though he's only admitting to all of the lying and everything before because he got caught on those things. Everything he hasn't been caught on, he doesn't admit to lying about yet. Well, great, how do you know he didn't lie then? Ah, jeez.
It's so sad that when that lawyer said blow your son's brains out, he didn't even flinch. Thanks, Gray.
Yeah.
Tell Agent Owen
Thanks, Lisa.
and Agent Croft, did you lie to them by telling them that you were not down at the kennels on that night?
Yes.
Alec, why did you lie to Agent Owen, Agent Croft, and Deputy Rutland about the last time you saw Maggie and Paul?
As my addiction evolved over time, I would get in these situations or circumstances where I would get paranoid thinking. And it could be anything that triggered it. It might be a look somebody gave me.
Oh,
it might be a
okay,
reaction
yeah.
somebody had to something I did. It might be a policeman following me
Oh, sure, yeah.
in a car.
Oh, yeah. That's...
That night, June 7th, after finding Mags and Paul, don't talk to anybody without Danny with you. All my partners were just repeatedly telling me that.
Yeah.
I had a deputy sheriff taking gunshot test from my hands. I'm sitting in a police car with David Owen asking me about my relationship with my wife and my son. And all those things coupled together after finding them, coupled with my distrust for Sled, caused me to have paranoid thoughts. Normally, when these paranoid thoughts would hit me, I could take a deep breath real quick, just think about it, reason my way through it, and just get past it really quickly. On June the 7th, I wasn't thinking clearly.
Oh, okay.
I don't think I was capable of reason.
Oh, I see. Okay, well, there you go. It's all forgiven now, everybody.
And I lied about being down there.
Right. But why? Can I ask you why you lied, though?
And I'm so sorry that I did.
I mean, what would make you feel like you had to lie? Thanks, Danielle.
I'm sorry to my son Buster.
Sorry to your son Buster.
I'm sorry to Grandma, Papa T.
He's brazen. Can't
All right. His son's like, oh, this is what a load.
I'm sorry to both of our families. Most of all, I'm sorry to Mags and Pawpaw.
Yeah. Can I ask you though, what are you sad about? Why are you sorry to them regarding your lie? Because you're apologizing for your lie. So what would make you apologize to Paul and Maggie? Like what is, you know? Where did you get off script there for a second?
I would never
Hey, thank you,
intentionally
Tosh.
do anything
Going on record.
to hurt either one of them.
I think you will be too. I think hung jury at the worst.
on record. He'll be found guilty.
Ever. Ever.
Yeah.
Did
Right.
you continue lying after that night? Did you not?
But once I lied, I continued to lie. Yes, sir.
Why?
You know, oh, what a tangled web we weave. But once I told a lie, and I told my family, I had to keep lying.
Why? See? It's just there's no reason to lie about that, you know, other than yeah, you're down there, but
Alex, tell the jury what happened on the evening of June 7th, starting when you met up with Paul.
see the reason he has for lying, he's lying because it puts him at the crime scene just prior to the murders. That's why he's lying about it. And he knows that he was there, so he lied about it. He came up with a whole ruse. He even came up with, told the caretaker to add an extra 15, 20 minutes to cover the time frame of him being at the crime scene, because he knew that he didn't know that there was a video of it. So he was trying to get her to cover back even further. And hey, I'll also give you a new job and everything. Bribed the hell out of her. I mean, this is just ludicrous.
I'd been at work that day, a fairly normal day.
Thanks, Eugenie.
You mean start in the morning? Or,
Sure, start in the morning.
it was just a regular morning. Maggie was leaving to go out of town. She was going to a doctor's appointment, and she had some stuff to do at Edista, where she was having some work done on.
So can you imagine? This is at 1.5 speed, everybody. Imagine if it was just regular, because it actually seems totally normal, right?
On our house at Edista. But Maggie was there that morning. She went to leave, and she
He needs
told
a
me she was
cup to
doing these
spit in,
things.
you know what I mean?
I always asked Maggie to come back home and stay with me. But anyway, Maggie had left. She did her thing. I went to work, did work. I learned from Paul that
Snotgate.
that's Paul, my son Paul, murdered.
Oh, yeah, well, that's what we call him, you know, even though I'd never referred to him as Papa ever in any communications of any kind with anybody else, except now I'm using terms of endearment, so I want you to know how much we all loved each other and how great he was.
And your name for him was Paul.
Yeah, we called him Paul.
Okay, go ahead.
Right, but how come Jim didn't know that? Your buddy. I mean, Jim, who's been around your family for a long time, he didn't even know you called him that.
I'm sorry.
And Buster, Maggie, I called him Paul or Paul Terry, but Mags called him.
Why'd you call him Papa?
Buster called him
though?
Papa. A lot of people called him Papa.
No, they didn't.
But anyway, I learned about I'd known that CB, the guy that worked for us, had sprayed the sunflowers. I knew about
Right,
that, but
Melanie, you didn't know the hell they were.
I'd been out of town. I didn't know they were dead. Paul let me know they had died. So we had to replant the dove field. That's our dove field, which the dove field is just a big social part of having property. People would come, and it's just a social big part of it. So the dove field was a big deal. So when the sunflowers got killed, we knew they were dead. Paul was coming home, and I learned that early Monday morning.
And did and we'll catch back up, but at some point in time, did you meet up with Paul?
Yeah, after work, I met Paul at the property.
Well, and thanks, Mag, up there. I think I said you too. Everything was flying by so fast, but thank you.
And we're going to backfill and talk about more of the day, but I just want to focus in on that evening right now.
Okay.
When Paul gets to the property, What do y'all do?
First thing we do is we go to the Duff field, and we look at the Duff field. And
The Duff field?
How'd you get to the Duff field?
he had come in.
By the way, did you guys try to pronounce what the hell is months? I can do it now. Look at months. I practiced. That lady described how to say it so well. I feel so educated now. I don't say months anymore.
My brother's truck, we got in my son Buster's black pickup truck. We called it Buster's truck, or the black pickup truck. You've heard it called too, but I call it Buster's truck.
Okay, so you're in Buster's truck and you go to the Duff field. Tell the jury what else.
Well, that's the first thing we do. We go to the Duff field and we look, and it was clearly, it didn't, you could tell they were, I mean, you could tell they'd been sprayed, and you could tell they were dead. I mean, they might have still had a tiny bit of life, but they were dead. So we knew that. So we knew we had to replant the whole field.
If you just
So
knew
that
how
didn't
hard
take
I
but a
worked on those sunflowers.
but after that, Paw.
Oh wait, that's not the right time. Oh God, he loves those sunflowers.
We just rode the property. We spent time together. We rode around and we spent time together on the property.
Did you go to the duck pond?
Oh yeah,
I
we
actually
went,
put that in the recording.
We
when
went
I-
to food plots. We went to
I put that in the
Oak
recording.
stand, we called it, which is across the road. I know we went to the bridge stand. We went to the
I couldn't help
we went to the
myself.
duck pond where we stayed for a minute, and
Did you?
I can remember the duck pond specifically because I had helped Paw plant the dove field and the corn in the dove field. So sunflowers, corn. And I had helped him plant the corn in the dove field. Paw had planted the duck pond by himself, and he's making a really big deal to me about how much better the corn was doing in the
Two hearts.
duck pond than it was in the dove field. We stayed there for a little while. We were at the cabin for a little while. We rode around the cabin looking at it.
No, cabin is what?
That's it's just a little small.
Thanks, Flor
it's truly
Moreno.
a cabin. It's a 4-room structure. It's got
She said, "I'm loving the coverage and sharing thoughts about this case with you all. Thank you, everything you do. Great. Hey, thank you. Well, thank you."
a little living area, a little kitchen. And it's got two.
Here's what I don't have time for, though. I mean, I got to be honest with you. If people go, he really moved me today. He seems sincere. I really don't get it. I mean, don't you understand that is what this guy does? He sells a complete bunch of crap to every single person to achieve maximum benefit for himself. He has no ability to be a rational, sort of a good person finally coming forward telling the truth. Okay, there's no way. See, that's why this attorney, the prosecutor, is doing such a great job in my mind. Hey, thanks, Scout and Dude again. Boom! Wow, that's so kind. Thank you very much. You get what I'm saying, though? Like, he doesn't deserve to be believed on anything. And that's because he has swindled so many people, and he only comes forward and admits to... He sounds like he's, like, contrite when he's admitting to all these crimes that he did only after he got caught, right? He isn't like that. So I really, that's what I don't have time for. I'm not really interested in your opinion that he seemed credible or he seemed this and that and the other thing. That means you were duped. That's the only way you can look at it.
2 little bedrooms and 1 little bathroom, and that's what you've heard talk about where the kids stayed some summers. And
Is that what the jury's seen? Some overhead pictures? It's just right there on Moselle Road?
it's right up on
Scouting
Moselle Road,
dude.
and it's very close to the driveway that goes to the shop and the kennels.
Did you spend any time at the shop, you think?
Oh, yes. I mean, the shop was, that was sort of the hub. That was the main place. If you weren't at the house, you might be out going to this field or this food
Look at
plot
these
or
long
this duck
explanations.
pond or
This is
this
at
part
1.5
of
speed,
the
by the
river.
way.
But the shop
Oh, yeah.
is
Wow,
where
the
the
shop.
kennels were
Wow,
located.
great. Wow, that's
You know,
neat.
that was-
Now, did they have a
we were
refrigerator in the
always there.
shop?
Something was
And what
always
did you keep
going
in the
on there. You're always
refrigerator? Was it
doing
Coke
something there.
or
That's where all
beer?
the tools
or-
were. That's
Oh,
where all
the
the
tools
equipment was
too, huh?
kept.
That's
I mean,
freaking
that
great.
was-
What about the fishing poles?
that was the main hub. And so we were there that day.
Wow,
I mean,
wow,
there was a point in time where
sounds so
we
fun.
unloaded the bulldozer
Wish we could all be there.
that had been on a different part of the property. It was on a trailer. We unloaded it and sprayed it down real quick. That was just one of the many things we did that day.
One of the things the jury's seen, Alec, is a Snapchat video of you and doing something with a tree. Do you remember that?
Oh,
This
yeah.
is exactly how Jodi Arias was on the when the defense brought her up. She'd go on these long discussions about absolutely nothing, trying to sort of glaze over and try to get the jury to forget about what's really going on.
So what was happening there?
That's just part of when we were riding.
Right,
That particular location
Of
where
course,
that
yeah.
was is at a food plot that we called Sawtooth Oaks, and it was named that because there were some sawtooth oaks that were planted there that you
That's
can't
so
see
interesting.
in,
Now,
in the
tell
picture.
us, well, listen out. Tell us more about the sawtooth oaks. Now, what was the genealogy of those types of trees, and where did they come from? Oh, wow, that's really interesting. If you could-
What that tree is, at all these food plots,
Wow, he
there's
actually
an
does
area
that.
where
Wow.
it's not as big as a field, but it's like a field where you plant
was just
vegetation
goofing around. Look at
for
it.
wildlife. Like it might be cowpeas or soybeans, but you plant, and then there's a feeder to attract deer. Then we planted these little fruit trees on these stands, and what you see me doing is fooling with a fruit tree that I'd been tending to. It had fallen over. I had straps on it. I had strings on it that were holding it up. One of the strings popped. I undid the other string, and it was falling over. And Pawpaw was laughing at me, trying to get it back upright. And that was just a fruit tree that I'd been dealing with for years, and it wouldn't stand up straight.
And were you and Paul having a good time at that point?
I think that's the perfect time for that. Oh, now look at this.
You could not be around Pawpaw. You could not be around him and not have a good time.
Were you close to Paul?
You couldn't be any closer than Pawpaw and I and Buster and I were and are. He's just wonderful,
Oh, God.
wonderful.
Yeah, he was freaking
And it's one of the
great.
things you enjoyed doing together was just riding the property?
I love doing anything with Pawpaw. It was an
Yes.
absolute delight.
Timmy was fantastic. If you just
But yeah, one of the
go
things.
watch the documentary on Netflix and tell me if what he just said is the truth.
I mean, Paul's passion. Paul was passionate about a lot of things, but that property was really a passion of his. I mean, he loved to work it. He loved to work with fields. He loved to work with food
Oh,
plots.
God,
he
yes.
loved to hunt.
One of the hardest working people I've ever seen.
He'd work on the roads.
He looks like it,
I
too.
mean, he would work on all of it. I mean,
Oh,
he would
God,
work on
I'm sure. Yeah,
the structure. I mean, he worked on the whole property.
Hmm.
It was his passion.
oh, yeah.
So on the evening of the 7th, jury's been inundated with data from various different sources, but
Sure.
just ballpark, can you, knowing what we know now after reviewing everything, but
Right,
roughly
Steve,
when do you
yeah.
remember Paul getting there and you getting there and starting to ride the property?
Now that I've had the benefit of seeing all of these records, Pawpaw got home, I believe, a little bit before 7 o'clock. And I got home a little bit before him. I think the details had been that I got home around 6:42 or 6:45 or something like that.
Pawpaw. Oh, yeah, it's still on there.
And Paul got there.
Sometimes I have to pause the recording and then go do something else, and then there's this little gap in there where you have to start it up again.
Very quickly thereafter,
And then,
by 7 o'clock.
so you rode the property for a while. Do you remember when Maggie arrived?
Yeah, it was later than that. It was 8 or after 8. I think it was after 8 and looking at the records. A little bit after 8.
And do you remember her arriving or where you were when she arrived?
I believe that I was at the shop when she came through, which would not be unusual for her having been away.
Janelle,
If Blanca
that's
had
funny,
gotten the
that's
mail or somebody had gotten the mail, maybe not. But if somebody had not gotten the mail, it would be perfectly normal for her to pull through that. And I believe she did pull.
Yeah, I agree with that, Debbie. It showed you a whole new light, and it showed these people really close to the family. They had a whole different feeling about Satterfield, all of them. It's crazy.
Pulled through there that day. And Paul and I were at the shop, I believe.
And then what did you do after Maggie arrived?
Thanks, Aaron.
Maggie
I try.
went to the house, and I know that. But shortly after, however, I learned that Maggie got home, I went to the house when Maggie got
Thanks,
home,
David.
and I left Paul at the shop.
So, and what'd you do when you got to the house?
I saw Mags, talked to Mags, and I took a shower.
My heart went out.
The clothes that we saw in that Snapchat video was that the clothes you had at work that day?
Yes, those are the clothes I had on at work that day.
And the jury's seen you in those clothes and what's on June 7th.
Let me ask you something. It's right that they've never found the clothes that he has on in the Snapchat video, right? Isn't that a truth? That they've never found the clothing that's in the Snapchat video?
How tall were you and how much did you weigh?
On June 7th, well, I'm a hair over 6'4", right?
Doesn't that just tell you something? That they haven't found the clothing that's in the Snapchat video that was filmed just a little bit before the 844 Snapchat video, again inside or next to the dog shelter, or in it really, by Paul. And then, miraculously, he disappears for an hour and he comes back with different clothing on and nobody has seen. And they were murdered, after the 844, they were murdered within 5 minutes and nobody's ever seen that clothing ever again. Isn't that just enough right there, you guys? How come that clothing is just gone?
At 6'4". On June the 7th, I was about 265 pounds, 264, 265.
And this was in June 7th.
Yes, sir.
Maybe the clothes were on one of those Oompa Loompas that were there earlier. Oh, we never thought about that. They changed into it.
When you're outside, riding around and doing some, do you get hot and sweaty?
Absolutely. I mean, Paul and I had done some things. We unloaded the bulldozer, cleaned the bulldozer. We fooled around. Yeah, I mean, I sweated. I was,
Wow.
I was heavy, and
Thanks, Kathy. Chicken.
taking prescription pills also makes you sweat worse, or at least taking oxycodone makes you sweat more than you
Are
normally
you guys
do.
getting a TMI vibe
So was
here?
it unusual for you to take a shower when you got back to the house?
Not at all.
And after you took a shower, what did you change into?
I changed into the clothes that you've seen in this trial, shorts and the shirt.
Okay. When you got out of the shower and changed clothes, what'd you do next?
I went back out where Mags and Pawpaw were and
What were
for
they
dinner.
doing? What's going on?
Mags had, as you've heard, Blanca had prepared dinner, but it had been cooked earlier. Mags had fixed, I know Mags had fixed mine and her plate because I didn't fix a plate. She may have fixed Pawpaw. Pawpaw was eating, and Pawpaw was almost done eating by the time I got back out, which also.
Oh, and here's what I want to tell you, people. If you are one of the people that felt moved by Alex's performance today, I don't dislike you as a person, okay? This is just how I talk. I think it's ludicrous that you think that when you know this guy's a swindler and a liar and a con man. But I don't dislike you, okay? So just realize that that's what I'm saying right now. I think it's ludicrous for anybody to have been thought that he was believable today. That's like, God, what is it? Shit, I can't even come up with a good example. But this is, he is not believable, and he's never going to be believable because he's lied for decades for his own benefit.
So, wasn't unusual. I mean, Pawpaw was always on the go. I mean, he never sat still. And, he'd sit down to eat, but then he's going on to his
right.
next.
The Mike D
Item.
experience.
And
So then Maggie and I ate.
and do you all eat at the table? Do you eat at the den? What's your normal habit?
We would do both, but, I mean, when we ate at the table,
Oh,
it was
really,
really
Nicole?
sort of
That's
more
good.
formal or not formal, but just more of an organized thing. Our normal,
Nicole says not one jail call had Alex called him Paul Papa.
what we would normally do on a regular evening is we would eat in the den in front of the TV. And that's where we ate that day. I ate on the couch, the table. Maggie had a little a TV tray that she kept over there, and Pawpaw would usually sit in a recliner and eat off of the ottoman.
Yeah.
Was the TV on?
Yes.
Was that normal for the?
Well, I think you can almost guarantee every time he sniffs in, he just said something that's a dodgy. Okay, so no, the TV wasn't on. Okay, the TV was not on. We know that for certain.
Jail call had
The TV has nothing to do with him not hearing anything because he is the shooter and he heard it all. He was right there.
TV to be on?
Yes. TV, if we were in the house, the TV was on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, see, boom. There's another sniff. Let's use the sniff as the barometer. Okay.
So what happened next, Alan?
Pawpaw moved on doing whatever he was doing. I don't know if he was in the gun room doing something, or he was in his room doing something, or he was outside doing something. I actually thought he'd gone to the shed, but in looking at, to the shop, but in looking at the benefit of having these records that we have, I know he was still at the house, or somewhere around the house, doing something, but he wasn't in there with Maggie and I.
See?
But
He wasn't.
Maggie,
yeah, what was that part? Hold on.
Pawpaw moved on doing whatever he was doing. I don't know if he was in the gun room doing something, or he was in his room doing something, or he was outside doing something. I actually thought he'd gone to the shed, but in looking at...
He's moving you to take a bowel movement, Scout Dude? Is that what you're saying? Thank you.
Chewbacca?
I'll be Chewbacca.
to the shop, but in looking at the benefit of having these records that we have, I know he was still at the house, or somewhere around the house, doing something, but he wasn't in there with Maggie and I.
Yeah, he wasn't in the house with Maggie and I.
Maggie wanted to go to the kennels.
Right.
And I had eaten dinner.
So he was in the house with
I laid back on the couch where I was sitting. Maggie wanted to go to the kennels, and she asked me to go. And I didn't go at that time. I didn't want to go.
Why didn't you want to go?
It was hot.
Well, I had to
just
get the
had a
guns
shower.
ready for later, but yeah.
I knew I'd end up doing more work, sweating more, and the dogs is always a chaotic scene, and I just didn't want to go right then.
Well, let me ask you, what had you done the previous days, like Friday and Saturday and Sunday?
Start with Friday or
Yeah.
go backwards?
Yeah, start with Friday.
All right, on that.
Just briefly.
So 7th, 6th, 5th, 4th. So June the 4th, my dad was in the hospital in Savannah, Georgia, at Memorial Hospital. And I went down to visit him Friday afternoon, and I stayed with him in the hospital. I spent the night there. You know, he was real sick. I mean, he was having a hard time.
Did you get much sleep Friday night?
No, I mean, I had
Jennifer.
a real sweet nurse found me. At first, there was just a hard chair in there like this, but a nurse found me a soft chair, sort of like a recliner. So, I mean, I'm sure I slept, but I didn't sleep. You know, I didn't get a night's sleep. No, sir.
And then Saturday and Sunday?
Saturday, we had plans with Buster in Brooklyn. Y'all heard about Brooklyn. It's Buster's wonderful little girlfriend. And Mags and I had plans with them to meet them in Columbia, to go to the South Carolina, it was a regional baseball tournament. South Carolina was playing Virginia, I believe. So when I got back from Savannah and met up with Mags, at some point we headed to Columbia. So, I mean, there wasn't a lot going on in between there. So we headed up to Columbia and met Bus in Brooklyn.
And did you stay in Columbia Saturday night?
We did. We went to the ball game, and I remember it was an evening game. We went
Tracy.
pretty early and tailgated. Maggie had reconnected with a college friend who coincidentally had married a college friend of mine, and they had a son that played for Carolina.
Yeah, I know, Amy. That's the people like you are the reason that killers go free, because you have to have everything that you see on CSI and everything like that. The circumstantial evidence in this case, I believe, absolutely proved that he's the killer. I mean, it's just so clear and obvious. At the worst, he is part of conspiring to kill, which is the same to me. Regardless, it doesn't matter who's holding the weapon or whatever. He knows exactly what happened that day, because I think he is the killer, or and not likely, but with the possibility that there was some other person, but I don't think so. I think this guy is a prosecutor. He's been one. He knows exactly what they look for, and he knew how to muck up the crime scene. And if we're willing to sort of just forgo all, the logic of circumstantial evidence, then what's the point of ever even having a trial? It's ridiculous.
He was a first baseman, a really good little player. And
Paw is the sound the gun made when Alex shot. Hey, I think you're right. Paw. Paw. Wish I could make a quick rap with that one. Thanks, Mag.
Paw is the sound the shotgun made when Alex shot him.
Yep. 2 blasts.
And we met them and tailgated with them, and it was a lot of fun. They had a lot of the parents of the players.
See, here's the thing: is how come there's people out there that need to be able to place the gun in his hand? Can I ask why we need to have that in this case? I'm just curious. Why do you need to have proof that the gun was sitting in his hand?
That were playing for Carolina, and it was a fun time. We tailgated, and then we went to, and it was a night game, so we went to the game, and the game got over. It was fairly late into the evening.
And thank you, Mac.
After that, Bus, Brooklyn, and Mags and I believe we went to the restaurant in the
That's what I think.
hotel where we were staying, but we went, had dinner, and then Bus and Brooklyn went home, and of course Maggie and I went to our room.
I think, if I was on a jury, this would be enough for me. Listen to this. He's wearing clothing in a Snapchat video. And then just a little bit later, there's another Snapchat video where you hear his voice in the background. 5 minutes later, the other people in the video are all murdered. We can never find the clothing ever again that he was wearing in the earlier Snapchat video. Then he immediately drives over to his mother's house with something rolled up in something blue. And when he's there, the key to me when he's over there is he tells the caregiver, hey, if anybody asks, I was here 30, 45 minutes, okay? Hey, and I can get you these jobs and everything. Doesn't that just right there is enough? Like, oh my God, he has absolutely something to do with these murders. What did Paul need to turn the camera around and show Alec holding a gun?
And then get up the next day, and was there another game?
Another game the next day. That's right. And
then after that, you head back to Moselle with Maggie?
Yeah, we went to the game. That's right. Mags and I go back to
Moselle.
the Moselle.
The jury's heard about, I think Ms. Rass talked about you bringing Krispy Kreme donuts to your dad.
Maggie loved it. She spoiled my dad, and always taking him
Look at
something. My
these
dad loved
stories.
sweets, and I picked up donuts and took Krispy Kreme
What a
donuts.
loving family, man.
To him.
And then y'all both spent the night
I
together
changed my
at
mind.
Moselle on Sunday night. Did you both spend the night at Moselle on Sunday night?
Yes,
And then the 7th was a work day?
that's right. It was a Monday, June the 7th.
Hang on, I'll rephrase it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Was Monday the 7th a work day for you?
Yes.
And I just wanted to do that background and some moving forward to when you testified
angle
previously
of
about
his
Maggie asking you to
brow
go
ridge,
to the
Cindy.
kennels.
That's
Were
what
you
I wanted.
tired?
Oh yes, I was tired.
And you had just had a shower?
Just had a shower.
And you said that, well, did you go with Maggie to the kennels?
No,
Really?
No, I did not.
What'd you do? What did she leave?
Yes, she did. She left and Pawpaw was gone.
Do you know how she got to the kennels?
At the time, I didn't, but now looking at these condensed records and understanding the timeline, it's clear to me that she rode with Pawpaw.
And did you stay in the house?
Yes,
For how long?
not long. I laid back on the couch, put my feet up, and like many times when Maggie asked me to do something that I didn't want to do or didn't start out doing, I changed my mind and decided I'm gonna ride up there. And I did.
And how did you get to the kennels?
I went on a golf cart.
Was the golf cart at the house, the main house?
Yeah, it was, and it was there most of the time.
And when you got down to the kennels, what was happening?
It's just what I thought it was. It was a little bit of chaos. I mean, it was clear to me that Max had just let the dogs out.
Buster. I'm
The
not
two
Buster.
dogs
Bubba. See?
that were out were really
You can
her
say Buster.
pet
I say
dogs.
Buster
One
all the
is
time.
Grady. You've heard about a black lab. That's Grady. That's Buster's dog. And the other is the yellow lab that
You know, it's interesting. A lot of people mention the golf cart. I don't know if you use that to shoot and so forth, but
Which didn't show up.
it's
They
interesting, though.
8 a.m. day.
Oh, yes. Wow, that was a long time. Yeah, there's a town in OK that celebrates Sucker Day because they prepaid a circus to come to town, which didn't show up. They can rename it Alec Murdaugh Day. There you go. Yeah, it is interesting that they're talking about the golf carts. I wasn't really a big fan of, I mean, I don't know if he was shooting from the golf cart or whatever, but he used it to get back up and down. And you know what that does? If he does shoot from the golf cart, he couldn't have done Paul's, I don't think, from a golf cart. But, well, I mean, maybe. I guess one shot was up and the other one was lower. But, you know, did they have any golf tracks right in front of the kennel? I don't know.
You've heard about, that's Bubba. Bubba was mine and Maggie's dog, but it was really mine, Maggie's, Bus, and Pawpaw's dog. It was a family dog. But Bubba's the dog I hunted. I mean, Maggie loved Bubba. She loved Grady too, but I mean, she had a special place for Bubba. But anyway, when the dogs first were let out, the first thing they would do is they would run. If you look at that overhead picture that you've seen, there were planted pines right behind the kennels. So you got the kennels and the chicken coop sort of form an L shape. And in that L was some planted pines. First thing the dogs would do is go out in that kennel and, you know, Bubba, and Grady, I think, learned this from Bubba, but Grady would do it too. But Bubba had to mark every tree. I mean,
No, yeah, the dogs don't learn it from other dogs. They just do it.
I mean, he would go and...
Oh, by the way, before we keep, you know what's crazy? Tonight when I was bringing the stepkids back to their house, as I was just pulling out of my street, there was 2 cops there with the AR-15 type weapons, and they're holding them outwards, not just down at their sides. First of all, you never see them even holding them. And they're pointing them, and then there was some guy on the street, and then I said, "What's going on?" And he said there was this guy with an axe hitting mailboxes. What in the hell's going on out there, you guys? Jesus.
He'd do a little number on this tree and that tree, you know how dogs do, and it's marking his territory. And so that was the first thing those dogs did when they came out. When I got there, those dogs were in that area. So that's why I believe that it hadn't been long before they'd been let out. Grady was chasing guineas, which was a normal thing to do.
What are guineas?
Guinea fowl is a guinea fowl is like it's like a chicken. It's a domestic bird.
He loves this thing here where you can go on and talk about these.
Bird that, you know, we had them. They make a lot of racket. It's like I know this sounds silly, but it's like a guard bird.
A guard bird, yeah.
Because anytime, you know, they just make a lot of racket. Anytime anything unusual is going on. If anything disturbs them, it could be a person, it could be somebody driving up, whatever. They're gonna make a lot of racket.
Yeah, they were still there later.
Grady's chasing the guineas. You know, Paul's fooling with Rogan's dog Cash. Maggie's just kind of standing there watching the dogs, which is normal. And they were in that place. As the dogs are out longer, they branch out more. But at that point in time, they were right there. So that told me they hadn't been out a long time. Bubba catches a chicken. I'm talking to Maggie for just, you know, a short time before.
And by the way, it's cool to see all the freaks over there on fitsnews. I think they deserve all of the views and everything on this case. They've been covering it for years. They're actually in the documentary, the guy that's on fitsnews. And, you know, their commentary between is really good. You know, it's just, I don't know what it is about it. It's pretty cool, though. I like it. And I don't have anything to do, any skin in the game, I'm just saying. They're not really a true, I don't know what you call them. They're more of a news outlet that's been covering the this case since the beginning. And I see a lot of the freaks over there.
Bubba catches a chicken. I take the chicken, I put it, when Bubba didn't chase, these dogs didn't chase the chickens to kill them. And they didn't normally kill them. They did kill them sometimes, but it was about the chase with those dogs. And they were proud when they caught one. You could just tell by the way Bubba would prance to you when he brought the chicken to you. He was proud that he had caught it, but he wasn't trying to kill it. And so most times the chicken wasn't dead. And that chicken wasn't dead. But a lot of times they would be stunned and they would be just real lethargic. So you had to take the chicken and you had to put it up somewhere where, you know, the chicken could be by itself for a minute and it would eventually, usually, you know, come back to normal and going about its, you know, whatever chicken does.
Did you get the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
I did. I took the chicken from Bubba and I put it on top of that.
Now we've seen, you know, this video.
So, like, okay, so there's a video at 8:44, and the chicken's still in Bubba's mouth. Now he goes in to explain how he got out of the mouth really quickly because he needs to explain how quickly he got the chicken out, and immediately after he got the chicken out, he just jumped in that cart and got the hell out of Dodge. Does anybody believe that?
Video of Paul with Cash, Rogan's dog. Did you know that was going on? What do you remember about that?
Yeah, I knew Paul was fooling with when I pulled up on the golf cart, Maggie was standing back sort of where the driveway would be. It sort of runs out at the feed room, storage room, what we call it.
Right where you killed
feed room.
Yeah.
but it sort of ran out. Maggie was a little bit further up where she could see back in that angle where the dogs were. Paul was fooling with Rogan's dog back towards the kennel.
good night,
If I remember
Flora.
when I first got there, Paul was more in the driveway, but then I knew Paul was in the kennel fooling with Cash, yes. But did I know what he was doing? I didn't know exactly what he was doing, no.
Did you?
I knew he was fooling with his tail.
But was Cash in the kennel when you pulled up? You think?
Not when I first got there.
Did Bubba or Grady have any collars on?
Yes.
Which both dogs? One dog? Do you remember?
I don't know about Grady, but I know Bubba had on his what we call a tracking collar. Paul, for his hunting dogs, Paul had a series of tracking collars, and I think there were 5. It might have been 6, but it's a tracking collar that had a device.
Oh, interesting. I wonder if they could pull the GPS information from the tracking collar and see if he did go back and pee back there.
That would tell you where that collar was, so that Bubba was bad about, he would stay close for a minute, but then he would take off, and he especially do that on Maggie. He would take off and run, and so he had on a tracking collar that if he did that, you could, you could know, okay, he's, half a mile down here. It's not going to follow him, but so far, but it would follow a good long distance, so you could go get the dog. If he ran off, which Bubba frequently would do, especially when it was just Mags and Bubba. And so Paul probably would have been the one to put that on Bubba.
So you've got to swear you've gotten the chicken out of Bubba's mouth and put it up on a doghouse or something?
I believe.
Hey, Lily, 2 months. All right. I mean, months. I've been working on it. Months. How's that, Zozo? Did you hear that? Listen, months. Oh, boo!
I believe what I put it on, and I don't remember this, but I've seen pictures and all this, and I saw the chicken sitting on top of the.
Yeah, this guy can remember every freaking the smallest little detail about this. It's amazing.
What looks to me like a portable dog crate, wherever it was sitting on there is where I would have put it up there. I don't have any reason to believe anybody else moved that chicken, and ultimately that chicken did die.
And
welcome, Wolf.
What did you do after you got the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
I got out of there. I left. I went back to the house.
All right. Well, before we do that, we've seen the dog kennel video with Cash and Mr. Davis, and we slowed it down for him. Did you see the water hose in that video on the ground? You remember seeing that?
Yes, I did.
Was the water hose out?
Obviously, in the video, but I don't specifically remember that, but I can look in that video and see it.
Right.
But that's not something that I noticed.
So, but you've seen it in the video here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the 2 dogs were out?
Absolutely, Bubba and Grady.
And then you head back. How did you get back to the house?
Same route. Same route I'd come on. I came down the driveway, made a left on. You saw my route in the car. I drove that same route.
My question obviously wasn't clear enough. What were you in a vehicle? You walked? What mode of transportation did you use to get back to the house?
Same way I came. I went back in the golf cart, and it was the golf cart. If you remember that Mark Ball testified that he saw where we normally would park it. You pull along the front entrance, and either you come in from the left and you go just past it and be on the right, or you come in from the right and you'd be just past it on the left. And that's where I got in it, and that's where I put it back.
Did you do anything else before leaving after you took the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
No.
We've heard about Bubba being stubborn. How long did it take you to get chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
Well, Bubba could be stubborn, but Bubba would listen to me. And another thing, when Bubba had on that...
So this is the way it worked, everybody. Watch this. It's incredible. Right after the video of Paul and him saying, Baba, it went like this. Grab his face, poke his cheek, chicken came out, ran to his cart, and drove it right back to the house. Isn't that amazing? God, man, he was on a mission to get that chicken out and then get right back to the house right after that. You wouldn't want to be lingering too long into the other 5 minutes where they were murdered, right? Yeah.
That collar, one of the other features of that collar was...
What did Bubba have on the collar, or was it Grady?
Bubba had on the collar.
Bubba had the collar.
I know Bubba had a collar on.
That's right.
And I'm not sure about
the
Grady.
Mike D.
Okay.
If I misspoke on that, there's no question about it. Bubba had on the collar. I assume Grady did too.
When you are lying,
But I didn't.
you
I
wouldn't
didn't.
get
Even though I saw
far.
Grady, I didn't notice
There
the
you go.
fact that Grady had on the collar.
Okay.
But he probably did.
So
Makes sense to me that he did.
How long did it take to get the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
It didn't take long. Number one, Bubba's coming back there to show me, hey, I caught this chicken. So he's not running from me. He's proud of that fact that he caught this chicken. So he comes right up to me. Bubba was really strong, but you just
Delirious should take about 2 hours, including lunch. Yeah.
you take your thumb when the dog's clenched and his mouth's a little bit open. All you do is you take your thumb.
See how much time they're spending on how he got the chicken out of the mouth here? Because they know it's sort of like, this isn't really making sense, but...
You take your thumb when the dog's clenched and his mouth's a little bit open. All you do is you take your thumb and you push his gum in really tight against those sharp teeth, and his mouth opens right up. Took the chicken out and put it on, I believe, the portable dog kennel.
And then left.
And then I left.
Then leave, okay.
Come on, nobody does it that. Picture it in your mind what he just explained to you. He's down there. There's Bubba, Bubba. Remember the words he's saying? And then he grabs Bubba, sticks his finger in his cheek, pops out the chicken, runs back to the, or whatever, walks back to the golf cart that's right next to him, and just busts back home. Really? Come on.
And did you go back to the house?
I went straight back.
Straight back,
to the house,
everybody.
to the air
Whoa.
conditioner.
And what'd you do when you got back
To
the
the air
house?
conditioner.
I lay down on the couch.
Oh, so he did take a nap. A power nap, of course, because he got back to the house at what? 8, let's say 8:48, and then he gets in there at, of course, right at that moment, Maggie and Paul are being murdered, and he's laying in there, and then he gets back up at like 9:06 and takes off.
And then what? Well, I mean, was TV on when you went back?
Yeah, the TV never got cut off.
So you went back to the house, you
It
lay
did.
down on
It
the
did.
couch, and then what happened next?
I'm not positive I dozed off for a minute or didn't doze off for a minute, but I got up off of the couch and I was.
That's
I
right,
made up my
Amy.
mind I was going to visit my mom.
I agree.
Had you spoken to Barbara Mixon earlier in the day?
I did. I
And,
talked to Barbara most
Thanks,
days.
Amy.
If I didn't see her, I talked to her.
and what was your understanding of your mother's condition late on the afternoon of the 7th?
She was agitated, which she got agitated when my dad, we were putting my dad in the hospital. I mean, he had a lot, over the 18 months, 2 years. I mean, my dad was in the hospital. He was in the hospital a lot. And my mom, I believe my mom knew when my dad wasn't there because, she would get agitated. I mean, that's just the only term you can think of. She'd get agitated. She'd cry a lot. She'd be fussy when she normally wouldn't be fussy. I know Alzheimer's patients are unpredictable, but I'm convinced she knew because it happened frequently. And Barbara Ann told me, your mom's agitated, you need to check on her. I gave her medicine, she's resting, so it wasn't anything urgent, but she's resting. So what Barbara would do, and Barbara could handle her better than, my mama, we all love Barbara. My mama loved Barbara. Barbara could get my mom to do things that nobody else, when she fussed for anybody else, including me or my brothers or my sisters, Barbara could get her,
This is so ridiculous.
in order. And but Barbara had given her medicine and to settle her down and calm her down, and that would sometimes make her go to sleep for a little while. But then she'd be agitated when she woke up.
So did you go check on your mom?
I did.
Where did you park when you got there?
And you saw the pictures. There's 2 exits off of that deck. One of them to the right, one of them straight out that back door. I would have parked to the left. If you're coming down these steps, if these are the steps, it would be to the left and back over there,
All right,
which is where I always parked, or where we always parked.
It's totally true.
Anytime you were going in that entrance.
You know what we find out later, you guys? He steals money from a fund that was to support a quadriplegic that he defended, and took their money.
I'll stop there and ask Doug if you don't mind pulling up States Exhibit 524, which is the GM OnStar data, and slide 38, which is in evidence. Can you see this the slide with those dots?
Yes, sir.
Alec?
I can.
And the
Well, the thing is, Eugenie, remember he had, so after the killing, let's say he killed him at, let's say, 8:49, 8:50. Well, then he has time to change clothes at the house, right? And then then he gets into the shorts and so forth, and then he drove over to his mom's house. So there'd be time somewhere in between. I don't know exactly where he changed them, but there is time out there. There is time. And remember there was a little bit of Maggie's blood inside the SUV, his Suburban. And that's weird, too, because when he came home, he shouldn't have been anywhere near the... I don't know. He drove the Suburban back down once he got back to the crime scene. Then he must have... he could explain that, I guess, because he says he touched them and then he went back into the Suburban and called 911 or whatever.
red dots here at the that seem to be joined. Where is that in relation to your parents' house.
Where the arrow is?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's back in the area where I'm talking about. All right, so if you look in this picture, all right, you see the you see the open area with the green grass?
Thanks,
That's
Nicky Zoobs.
the front door. Okay, yeah, right where that circle is. That's the front door. If you look closely at the house, you can see a big dormer right in the middle of the roof.
Yeah, so maybe you didn't touch Paul, maybe.
That's right over the front door. The white thing to the left of the house, that's like a parking pad where the driveway ends. And there's a parking pad. So you go, if you follow the driveway all the way to the house, you're gonna run straight into a carport, all right? By the carport door. Just to the left, before you get to the
Thank
carport,
you, Nicky
is this
Zoobs.
area that you can see here. That's part driveway, mainly parking pad.
Yeah, something
All right,
like
I'm
that.
going
Nicky, I don't know.
Doug, if you'll pull up Defendant's Exhibit 130, which is in evidence, please, sir.
Yeah.
And from this photo, can you point out roughly where you parked that evening?
All right, this is the entrance to the right that I'm talking about. There's an exit and an entrance right in front of that door that you see there. So if you came down those steps, walk to your left, would be down there would be where I parked.
Oh, would you have parked on the grass?
You get on the edge of the grass back there. There's some grass there for sure, but it's not the area up here by the house where it's sodded and
Sure.
this grass that you can really see in this picture. So it may be on the edge of the grass. Yes.
In relation to the satellite dish, are you looking at this photo? Are you to the right of that?
Yeah, you'd be to the right of that satellite dish.
Okay.
Yes.
And
I believe that satellite dish is right on the edge of the there's a hedge and like you see the, I don't know what you call it, a border, like a border where the grass ends and the flower bed or whatever it is starts.
Yeah, what type of
I think
plants did they plant
You can't see
there?
it, but I think that satellite's probably close to that border.
all right, well let's
So it'd be to the
let's
right
pull
of that in this picture.
Doug, can you pull up Defendant's Exhibit 134?
It's not, though. The satellite's right next to the house.
So
Yeah.
is the door that you're talking
See,
about?
there's the satellite
The
dish.
stairs are those the ones where you would enter?
It's kind of an optical illusion.
Right. These are the steps that I used that night that we always used. And one of the reasons being is my dad, this door goes into what we call the breakfast room. The breakfast room leads right into the kitchen. And so straight through this door, all of the breakfast room is kind of to the left. That door goes straight through another doorway. There's no door there, but it's like just an opening. It goes into the kitchen. Immediately to your right of that entrance into the kitchen is the entrance into where my mom and dad's rooms were. So if you went through that door, you were in a little area that had my mom's closet, my dad's closet. A little bit further, you go into my mom's bedroom. If you went to the right, you would go my dad.
And this is
and
literally
my mom
where
would
you
sleep
play
in
the
same
clown
room
music.
At this point, but the bedrooms were, they were back to back. There was a door going from one to the other that was blocked, but it was there, and then there was a bathroom. So this is really the part of the house that at their age was getting used. So that's why you went in this entrance, because my mom and whoever was caring for her was always in her bedroom, which would be just on the other side of the room that has these windows that you see to the right. All right, those would be the windows for the room where my dad slept.
Right.
And then my mom's right on the other
Wow,
side.
3 years.
The kitchen's right
Maybe
there. This is the
awesome.
part of the house they were always in.
And are you the only one that would pull up in the back like that?
No.
Is it common for your brother?
By the way, everybody, don't forget to hit the subscribe button if you're new here, and hit the like button as well. Thank you.
Brothers and your sister to do the same?
Oh, we all did it. I mean, we all parked in the same way. If you knew you were going to the front of the house, or if you knew there was a crowd there, or for whatever, you may park on the driveway, but if you knew, under normal circumstances, my dad always stayed in the breakfast room where he had a recliner and a TV. That's where my dad always was. My dad you would never go catch him sitting in the den up front or in a living room. He just wasn't up there. He was in this room watching TV, or either he was on this back deck. And my mom was either in her room, which was just off of that, or she might be in the kitchen or the breakfast room.
And when you got to the house, who was there? Your mother's house on the night of June 7th.
My
Okay,
mom
let's
was there,
begin
and
listening to
Shelly
this
Smith was
part.
there.
And what did you do when you got there?
The first thing I did was I knocked on the door. The door was locked. I knocked on the door. Shelly didn't hear me.
Boom. I caught that during the thing. Watch this, watch this, watch this. Listen.
I tried.
I tried. You know what it means? He tried to open the door, but he tried to open the door, but then he goes, and then I knocked, See, he tried to open the door first so he wouldn't be seen, really, and get into the house. That's what he tried to do. See, why would you ever start, if you went to somebody's door and you knocked on it, would the word, I tried this or I tried that, even pop into your head at all? Listen.
I knocked on the door. The door was locked. I knocked on the door. Shelly.
Right, boom. See, he knew it. He knew he said it wrong. And he knew it, he knows that he went there to just try to open the door and get in.
They didn't hear me.
And then what'd you do next?
I called.
Called what?
I called my mom's house to let Shelly know I was there. Please come let me in.
Okay. And is that the house phone that's been referred to?
Yes.
Okay, and did she let
Come on,
you
you
in?
know
Sure.
that, right?
And then what happened next?
I went in and I visited with my mom. I mean, you want me to go into detail on that?
Well, just briefly, yeah, what'd you do?
I went in the house. In my mom's bedroom, my mom had a bed that was where she slept in normal times. It was like, a bed with, the poles coming out of the corner, a poster bed that coming out of the corners. And she had a bed like that where she slept, but she didn't sleep there anymore. But it was in the room. It was a hospital bed. So when you walked in the room, her bed was to the right. Against the wall to the left was a hospital bed, like a single bed, but a hospital bed, and a TV. And then there was a recliner
thanks,
where
Noreen
whoever was helping
Gardner.
her would usually sit. So I went in and I sat down on my mom's hospital bed. And I just talked to her for a minute. My mom was awake. And I held her hand. And
What kind of condition was she in?
her condition was not good at any time, but given her overall condition, she seemed to be doing pretty well. I mean, she wasn't agitated like I thought she would be, or like I was worried she would be, or like Barbara had described her at that point. So she wasn't agitated, and I just talked to her. Anytime we talked to my mom, we always tried to be real positive and upbeat, and I just talked to her. I just talked to her, made sure she was okay.
Did you stay seated on the side of her hospital-style bed, or did you move around?
I stayed there for a few minutes. I stayed there and I talked to her more than just a few seconds. And
Hey,
then,
thanks,
but I didn't
Captain.
stay there. She was.
And welcome to being a freakazoid.
She did look tired. So I got up and I went and I think I sat on my mom's bed for a minute to start with, and then I laid down on my mom's bed, which is, that's what I normally did when I went in there.
What a great,
Wasn't like
loving
chairs to
kid,
sit
you
in.
know?
And I just laid back on the bed,
And when you
talked
talk-
to Shelly, and we watched TV.
For 20
When you're
minutes?
talking about your mom's bed, are you referring to her regular bed?
That's right. Not her hospital bed, not the bed she was in, but her bed, the one I was talking about with like posts.
Right. Let me skip something. Was Maggie planning to go over to your mother's with you that night?
No, she wasn't planning to go with me that night.
Okay.
No,
Was-
in fact, Maggie didn't really like to visit my mom.
That's a complete lie. Okay? We already know that Maggie's sister convinced her to go. And that's the only reason she drove out to Moselle that night. Right, you guys? Hello? Let's listen to that part again. Is that what happened?
Maggie didn't really like to visit my mom. Maggie didn't really like.
Maggie planning to go over to your mother's with you that night?
No, she wasn't planning to go with me that night.
Okay.
No,
Was-
in fact, Maggie didn't really like to visit my mom. It was
Bullshit.
she
Hey,
loved to
thanks,
visit my
Vicky.
dad, and she loved to spend time with my dad. And
Yeah,
she spent
I
a
mean,
lot-
I get that she might not want to go over there, right? But she drove all the way to Moselle to go with you to your mom's house. Okay, that's why she was even there. She was convinced by her sister. Remember that?
I'll
Alec?
take you back if you want me to.
a lot of time with my mom when my mom
I mean, maybe it was like to visit both of them. But she did plan to go over there, right? The dad ended up being in the hospital.
was healthy, but by this point, my mom, she was a shell. She was a shell of her old self, and
Yeah, I totally agree, Paulette.
it was kind of
Absolutely
it was kind
lured
of sad
them
to
there.
go and visit her anytime. I mean, she wasn't healthy, and Maggie didn't like to go and just visit my mom.
When you
I
when you-
guarantee it that Alec conversed with Maggie and said, "Hey, can you come over?" And then she didn't want to go, and then her sister said, "Oh, you should go. It's really important. It's family stuff." So she came there. That's the truth of it. And the reason he doesn't want that out there, he wants to make it seem like Maggie came there just on her own, just on a whim. If it's not that way, then it means that he's the one that lured her there.
You left Moselle to head to Almeida the evening after you'd come back to the house at Moselle. What
Say that again, Jim?
what exit did you use of the Moselle property when you're going to Almeida on the evening of June 7th?
I went out the main gates, which would be straight ahead.
Did you call your wife?
You've heard of the two gates. There's the shop entrance. There's actually several entrances, but the main ones we used, there was an entrance by the Dove Field, there was an entrance further down by Sawtooth Oaks, but the main ones we used were the shop entrance and what we call the main entrance, where the brick gates were.
Did you go, why didn't you go by the kennels on your way up?
Yeah, why not?
There wasn't a reason to go by the kennels at that
Well, what do you mean? You had called Maggie and she didn't answer your phone.
point, and I was going to Alameda, which the main gate would be the gates that were closer.
Sometimes Jim almost sounds like a prosecutor. He forgets. He kind of like threw him off a little bit there with that one.
Did you notify Maggie in some form that you were leaving to go to see your mom?
I tried to call her.
And did she answer?
No.
And what'd you do after that?
I think I tried to call her again.
And did she answer?
No, she didn't answer. And at some point, I texted her after that.
Well, the fact that she didn't answer on 2 times, did that concern you?
At that time,
Right.
it didn't concern me at all. Number one, she was with Paw Paw. So, no, I mean, number two.
Again, it's always like every time he talks about Paul, he gets really upset, but never really Maggie, you know?
I mean, it's not unusual to not be able to get somebody all the time.
That's why I think he really wanted to kill Maggie, but he needed to also kill Paul for all the other things too, but he feels bad that he killed Paul.
When they're at the house or they're it's on the property. I mean, you've heard all the testimony about how spotty cell service was, so no, at the time, it didn't strike me as anything unusual.
Okay. Now, moving back to Alameda, you spent time with your mother, and then you left to head back to Moselle, is that correct?
That's correct.
Although, how can you really
drive straight
know?
back to Moselle.
I did.
I mean, there is
No,
snot
there's
coming
some,
out of his nose, so maybe that's
Information
weird.
from the telemetry data off your Suburban and perhaps some of this OnStar GPS data that indicates that at some point in time in your mother's driveway, you stopped for about a minute. Do you recall seeing that data?
I did.
What were you doing when you stopped? Do you recall?
I was getting my phone. My phone had gotten, there's a console in the middle of my car, and my phone had gotten down in the console, between the console and the seat, where you couldn't get to it.
Yeah, I missed that part.
Were you, during that minute or however long it was, were you disposing of murder weapons, Alec?
No.
Were you disposing of bloody clothes?
Hey, would you guys be able to take a moment and hit that like button for me, please? We got 758 people watching and only 349 likes. I would hate to have to play the auctioneer music, but I'll do it anyways. Hit that like button, hit that like button, hit that like button, 10, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, hit that like button, 10, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, hit that like button, 10, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, yeah. All right, thanks.
No.
And your ride back to Moselle, was it, were you driving faster than normal?
I was driving however I drive, normal way that I drive.
When you got back to the Moselle property, how did you enter the property? What entrance did you use?
Came right back through the main gate,
And what'd you do then?
went straight to the house.
And when you got to the house, what'd you do?
Can I ask you something though, Alec? Why didn't you stop by the kennels at least? I mean, just sort of drive through there since you hadn't heard from Maggie every time you've called, and that's the last place you saw him.
I went inside.
Were lights on when you pulled up? Or?
Lights were on
Was
in the
the
house
TV
for sure.
still
I can't
on?
remember if there were floodlights on
Yeah,
or not. I don't believe
episode
there were
of Gilligan's
floodlights on.
Island.
There were definitely lights. All the lights in the house.
Get
were on.
back,
And when you,
Gilligan, little buddy.
how long did you stay inside the house, roughly?
Now that I've seen the benefit of these records, I was in there several minutes.
Obviously, were you surprised that Paul and Maggie had not made it back to the house?
I don't know if surprised is the right word, but I thought they would have been back by then.
Right.
But did it cause me to go into any? It wasn't like I was shocked. But I thought they would be there. I distinctly remember, I went and looked. Sometimes I was very hot-natured. Number one, I was hot, I was heavy, and I was taking pills. So I was always hot. Maggie was always cold. Sometimes she would watch TV. We had a TV in the
Yeah, that sounds like he's really, like she's cold. You know what I mean?
hunting room. You see on the wall there. Sometimes Maggie would be in there watching TV, where she could have the thermostat different than we always kept it cold in the main part of the house. So I know I went in there and looked in there for her. It's not unusual for Maggie to be taking a bath and be
Well, if that's true, Missy B, then those two jurors are idiots. Okay, just letting you know.
not able to hear me. So I went back there and And I know I did those two things and looked in those two places. And they weren't there. And so, you know, I knew they'd been at the kennels, and I assumed they were still up there.
So what'd you do?
I went to the kennels. I may have tried to call them. In fact, I probably did try to call them. I would think I called them. But as I sit here right now, I'm not positive, but I would think I did. Would think I tried to call them to see.
And now, did you drive down to the kennels in your Suburban?
I did.
What'd you see?
Saw what y'all have seen pictures of.
Oh, God. Notice how he's turned to the jury the whole time so they can see him crying?
So bad.
They did it so bad. I'm telling you guys, I mean, you guys heard me yesterday, but when he says they did it so bad, I think that is a huge thing for the prosecution to say, yes, we concede that you said they did it so bad. But let me ask you this, sir. How did you know it was a they? What made you say they did it so bad before you knew what the crime scene showed? Because whoever did the killing made it look like there were multiple people with 2 shotguns, 2 different types of ammo, and then a second weapon being the blackout, you know, the AR-15 type weapon. And somehow you said they did it so bad. What made you? How did you know it wasn't just one person right then? That's because you made it look like that, and accidentally said that in your comment. I think that's worse than well, it's not worse than I did it so bad, but it's since now they're all agreeing now, and you can't distinguish. Let's go with what the defense is saying, that it says they did it so bad. He shouldn't have known by that at that point. I think when he said that.
Yeah, I went to
Hey, Angel Unaware. We here. Well, I was called an angel unaware in the Daniel Armentrout. I don't feel like I'm an angel unaware, but we were called that. And then the guy said, "And thank you, freaks, for all you do." So boom, right? You guys, if you're not here, if you're not somebody that watches this channel a lot, we have this huge DNA fund that we put $50,000 in so far from the income directly from this channel. Like for tonight, the super chats that come in here, I usually try to donate over 50% of the net revenue to YouTube to charities, which gave we were able to put in $62,000 last year. And we have a huge DNA fund, and there's a 1961 hitchhiker in Bibb County, Alabama, and he was in a vehicle after being picked up, and his car went off of a bridge, and the driver didn't know the guy's name, and they pulled the body out of the water, and they were never able to identify him. He had RY plus love scratched on his arm. He had a picture of him and some girl, but they were never able to identify him. The town took care of him and buried his body, but we completely funded, I think it cost $8,000 to exhume his body, get a piece of bone, and then Identifiers International with the whiz kid, Misty Gillis, genetic genealogist out there. She was able to track him down. It was really interesting how it all played out, but we gave the guy his name back. They were able to put on the gravestone his actual name, and his brother flew in from Florida, one remaining brother. The other brother, ironically, is out there, and he's still missing to this day. I mean, it's really weird. So nobody knows where the other brother is, but at least the one surviving brother knows where his brother that he went missing a long time ago is. And the only photograph he actually has is the morgue photo, which actually is sort of a pleasant-looking photo. It looks like the guy's sleeping. So that's what we do on this channel. Here we try to make a difference regardless. Like covering cases helps get the word out and so forth, but we make a tangible difference. And I think that's what sets us apart from a lot of other channels out there. So thank you for all your support, and back to the regularly scheduled programming. And we just solved another case, by the way. I paid for it. It was a serial killer victim. We don't get to know her name because the family doesn't want her name, but it was a 11th victim of a serial killer, African-American woman. And she was never identified, but the killer was arrested and convicted of all their murders. But she was never identified, and we just paid for that, and we just don't get to know her name.
Did you see them on the ground when you're pulling up in your Suburban?
I did.
And what'd you do when you came to a stop, Alec?
I think I jumped out of my car. I'm not exactly sure what I did, but no, I got out of my car.
The link to what, Zozo?
I know I ran back in my car, called 911. I called 911. I was on the phone with 911, and I was trying to tend to Paw. I was trying to tend to Maggie. And I just went back and forth between them.
Were you
all in 20 seconds, huh?
going to Paul and Maggie while you were on the phone with the 911 operators?
Yes.
Yeah, but no, you didn't say that. You said to the 911 operator that you would already turn them over.
Yes.
And in a little bit, I'm going to play the 911 tape, but I just want to ask you, and you've told law enforcement it's been played here in the court. What did you do when you went up to Paul at some point in time?
Oh, and by the way, the person in Bibb, Alabama, when we identified him, his name is Daniel Armentrout.
Hey, Paul.
I don't know which link you're talking about, Zozo.
Paul was so bad. At some point, I know I tried to check him for a pulse. I know I tried to turn him over.
When you say you tried to turn him over, why were you trying to turn him over?
Or maybe this link right here. There you go. There's one. New York.
I don't know. I don't know why I tried to turn him over. Me and my boys laying face down. He's done the way he's done. Head was the way his head was. I could see his brain laying on the sidewalk. I didn't know what to do. I mean, I tried to turn him over. Tried to grab him by the belt loop. I tried to turn him over. And when I did,
notice how it was. Now it's really specific. You turned him over by the belt loop because now you can sort of, the belt loop's near the back pocket. Oh, and then the phone pops out.
His phone popped out. His phone popped out, and
right lands right on top of his butt, perfectly.
You have any idea how it popped out?
I mean, I know it came out of his pocket when I pulled on his belt loop. When I pulled him to turn him over, and it just popped out. And I mean, it popped right beside him. It sat right beside him.
So why didn't you leave it
were you
there?
able to turn, Paul?
If it landed right beside him, why'd you pick it up and then put it on his butt?
At all?
Huh.
I mean, I didn't. I don't know if I was able to. I didn't turn him over, no. No.
What side of the, what side of Paul were you when you were doing this?
I was on the side that was away from.
I mean, that phone must have been just wound up tight in there, just ready to burst. As soon as he flips them, boom! It just pops out, man.
I was on the side that was away from where my car was.
What'd you do with the phone?
I put it back on Papa.
Why?
You know if you put it, which way with pointing upside down, downside, anyway?
I couldn't tell you anything about it. I know his phone popped out. I picked it up and I put it back on him.
Did you see any messages on Paul's phone?
Sniff, so you lied. And then you lied again. No.
Did you go to Maggie?
Did.
Did you touch her?
I did.
Where did you touch Maggie?
Wow, first time he's ever pretended
I think
to
I touched her down. Just around like. I don't know. If you ask me exactly, I think I touched her down around her waist, but I don't know. It was so bad.
You just said it again. I did it so bad. Oh, God. What an unfortunate time to pause there. Hold on. Wow. Okay, that's...
Excuse me. I know I went back and forth. I went back and forth between them.
You know what sucks for me? I don't feel anything for this guy. Zero. I mean, I have not one. There's not even been one moment where I went, "Wow, I get it." You know, maybe that's because I'm a guy or whatever. I don't know. I don't understand what's going on. How is anybody crying when they see this clown over here?
I know I do.
I'd like to
Okay,
play
good. So
Doug,
it's not a gender thing.
the Colleton County portion of the 911 call, which is in evidence as
No
defendant's
problem,
exhibit
Janice.
number 9.
I thought I'd, you know.
And Doug, this is the long version, the first clip, and
We're
stop it when I-
detail
stop it,
oriented
please.
here, even with snot running out of the nose.
2021, 22 hours, 7 minutes, 9 seconds.
Was that him sleeping?
Communication.
I have an Alex Murdaugh on the line calling from 4147 Mobile Road. He's advising that his wife and child was shot.
Okay, and sir, give me the address again.
It's 4147 Moselle Road. I've been up to it now. It's bad.
I'm up to it.
How did they shoot?
What do you mean up to it?
Alec, when you say I've been up to it now and it's bad, what are you referring to?
Yeah.
I'm talking about what I saw was what y'all saw pictures of. And I mean, it was bad. It was terrible.
No, but what do you mean up to it? It's downhill from your house, right?
And when I first got there, I know I got out of the car.
Right, but let me ask you something. How is it your property? It's downhill to the shed and the kennels. So when you were at home and you went down to it, what made you say I went up to it? Yeah, he gets a little confused.
And I mean, I know I got out of the car. I mean, I knew.
Yeah, he's.
Huh?
And I mean, I know I got out of the car. I mean, I knew. Got out of the car, but right at first, I don't think I went all the way to them. I think I ran back and that's when I called 911. And so I called 911, and while I was doing that, then is when I went to Maggie and I went to Paul. And so that's what I think I'm talking about.
Okay. Keep going, please.
I know, it's a houses in here.
Hell no. Do it now. It's bad.
Okay, how did they shoot? Did they shoot themselves?
Oh no. Hell no.
Oh no, hell no!
Okay, and are they breathing?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you said it's your wife and your son?
My wife and my son.
Are they in a vehicle?
No, ma'am. They're on the ground out at my kennel.
Okay, and did you see anyone?
He shot in the head, and he shot really bad. He shot it.
Okay, where is he shot at?
Ma'am, I don't know, but he has blood everywhere. I just see his brain. Face down. I tried to turn her a little bit. She's got a hole in her head.
Okay, is he breathing at all?
No, I
Is she? Okay, do you see anything? Do you see anyone in the area?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Is there any guns near them at all?
No, they're here.
What color is your house on the outside?
If that's what you're asking, they didn't shoot themselves, ma'am.
What?
Alec, right in there, you say the word here. What, are you calling anybody or anything?
No, I'm talking to that dispatcher.
And what did you mean?
Let me listen to that again.
Right in there, you say the word here.
His brain. Face down. I tried to turn her a little bit. She's got a hole in her head.
Okay, is he breathing at all?
No,
Is she? Okay, do you see anything? Do you see anyone in the area?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Is there any guns near them at all?
No, they're here.
Huh, that is interesting, isn't it? He doesn't just say here, he sounds like he's handing something to somebody. And he says it twice.
No, they're here.
He goes, here! Here. Wow, that's interesting.
No, they're here.
Yeah, I said it again.
What color is your house on the outside?
If that's what you're asking, they didn't shoot themselves, ma'am.
What?
Alec, right in there, you say the word here.
Twice, actually.
What,
One a little
are you calling
quieter
anybody
as
or
he turned
anything?
his head.
No, I'm talking to that dispatcher.
And what did you mean when you said here?
If you listen to that call,
Well, we did listen to it.
one of the first things she asked me, was, did they shoot themselves? And I knew there's no way. I knew they didn't shoot themselves. There wasn't a gun. They didn't shoot themselves. And she'd asked me that. And then she asked me another question, something about that. And you hear me say here, and then you hear the thing talking. I'm telling her here, and then I say something, and then you hear me say, if that's what you're...
No, Bam Bam, there's really been incredibly well-explained motives, everything in this case. You're just one of the people that were on a jury that would always be hung, even though logic and reason based on circumstantial evidence would indicate that he's the killer. You're just not one of the people that would buy it.
You're asking, and I'm letting her know they didn't shoot themselves. I'm saying here, and then I give her an explanation, which you can't hear on that phone, but it's obvious to me what I'm doing, and I say, if that's what you're asking me. So, like David Owens asked me on August 11th, did I call a dog, or was I talking to somebody? There was no dog that was out, and there was nobody there.
Well, let's talk about that briefly. Well, when you got there and you saw Maggie and Paul, what...
That is weird, isn't it? The way he says that, it sounds like he's almost like, wait, what do you... I don't know. Like he's handing something to somebody.
Where were the dogs?
Here.
The dogs were in the kennels. Dogs were in the kennels. They were wherever they were when law enforcement got there.
And you've seen pictures, and they called Dale Davis to the stand and talk about the hose rolled up.
Yes, that's what
you
it
rolled the
sounded
hose
like. I
up.
didn't
No.
hear that before.
Did you do anything down there at the kennels when you got there other than call 911 and attend to Maggie and Paul?
No, I do know that I was trying to find a flashlight. I was trying to find a gun. Other than those things, no, I didn't do anything at the kennel. I didn't do anything with any hose. I didn't do anything with any dogs.
Was there anybody with you?
No.
All right, keep going, please.
You can't see it from the road. Okay, is it a house or a mobile home?
It's a house.
Okay, and what is your name?
My name is Alex Murdaugh.
Okay, did you hear anything? Or did
I think, isn't Papa like a pretty common phrase for like a grandfather in some parts of the United States?
you come home and find out?
I've been gone. I just...
Hold on.
Okay, is it a house or a mobile home?
It's a house.
Ah, there it is.
It's a house.
All right, look it. There it is, everybody. Can you look it. Out of the whole call, what did he sound the most upset about? Watch.
You can't see it from the road.
Okay, is it a house or a mobile home?
It's a house.
Okay.
It's a house! Oh my God! How dare you? I'm a Murdaugh, for God's sakes. How dare you ask if I live in a mobile home or a house? Of course it's a house. We are the Murdaughs, everybody, and here we go. This is what it sounded like.
It's a house.
That's what it really sounded like. For some reason, they dialed it down on this.
Okay, and what is your name?
My name is Alex Murdaugh.
Okay, did you hear anything, or did you come home and find out?
I've been gone. I just came back.
Okay, and was anyone else supposed to be at your...
I killed him to try to protect my reputation. And you said I lived in a mobile home.
house?
No, ma'am.
Thanks, Roby girl.
Please hurry.
Oh, we're getting somebody out there to
It's
you.
a house.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Should have known.
Should have known.
Allie, we just heard you say I should have known. What are you referring to?
I said, Paw, I should have known.
What were you referring to?
I was referring to Paw got so many threats.
Zany face.
Maybe.
Didn't take serious. Think twice about.
Yeah.
I'm just telling him, Paw, I should have known. I don't specifically remember
Hey,
saying
Lanky
that, but
Tor,
I can
how's it
clearly hear
going?
myself say that.
What kind of threats did you understand Paul was receiving?
I mean, Paul got the most vile threats. I mean, the stuff that was on social media.
Well, it's exactly
I mean,
the
it was-
same place. There's no difference in sound there, Kills.
I mean, she couldn't believe it. You couldn't believe it. It was so over the top. Truthfully, we didn't think anything about it. I mean, it was just so crazy that, people talking about what he was going to get and how they were going to do this and get him. And I mean, it's stuff you really, I mean, we disregarded it because it's so over the top. Thought it's so over the top.
Keep going, please, Doug.
Hey, thank you, Lanky
Okay,
Tor.
what is her name?
Maggie is home.
Maggie is her name?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When's the last time you talked to Maggie?
Hour and a half ago, probably 2 hours ago.
What? 2 hours ago you talked to them?
Approximately, yes, ma'am, approximately.
Well, you were asked the last time you saw them, and you said hour and a half, 2 hours ago, and then she followed up 2 hours ago. You just heard that?
I did hear that. And I said approximately to her question.
But it's not even close to approximately, okay? It's 1.
When was the last time you saw them, Maggie and Paul?
Right after I took the chicken from Bubba.
And the video we've seen is...
Wait, what? What was that again?
The last time you saw them, Maggie and Paul?
Right after I took the chicken from Bubba.
Oh, so you didn't just go right into your car. Hey, you just screwed up. So it wasn't right after you took the chicken out. Remember before you said you got into your cart and drove up, but you saw them again. And was that at the end of a gun, or is that what we're saying here? He saw them again after he took the chicken out of the mouth. A minute ago it was, well, yeah, I mean, I took the chicken out, got in my car, and drove away.
And the video we've seen is timestamp 8:44.
Yeah, we know you saw him after the chicken. We know that. I mean,
That's right.
So was it shortly after 8:44?
he knows he said
Was.
that accidentally, too. So
And
It wasn't long after that. Because you
Kinda
can hear when
wondering.
Bubba gets the chicken. And it wasn't long after I took the chicken from him that I left.
And then you called 911. The records of that, but you remember roughly 9:07 or right before 9:07?
I mean, I've seen the records and seen the transcripts, yeah.
And then this is, and the records of this, but this is some minutes into the conversation with 911 operators, correct?
That's right. Like,
Knowing everything we know now, I mean, was it roughly an hour and a half the last time you saw him?
it was. That would, with the time of however long it took to get to this point, however many minutes that is 10, however many, you can look exactly and see what point this is.
Yeah,
and know
like
what time it is, but it's between 10 and
1:25,
10:15. And so I'd seen him around.
I guess he's going to say 8:44 and then 1:08 or something. I mean 10:08. So 8:44 and then like 10:08. What's he going to say?
8:45, a little bit after.
No, a little bit after. Wait a minute. Now he's even closer to the crime. It's 8:44 is the Snapchat video. So now he's saying 8:55 and a little bit after. So now what is it? 8:56, 8:57, and their phones turned off forever at 8:59 or 8:49. Excuse me. Don't you think that's pretty crazy? So it's like 8:44, and now he's saying it was 8:45, a little bit after. So that's 8:46. And then their phones lock forever at 8:49. Jesus.
All right, please keep going.
I hope they go back and watch this whole thing and catch him in all this.
Say what they were doing at all?
No, I talked to her in person.
You talked to her in person?
No, it's like 3 minutes, Missy. 3 minutes.
But we're getting to my other two. Me asking you these questions don't slow them down, okay? And you sure they're not breathing? Is he moving now, your son? I know you said that she was shot in the head, but what about your son?
Nobody. They're not. Neither one of them moving.
What is your telephone number?
942-1227. I'm going back to my house just to get a gun just in case. I'm about to...
Oh, I see. So the gun.
Did you go back to the house and get a gun?
I did.
And is
What are they saying about this gun that he's got? Are they saying it was used? I mean, they haven't found either of the guns that shot Paul, right? Or Maggie. Either of those two guns.
this the gun that you got? And how did you load this gun? What did you load it with, if anything?
That was gun, as best I can remember. I believe I got that gun off the pool table where you heard there was some other gun. I think that gun was laying with that pool table. I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure it was on that pool table. Would have been the first place I came to. I know I was grabbing the first gun I could get. I grabbed a handful of shells out of the that I could get my hands on. I know.
Yeah, I know it wasn't used, but they keep talking about it. Like, I don't really care about this gun. The two that are missing are the guns that were used.
The gun had a shell in it that I loaded, and I know I had a few shells. So
Have you seen in this case where there was a 16-gauge shell put in that gun?
I've seen in the records and I've seen and heard in the testimony that I put a 16-gauge shell in the gun.
Is that a 16-gauge shotgun?
It's not a 16-gauge shotgun. It's a
Why'd you
12-gauge.
put a 16-gauge shell in it?
I obviously didn't realize what I was doing. I mean, I know you can't put a 16-gauge shell in a 12-gauge gun and not. I mean, I've been hunting my whole life. I know you can't do that. It's not a.
Oh, okay. So you did it because you were so weirded out of what happened, not in the right state of mind. That explains why you lied and everything. Wow, it's amazing.
A mistake I would have made. That's not a mistake I'd have made under.
See, doesn't the jury realize that every single thing he's saying and every question asked is a ready-made answer to answer all the crazy stuff that we know that he did? And his answers are way less likely.
Any circumstances other than that night.
Why did you go back to the house and get a gun?
I just didn't know. I didn't know. I mean, I don't know. Saw it. I mean, it's just, I didn't know somebody was still out there. I don't know. I guess I didn't know.
Please keep going.
And does anything look out of place?
Ma'am, not particularly, really, no ma'am.
Okay.
Go back to where he said he's going to my house.
Oh, hold on. What is he saying?
I mean, that I could get my hands on. I know the gun had a shell in it that I loaded, and
Yeah, he doesn't
I know I had a few
why
shells,
he
so
put something in.
really didn't realize what I was doing. I mean, I know you can't put a 16 gauge shell in a 12 gauge gun and not. I mean, I've been hunting my whole life. I know you can't do that. It's not a mistake I would have made. That's not a mistake I'd have made under any circumstances.
Okay, yeah, there you go.
I didn't know somebody was still out there. I don't know. I guess I didn't know.
Please keep going.
And does anything look out of place?
Thanks, Nomad Beads, for the sniffer wave.
Ma'am, not particularly, really, no ma'am.
Okay.
Go back to where he said he's going to my house to get a gun just a few seconds back. 10 seconds maybe.
I know you're upset, Mr. Murdaugh, but I don't want you to get a gun and have a gun out whenever my officers get there, okay?
Back up some more. Back up some more, please.
My house, just to get a gun, just in case.
What is your telephone number?
942-1227. I'm going back to my house just to get a gun, just in case. I'm about 100 yards from my house.
Al, you said you're about 100 yards from the house?
That's what I said.
Is it much further than that?
I mean, as you've heard in the testimony, it's 1,100 and something feet, but
Okay.
I said I was 100 yards.
You were wrong about your estimate.
I'm sure I was wrong.
Keep going.
And does anything look out of place?
Ma'am, not particularly, really, no ma'am.
Okay. Well, I know you're upset, Mr. Murdaugh, but I don't want you to get a gun and have a gun out whenever my officers get there, okay?
I will not do that. He's been being threatened by my son had a boat back. He's been being threatened for months and months and months. He's been hit several times, and he should finally quit.
Do you know who was threatening your son?
It's too many. Hold the phone. 1 second.
And you don't know the name of who was threatening him at all?
My son knows. My son knows.
Your son knows who was threatening him?
I have another son now.
Okay.
All right, I'm going back down there.
All right. Roll to the next tape of the same call.
2021, 22 hours, 13 minutes, 58 seconds.
Are they close, ma'am?
Yeah, they've been around with you ever since you got on the phone with me. I have multiple people coming out there to you.
This is a cold blooded phone.
Okay, can you do me a favor, Mr. Murdaugh, and turn on the flashers on your car so that way they can see where the kennels are? don't want you to touch them at all, okay? I don't know if you've already touched them, but I don't want you to touch them just in case they can get any kind of evidence, okay?
I already touched them trying to get to see if they were breathing.
Not, Alec, that second clip starts at 22:13, 10:13, 58, and you're asked, you're told don't touch them. Had you touched them by then?
Yes,
And that way you told the 911 operator.
that is.
And, can you say exactly during that 6-7 minutes when you actually touched them?
I know I touched Maggie. I touched Maggie several times, but I mean, I think I didn't. I don't think I touched Pawpaw, but 2 times.
Did you touch one or both of them before you got in the car and drove back to the house?
Yes. Yeah.
One or both? Do you know?
Both.
All right, keep going, please.
Okay. Well, I just don't want you to move anything just in case they can get any kind of evidence, okay? Okay, and did your son, I know you said that he had been threatened, did your son make reports of this at all?
Yes, ma'am.
He did.
Al, you informed the 911 operator that Paul had made reports of these threats. What are you referring to?
I mean, I just know that it had been reported. I don't know that. I mean, I don't believe there was any like formal police reports or that type of thing. But I mean, it had been reported, and I mean, it was well known.
Okay. So, were you saying he had filed some official report when you said yes?
No, I never thought there was a police report or some formal report like that. No.
Do you know whether or not he made some type of report on campus?
Oh, I know he did.
What do you know?
I mean, I know that there was a time when he was asked to come meet with, God, I can't even remember the gentleman's name now, but I appreciated it so much, and I never thought I'd forget it, but.
Part of student counseling services?
Yeah, he was the dean of students. But anyway, he reached out to Pawpaw and wanted to talk to him, and, I mean, at first we were concerned, you know, why they want to talk to him, and, I mean, even, I believe I had Paul come talk to you about that because we were concerned, well, what do they want to talk to him about? But when Paul and Jim got there, it turns out that it was really just, I mean, they wanted to make sure he was okay. But, you know, just make sure he was okay. And I know that, you know, they were aware of the threats or some level of threats. And so, yeah, I mean, it had already been reported to them.
Keep going, Doug.
Now, what's your son's name?
Paul.
Paul?
Ma'am, I'm going to call, I need to call some of my family.
Okay. Well, do me a favor for me. Whenever you see the officer or the medics, because they're all coming to you, can you put your gun in your vehicle for me?
Absolutely.
Okay. But we have them come in, turn on the flashes on your vehicle so they can see you, okay? You got the flashes on for me?
I do.
Okay. All right. Just, whenever you see them, put your gun up for me, okay?
Okay.
How old is your son?
22.
Okay. All right. We're getting them out there to you, okay? All right.
So, Alec, did you call family after you got off the call with the operator?
Yes.
Who'd you call?
I know I called my brother Randy. I know I called my brother John. And I know I tried to call Rhoda. Well, Rhoda's not family, but I called Randy and John. And I called Randy and John.
And then you just mentioned Rhoda?
Rogan. We called him Rhoda. I called him Rhoda.
Why did you try to call Rogan?
I mean, Rogan's house was like.
I mean, they're all really good friends.
Maybe 2.5 miles, 3 miles.
Jesus, just awesome. God, they're just
Rogan
so
was like
dialed
family.
in. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. Yes.
Did you think he was the closest person?
Yeah, I just wanted somebody. I wanted somebody to be out there.
Had you seen Rogan's name on Paul's phone in any way that night?
No.
You called. Did Rogan answer?
No.
Did you try him multiple times?
Looking at these records, I believe that I did, but I believe some of those are like the FaceTime calls that are to Rogan. I mean, I'm trying to call him, but I don't believe that was me, actually. I didn't FaceTime. I mean, I didn't FaceTime people. So I think that's either me trying to call him and hitting FaceTime, or that's me hitting buttons or hitting the phone.
In the State's Exhibit 519, which is the condensed timeline done by Agent Rudovsky, there's an indication, Alec, that at 10:22:09 you opened a group text message from Michael Gunn stating, "She brought the heat from Miami boys." Were you reading text messages from Michael Gunn right after you got off with the 911 operator?
I heard him ask that question. I can promise you I wasn't reading any text messages.
There's also an entry, Alec, that says at 10:40 p.m. that you did a Google search or a Safari browser search for Whaley's at Edisto while your wife and son are laying dead on the ground. Did you do that?
No. Whaley's is a restaurant at Edisto that we ate at. A lot of times we got takeout from a lot of times, so I'm assuming it was in my search history, pulling up the restaurant, and obviously was trying to call people or dialing, and I hit that. I wasn't doing any Google searches.
And is one of the persons that you dialed that night a wedding photographer?
It's a guy named Brian White. I saw that on the call log. Brian White's a guy who was in my, contacts, that is a videographer that I've used in cases. I haven't used him in 2 years. And he's a good guy, but we're not personal friends, so I certainly wasn't calling him.
This must have been the drugs again. There's a lot of weird, erratic behavior. That explains
what does that
everything.
indicate to you that those actions on your phone? How do you account for that?
Obviously, they're unintentional. I mean, I'm doing something with my phone trying to call people, but I'm not trying to call those people. I'm not doing a Google search for any Whaley's restaurant, and I'm certainly not reading any text.
I want to ask you,
Ladies and gentlemen, I have to go to the jury room for a break.
do you recall getting blood on you, on your hands, or any part of you?
Yes. Okay.
Do you know whose blood you would have gotten on you?
I know I got blood on my fingertips.
I think I'll make myself some hot chocolate.
Can you differentiate, whether it was Maggie or Paul?
It's probably both.
But I'll be listening.
Except with so much blood. But
There, turns out there was a drop of blood on the steering wheel of the Suburban. Do you know how that got there?
I mean, if it was fresh, I put it there. If it was not fresh, I mean, Maggie drove my car all the time, but I assume it got there from me touching Maggie and then touching the steering wheel that night.
And then I think maybe there's possibly blood on this gun, maybe not. I mean, do you know if you got transferred blood on anything else that night?
If Maggie's blood's on that gun, then I put it there. I mean, Maggie didn't really fool with guns other than to put them up.
There's did you submit to a GSR examination that night?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier, and that Brian Varnado testified about.
Where your hands were swabbed?
That's right.
And then your clothes were collected by, I don't know if Agent Owen or someone else?
That's correct.
And turns out there's some GSR on your shirt and on your shorts. And did you handle this gun? This is
Yes.
This is item 22. That
Yes, I basically had that gun with me until I put it up against my car. When the police officer, I think it was Mr. Green, got there, I put it against my car.
And I think Nolan had testified that this is one of the shotguns Paul liked to use.
It is.
Was he meticulous about cleaning his guns?
Papa?
Yeah.
No. Now, when he cleaned it, he was meticulous about it, but it was far and few between when he actually cleaned them.
Your shirt went through testing and analysis, and you were part of this case, provided results of that, were you not?
Yes, sir. I mean, I wasn't provided at the time. I've seen them.
Right.
Seen all these records.
You just let me ask you, did you get on your shirt high velocity blood spatter from being within a distance of a shooting Maggie or Paul?
There's no way that I had high velocity blood spatter on me.
Had you seen reports that said that at one point in time?
I have seen reports that said that.
Just to be clear, were you anywhere in the vicinity when Paul and Maggie were shot?
I was nowhere near Paul and Maggie when they got shot.
After SLED collected your clothing that night at the main road.
Right, but they collected the clothing that you weren't wearing when you shot them.
Presidents at Moselle did.
I do remember, though, that SLED said that they had high velocity blood spatter was found on clothing. I remember that in the news.
You remember changing in? Remember what you changed into?
Do I remember?
Yeah, yeah.
I know I changed clothes, and I've learned since then what I had on, but I don't
You don't remember? Okay.
remember that at all.
Oh, right, I'm sure, yeah.
But I understand I had on athletic shorts and a T-shirt.
Sure.
Right, you remember everything else, though.
And other people have talked about this. I'm not going to repeat it, but where did you spend the night, or where did you go to after leaving Moselle when you left for the evening?
We went to Alameda, too. We went to my mom and dad's house, and we stayed there.
And who went with you?
I believe that Bus and Brooklyn and I rode together. John Marvin might have been with us. I know John Marvin stayed at Alameda with us. I just don't know if he rode in the same car we rode in. But I know I rode with Buster in Brooklyn. I know that for a fact.
And the next morning, what'd you do? And we're talking about daylight hours on June the 8th. What did you do?
And we basically got up and came back to Moselle.
Do you remember roughly what time you got to Moselle?
I don't remember. No, I don't remember what time. There's things I remember about that morning, but I don't remember exactly what time we left.
And Alec, we'll get to this in more detail, but during that period of time, is it hard to remember times, what time things started and stopped, and how long things took?
I mean, it's definitely hard to remember. Now, looking at these timelines and all these records, I mean, it sure helps, but to just do it off the top of my head is very difficult.
And we'll get to more of that. When you went back to Moselle on the morning of June the 8th, do you know whether you took a shower there, or took a shower at Alameda, or took a shower at all?
Now, I know we took a shower at Moselle. I did not take a shower before I left Alameda. We basically got up and went to Moselle. Maggie's mom and dad,
They were there?
well, they were coming. Tell them, see them. We got up from Alameda and we left and we went to Moselle.
And do you know? Do you even recall SLED coming in and searching the house for anything on the 8th?
I knew that. I knew they were doing it. Yeah. I knew they were doing it. But I don't remember. I wasn't out in that gun room and I'll see all that video and all that. But I knew SLED was coming in there. I mean, we made the house available for them to come in there. So I mean, I can't tell you details, but yeah, I remember it.
Did you at one point just tell SLED they had carte blanche to search anywhere, anytime?
I told SLED they could do anything, anywhere, anytime that they wanted to. Anything to do with me, my property, my cars. Even though I didn't own the cars, I would get my law firm on the cars.
All right, it's because you know that you set it up where there's nothing there.
I would have the people. They had full, whatever they wanted, they were welcome to.
And did you have any discussions with David Owen or anybody at SLED about consenting to General Motors to get that off the car?
Every time that I talked to David Owens, I would ask him about getting OnStar data and GPS data from phones.
And why was it important to you to get OnStar data and GPS data from the phone?
To confirm where I was saying I went, what I did, GPS. You know, at that point in time, I knew that Maggie's phone had been taken, and I knew that my Suburban and my phone and Maggie's phone never crossed paths, and that was extremely important to me. And I asked him about it every single time we talked, every single time.
And
so not every
speaking of Maggie's phone, did you know her password to her phone?
Yes, I knew her password.
Did you know her password to her computer?
Yes.
Did she know your password?
Yes.
Okay. And when Maggie's phone was located on the side of the road, did you provide SLED the password to her phone?
I did. I think I actually provided it to John Marvin, who provided it to SLED, but I'm the one who gave it to him.
Right.
Okay, so not quite the same the way you worded it. You didn't go up to him and say, hey, here's her password. You gave it to somebody else who gave it to somebody else, but now you're taking credit for it. Okay. Thanks, Cadillac.
And your knowledge that Maggie's have these location services on her phone, she used them frequently?
All the time. One of Maggie's things that she liked to do was, there's an app called Find My Friends that you can see what other people are doing and they can see what you're doing. Maggie loved me, Bus, Pawpaw, Brooklyn, Grandma, Pop-T, Marion, the three girls.
Yeah, what time did he have his phone turned off down there? Wasn't it around, like between like 8 and 9 o'clock, something like that, at the property?
Lizzie, and there were a few others, but the people that were closest to her, she had them all in her phone, and she loved to look at that phone and see where people are, and she'd love to surprise you. Like, let's say you're at Walmart. She looks on there and she'd love to text you, get me a TV from Walmart or something, you know, like she follow you and see where you were. She used it all the time. And so, you know, I just knew that there would be GPS data on Maggie's phone.
Now, when you're being interviewed on the night of June 7th and again on June the 10th, what was your understanding as to why they were interviewing you? Why were you being interviewed?
On June the 7th and June the 10th?
Yes, sir.
What's the question again?
What is his understanding of why SLED was interviewing him on the night of June the 7th and again on June the 10th?
And the basis for the objection?
401-402, Your Honor.
What do you mean?
Relevance, Your Honor. His understanding is not important. What he said is important, Your Honor.
Response.
Well, I can. It goes to his, you know, his follow. It goes to his state of mind. That's what it goes to.
Objection sustained.
Did why was it important to you to be able to get data from the Suburban, data from your phone, and data from Maggie's phone?
I knew, at that point in time, I knew since I was the person who found Paul and Mags that I was a suspect. I mean, they kept talking about this circle, but I mean, I knew that. It was very important for me to find that, to get that.
And what was your belief as to that information? What would it have done for you?
There's no question in there that it would demonstrate that I couldn't have done this.
And when was the data from General Motors off that Suburban finally obtained?
It was either this past Saturday or the Saturday before that, according to what was said in this courtroom.
During this trial?
Absolutely.
And to your knowledge, was GPS data ever able to be located off Maggie's phone?
No, I mean, not just to my knowledge, it was not able to be gotten. You know, the testimony was in here that it couldn't be gotten. It only went back to June the 9th. Everything before that was erased on Maggie's phone.
Now, when starting June the 8th, when that Moselle, did a lot of people come to support you, be with you on June the 8th?
On June the 8th,
yes,
like the next day?
Right.
Yes, sir. A lot of people.
And you mentioned your Maggie's parents and family came as well?
Yes, sir.
From that moment, June 8th, when folks, family came and to Moselle and you met with them, were you left alone by any of your family members the rest of that week?
No, I mean, I was attached to Buster at the hip. But, I mean...
And what happened on...
I wasn't.
What happened on June the 10th? Besides being interviewed by SLED?
My dad died. My dad passed.
Where did you stay, and with whom did you stay on the night of June the 8th, the night of June the 9th, the night of June the 10th?
On the night of June, you asked me to start on the 8th?
The 8th, yes, sir.
All right, starting on the 8th, I stayed with Buster every night. I stayed with Buster, and as long as Brooklyn was there, I stayed with Buster in Brooklyn. But we stayed with, I'm pretty sure that's beginning on the 8th. I know the 7th we stayed at Alameda, and I believe on the 8th we started staying at John Marvin and Lizzie's at Greenfield.
And how far is Greenfield from Alameda?
As the crow flies, I mean, it's no distance. It's less than 5 minutes. It's probably a few minutes away.
And who stayed there? Did John Marvin and his wife Liz stay there as well?
Yes, John and Lizzie. All right, John and Lizzie stayed there, and their kids, Bus and Brooklyn and I. I know Bubba and Maymay stayed there. Well, Lizzie's mom and daddy stayed there. And my daddy's best friend and his wife came in there. I believe they came before my daddy passed. I know they came after he passed and stayed there.
And how many nights do you recall staying there at Greenfield?
So I stayed at Greenfield. The 7th was a Monday. I stayed Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Greenfield. I know that for a fact.
And the Maggie and Paul's funeral was Saturday? Is that right?
No, I heard that in this courtroom say it was Saturday, but...
Is it a memorial service?
No, their funeral was on Friday.
Oh, it was on Friday.
I know that for a fact, too.
And then your father's funeral was on Sunday?
My father's funeral was on Sunday, and it was my father's funeral. Forget the term. Sunday. I mean, that's when we put Papa and Max. That's when we buried him. We didn't bury him when we had the service on Friday. So I don't think they were done. But that's when we buried them, along with my dad, on Sunday.
I don't buy anything this guy's.
And Alec, what'd you do with the following week? That
It's so
Monday,
fake.
Tuesday, Wednesday?
Starting when now?
So the day after your dad's funeral.
All right, Monday. I went to Grandma and Papa T's, Somerville.
At some point Monday.
In the afternoon. You mean what did I do when I got up that morning?
Where did you stay?
We stayed at Greenfield Sunday night. So we woke up at Greenfield on Monday.
And so, and Sunday night you were with the same family members, your brother and Brooklyn and Buster and.
That's right.
Okay. And Liz.
And Lizzie and Lizzie's mom and dad, and I believe Donnie and Paula were still there, but I can't remember when they left.
And then you went to Somerville with whom?
I believe I went to Somerville by myself, but I know Buster in the car by myself. I can't remember if Buster and I rode together, but I think we might have had separate cars. We probably did ride together that first day. I don't remember, but I know I went to Somerville and Buster was in Somerville with me, with Grandma and Papa T.
And Somerville is where Maggie's parents live?
That's right. That's Maggie's mom and dad. Maggie's mom is Grandma, and Maggie's dad's Papa T.
And did you stay with them for a few days? In Somerville?
I stayed with them longer. In Somerville, yeah, I stayed with them. We stayed in Somerville Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, and then we went to Greenville.
Okay. And what was in Greenville?
My niece. That was she was having a baby, and Maggie had just been. She's just been so excited. So she's just so proud of those girls. She was so excited about the baby, and so the baby being born just became such a big deal to me.
So was the baby born?
Yeah.
Okay. And you went?
Yep, baby's born. Beautiful little baby girl. Beautiful little mom.
And then did you go up to the lake after that?
We did. Well, I mean, we stayed. This lake, Kiyo, that y'all heard about, is really close to Greenville. And so when I say we went to Greenville, we really went to Lake Kiyo. But we went up there because, you know, when she had the baby, I want to say the baby might have gotten born shortly after we got there, like Thursday, but I think it was Saturday before we could go and see them and see my niece and see the baby. So, you know, I mean, that's where we went, was to Lake Kiyo. But they live in Greenville.
See how he just goes on and on about just absolutely nothing.
On the morning of June 16th, I think that was that Wednesday. I think that's a Wednesday. Where'd you wake up?
Somerville.
Did you ever go to Alameda on that day?
On Wednesday?
Yes, sir.
I don't believe so.
Did you go to Alameda at 6:30 in the morning on the?
I know for a fact that I didn't go to Alameda at 6:30 in the morning. I was in Somerville. I didn't go to Alameda at any point early in the morning. I was in Somerville, and I'm not positive about this, but I know those. I know they did I know some of those records they have. It was sometime before I left Somerville.
Did you ever take during that week? Let's just start with that week following your dad's funeral. Did you ever take a tarp into the house at Alameda? A tarp, a blue tarp.
The week following my dad's funeral?
Yes, sir.
No, I did not.
Doesn't look anything like that guy. Jeez.
There's been I don't even know where it is in any of the boxes, but this blue rain jacket. Have you ever seen that before?
Never seen it before. Never touched it, and don't know anything about it.
Did you ever remember taking a tarp at any point in time over the house at Alameda?
No, I don't remember it. I don't remember taking a tarp over there, but, you know, I mean, Shelley's got something in her mind about that, and there may have been some point, but I certainly don't remember it, and it certainly wasn't any time around my dad's funeral or the weeks following.
I think we talked briefly about your
Hey guys, we got to hit that thumbs up again. We've got 802 watching, 500 likes. Here we go. Where is it?
I'm fired out of it, 10 down, 15 on the mind.
Hit that like button, hit that like button, 10, 20, 25, 30, hit that like button, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, hit that like button.
Recollection of times, and I just want to play Doug from State's Exhibit 517, which is the August 11th interview, starting at 5 minutes and 52 seconds. You can pull that clip up. And
you beat me to it, Zozo. God.
And I want you to listen to this.
I was just on that one.
Tell me again what it is.
It's August 11th interview, starting at 5 minutes and 52 seconds.
All right.
Jesus.
Can you go to 5 minutes and 52 seconds?
Who was at your house when you left? And what time did you go to the office?
We have been.
Who was at your house when you left? And what time did you go to the office?
We have been to a ball game that weekend. I don't remember exactly what time. It would have been somewhere between 8:30 and 9:30, probably 10 o'clock, maybe at the latest. Okay. Something like that.
Al, on this tape, were you being asked when you went to work on the 7th?
Yes.
And you said 8:30 to 9:30 in the morning?
And I think it said 10 o'clock at the latest.
Is that correct?
No, it wasn't.
Now I've seen all these records. What does it look like? What time you went to work on the 7th?
A little afternoon.
All right.
He made me choke.
If we'll go to the Doug State's Exhibit 243.
Hey, thank you very much.
Which is the June 10 interview.
You know, Mr. Griffin, on that same date, though, I also, if you play that thing, and I don't know if it's right then, but if you play that further, I also told him the best way to see exactly when I went in that door is to go and get my information from my law firm. And I told them that, we have a, how things are electronic now, where you don't have a key, you have a key card. And you have a key card in your wallet.
See how patronizing that is, the way he sounds right there.
And so when you use it.
You know how they have got those little, it sounds a little bit like the guy, you know what a quarter horse is?
It creates like all this other stuff, a digital footprint. And I told David Owens that he could go get it from my office.
And was that a common response of yours when you were asked about specific times?
Yeah, we're electronic now, everybody.
Give them your best estimate, but you would point them to where they could find them.
We have cell phones and everything. It's weird.
Most accurate data?
Yes, sir.
You did that more than once?
Yes, sir.
So if we've got the June 10th interview, which is State's Exhibit 243, and Doug, I'd like to go to 9 minutes and 59 seconds. And here you're being asked, when did Paul arrive at Moselle?
Roughly what time in the afternoon?
I would think it'd be somewhere in the 5 o'clock range, a little bit. It was broad daylight when we were, it wasn't dusk, dark, or late.
Okay.
And we rode, we just rode around. We rode around.
So did you tell him on June 10th that Paul got there at 5 o'clock time period?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I obviously did.
And was that incorrect?
Yes, sir. It was incorrect.
Okay. And what time did you, looking at the record now, what time did it look like Paul actually got there?
And looking at the records, it's clear that he got there sometime around 7 o'clock.
Did at some point in time you have a conversation with Shelley Smith about, how long you were over at Alameda on the night of June the 7th? Do you remember?
I don't distinctly remember having a conversation with her about how long I was over there, but I know that I told Shelley Smith that SLED was going to come and talk to her, and that I'd appreciate it if she would talk to them, and that she just needed to tell them the truth.
Oh, come on. Give me a break. You think Shelley Smith lied? No, you told her to say 35 to 40 minutes, whatever the hell it was, extra, and then you would help her get a good job and everything. This guy is a clown. If jury heard that right there, he knows how important that is. And now he's just, tell him to tell the truth. That's all I said. I don't know how she's getting that other information. Ah, what a joke.
And did you take extra care not to talk to people that you knew SLED would be talking to?
Absolutely.
And why is that?
After this boat wreck that you've heard so much talk about in this courtroom.
This boat wreck? Like it's just nothing? Just
social media, newspaper. It went deeper than that, but there was so much talk about how I, fixed witnesses and structured the investigation, just things that were totally false, that were absolutely baseless, but it was said repeatedly, and it was reported repeatedly how I'd done this and with this witness and influenced this police officer and all these things. So I wasn't taking any chances.
I want to ask you about, you can take that down, Doug. Thank you. Ask you about the August 11th interview with David Owen at the SLED office in I think here in Walterboro. Do you remember that?
August 11th, absolutely.
Had you requested that meeting?
I've been requesting, what I'd really been requesting is some information. I've been begging David Owens to come meet with me, and specifically, I wanted Grandma and Papa T. There were so many questions that I couldn't answer. And I've been begging him to meet with me and to meet with Grandma and Papa T. I've been begging him for weeks and weeks.
And did, when you went into the meeting on August 11th, did you think that's what it was for, to give you an update?
Yes.
And at the conclusion of the meeting, they let you know that you're their prime suspect?
What was said?
Mr. Griffin?
I'll rephrase it. By the conclusion of the meeting, did they make it known to you that you were suspect?
Oh, there's no question about that. Absolutely. Now, he used a lot of, you hear it talk about how I'm in this circle and he can't get me out and this and that, but there's no doubt in my mind. There was no question in my mind what was going on.
See, I missed part of this stuff. This is sick, man.
During that meeting, did they show you the Snapchat video of you trying to stand up the fruit tree?
Yes.
And were you questioned about what clothing you were wearing?
And I can't remember this. I can't remember if he showed me the whole video or he showed me a picture of it. But I was definitely showed that information. I was definitely shown those clothes in that meeting on August the 11th.
And what clothes were you wearing?
The same ones you see in...
And you remember what kind of pants?
It was khaki pants.
And what kind of shirt?
It's a button-down, short-sleeve button-down. I call it a dress shirt, but short-sleeve button-down dress shirt.
Like a shirt you got there, but just short
Just
sleeve?
like this, but short sleeve, and it was colored.
And what color was it?
Blue. Blue with some blue stripes.
And were you questioned about when you changed out of those clothes?
I was.
And did you have a follow-up? Did you have a conversation after that meeting was led with Blanca about what you were wearing that day?
Absolutely.
And what was the purpose of the conversation with Blanca?
Well, they made an issue about that in that meeting, and I asked Blanca about those clothes that I had on earlier that day.
Did you ask her specifically about the blue shirt?
I asked her specifically about all the clothes.
Okay.
What I asked Blanca about specifically was, did she remember getting my clothes after she came back, when she came back to Moselle, did she remember getting my...
Well, it's amazing. So his clothes just disappeared. It's somebody else's fault. Miraculously, the clothes that he was wearing at 8:44, when 4 minutes later or 5 minutes later, his wife and son were murdered, he can't find those, but it's somebody else's fault. It has nothing to do with him.
My clothes is specifically what I asked her.
He just has no idea where they are.
And why were you asking her those questions?
Because on August the 11th, they had made an issue about me still wearing those clothes, not having changed clothes when I was in that Snapchat video. So that's why I went to Blanca.
Did they ever ask you on August 11th whether, they asked you for those clothes? Can you produce the clothes? Did they ask you that?
No, they didn't.
Have they ever asked you for those clothes?
No. As far as my understanding goes, my clothes were never an issue in this case until y'all figured out, as my lawyers...
That you did it.
Figured out that there was no blood spatter on me.
Sir?
Is that objection, Your Honor?
Basis for the objection.
401, 402, and beyond in speculation, Your Honor.
Mr. Griffin?
It's a matter of public record. It's a matter of public record.
What is it?
The issues with the shirt and the blood test.
It's a matter of public record.
Filed in this case, yes, sir.
The objection is overruled.
I'm well aware that my clothes never became an issue in this case until my lawyers proved that this blood spatter that they said I had on my shirt for my wife and my son was a lie, and that there was no blood on my shirt. And once they filed the documents and they proved that that was a lie, all of a sudden, the clothes I was wearing back on that day became an issue. And that's in the weeks leading up to this trial.
No.
I don't know, man. I bet you they wanted to have those clothes way before. You see him wearing it earlier in the evening on Snapchat videos. I'd be shocked if they didn't ask for that clothing early on.
Alec, after the Maggie and Paul were murdered on June 7th and 8th, where did you stay and where did you keep clothes?
Say that again, please.
Where were you staying overnight? Well, let me ask you this. Did you ever spend another night at Moselle after June 7th?
I never spent another night at Moselle.
Why not?
Yeah, he didn't say anything about, like, he just said those clothes didn't become an issue. But where are they?
Could've. Didn't want to.
Where were you staying? And we talked about the days and weeks, the week afterwards, but where were you staying when you got back from the Lake Kiyo and Greenville?
I stayed. All right, so when I got back from Greenville, so
Yes.
that would be so the first week, I've been doing my dad's funeral then. All right, so that'd be the second week. All right, so after I know Bus and I stayed with Grandma and Papa T as much as I could. I stayed with I stayed with my brother Randy a lot. I stayed with my brother John a lot. Bus and I stayed at Edisto a little bit. But at the beginning, I really stayed with either my brother Randy and his wife Christy, or I stayed with my brother John and his wife Lizzie. And basically at that time, Buster worked for Wild Wing at that time, and they've been so kind to him and they let him be off just for a ridiculous amount of time. They were so good to him. So he stayed with me. When he had to go back to work, he would stay at my brother John and Lizzie's because it was close. So I would stay with Randy and Christy in Hampton. When Buster was there, I mean,
we're going to play this whole thing. The whole thing is 3 hours and, I don't know, heck, even like 3 hours and 35 minutes or something. Because I think it's important to hear the entire, it's so rare to get these people on trial for murder get up and actually talk.
Almost always go to John and Lizzie's when Buster was there. I would go to John and Lizzie sometimes when Buster wasn't there. But Johnny Parker, one of my partners, had a guest house his mother-in-law had lived in when she was sick. That's really, it's right at the foot of Randy's drive. It's 100 yards, 70 yards from Randy's house. And I was going to move into that house until we figured out where I could live. So I had clothes there. I had clothes at Randy's. I had clothes at John Marvin's. I had clothes at Chichesi, which is, I think you heard Buster talk about Chichesi's, like where we went to the river. And I had clothes there. I had clothes in Somerville. And I still had clothes at Moselle.
So your clothes? Yes, sir.
Last question.
No, this. Were your clothes spread out? A lot of different places.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
We'll break for lunch and return in an hour and 50.
Yeah, so that was cool. You guys got to go watch those guys speak, but I'm just going to play right here.
Mr. Murdaugh, I want to go to June the 7th, 2021, and your meeting with Gene Seckinger.
Okay.
Do you remember meeting with Seckinger?
I do.
And what was the meeting about?
Jeannie came up to me and asked me, previously Annette Griswold had come to me and asked me about the fee check in the Ferris case. And Jeannie was coming to me.
Well, Terry, I'm trying not to interrupt that much.
And saying that she was following up on that. If she didn't, she wouldn't be doing her job. And asked me some questions.
Well, let me ask you.
Which I understood.
Briefly, the Ferris fee, what?
From time to time, Terry, I got to check in.
The PMPED portion of the Ferris fee.
I mean, originally?
Yes, sir. Did it come to you directly?
Yes.
Should have come to you directly.
No.
Did when Ms. Seckinger asked you about where the fee was, what did you tell her?
I can't remember exactly what I told her. The conversation got interrupted very quickly, but I told Jeannie that the funds were in Chris Wilson's account and nothing to worry about. I didn't know where the mix-up came from.
What was your level of concern about Ms. Seckinger's inquiry to you on June the 7th?
There was some level of concern because she's asking me about money that I took that I wasn't supposed to have. So certainly I had some level of concern, but it wasn't a very big concern. As you heard testimony earlier, at some point Annette Griswold had sent Chris Wilson an email, something to the effect of, Alec thinks he has more expenses or something like that, seeking financial documents from Chris Wilson. When Chris Wilson I wasn't copied on that, but when Chris Wilson got that, Chris Wilson called me up and he's like, what is this all about?
Pardon?
I said objection rules 801 and 802. Your Honor.
What's he doing? What's he doing right there?
Your Honor, I'm not asking for what Chris Wilson said, and I'll move on. I accept the objection. Were you concerned about Chris Wilson opening his trust account records to your law firm?
No, I was not concerned about that at all.
And why were you not concerned?
I knew that one of the people that Chris Wilson, as you heard, Chris Wilson and I were very close. We talked every day. I did work with him all the time. And, I mean, he was one of the people closest to me in the whole world. I knew everything about him. And I knew he was going through, one of his partners, and he and his partner had split up. A partner and an associate had moved to a firm in Charleston. The partner was going through a divorce. And the wife of the partner was trying to get Chris Wilson's trust documents in that case to find out money her husband got. Didn't have anything to do with Chris and I or anything. It totally had to do with that. But I knew that Chris Wilson was not going to send any financial documents to my law firm, at least at that time, and at least not anytime soon. So while I'm sure it registered with me that I got to deal with this, at that particular time, there wasn't anything that was a big deal.
Was there an immediate urgency to the situation on June the 7th?
No.
And I believe there's Ms. Seconder testified about your conversation with her. You learned that your dad was going back in the hospital.
That's correct. There was a text. I can't remember if that text came from my brother Randy or my brother John, but they were the ones that were taking my dad back to the hospital that day. And whichever one was with him, I believe it was John was with him at the hospital, but I know Randy was with him at some treatment. It's in those documents. But the bottom line is, we got a text saying, we knew my dad was really sick. He had cancer and he couldn't breathe. And there was a big issue about whether his inability to breathe was coming from an obstruction caused by the cancer, which was the worst case scenario, and that's what it ended up being ultimately, and that's what he died from. But this particular text was saying, okay, we're putting him back in the hospital. The doctor thinks it's pneumonia, and which was, you know, I mean, pneumonia's never a good thing, but when compared to cancer, at that time, pneumonia, that was a good thing to learn that.
So on the 7th, where the information you had, you believe at that time that your prognosis was pretty positive for your father?
Well, it was better than the alternative. I'm not going to say it was good, but it was better than the alternative and what we previously thought it was. It didn't stay good very long, but it definitely was better.
Do you know whether or not you told Ms. Seconder that that your dad's condition was terminal on the 7th? Do you remember whether you said that or not?
No, I wouldn't have said that at that time. And when Jeannie, as soon as the thing comes through that my dad's going in the hospital, Jeannie and I, as you heard, she stopped the meeting. We stopped it. It lasted a couple minutes. Now, my dad's going in the hospital, and the very next day, we learned that he's terminal. And I'm just sure that a year or the amount of time that's gone by, Jeannie assumed she was terminal. He was terminal.
Speculation, Your Honor.
Objections overruled.
Mr. Murdaugh, on June the 7th, did you believe that your financial house of cards was about to crumble?
On June the 7th?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely not.
Had you had, and I think there's documented evidence, state introduced, had you reached out to Russell Lafitte at Palmetto State Bank about extending a line of credit on the Moselle property?
Yeah, I had reached out to him. I can't remember the date of that text, but it was fairly recently. I had reached out to Russell.
And on June 7th, did you have equity in the Moselle property or you and Maggie had equity in that Moselle property?
Sure. And Moselle.
I know, Michelle. Yeah, thanks.
Was fully in Maggie's name.
Okay.
But yes, there was equity in Moselle. In looking at the documents that had been used, there was $1,800,000.
Except he got home at like 10:01.
$3.3 million without timber value. And so on 1,700 acres, I don't know what the timber value was, but if you just said $1,000 an acre, that'd be another $1,000,000-something in value over and above the appraisal. I doubt the timber value was that high. I'm just using that as an example. But if it was 500, it'd be another $800,000. So, there was several $1 million in equity in that Moselle property.
All right. And did you have equity in the Edisto Beach House?
Yes.
And around June 7th, how much equity did you have in the Edisto Beach House?
If I remember the records correctly, there was about $250,000 owed on that house, and whatever the value was at the time, I think there's a contract for just under $1 million, so $700 and something thousand.
Did Maggie's death make it more difficult to obtain financing immediately after the murder, around June 7th, 8th?
Maggie's, yes.
How so?
Because the entire Moselle property was 100% in Maggie's name. The Edisto property was 50% in Maggie's name, so I was only a half owner. So with Maggie, all I had to do was get her to sign the documents, which she always did. I mean, she didn't question finances. So, I mean, she signed the papers. When Maggie wasn't here,
So you used her.
there was estate issues. I couldn't go and sign the papers like I would normally go and get a loan. So I couldn't.
Was there
Hey, good night, Tosh.
a hearing scheduled in the
Good luck if you have to drive
voting
tomorrow.
lawsuit where you were a defendant set for that week? Do
Yes.
you remember what day it was scheduled for?
Well, I mean, I've heard the testimony, and I'm sure I knew at the time it was June the 10th, Thursday, June the 10th.
What was your level of concern about that hearing coming up on June the 10th?
About that hearing?
Yes, sir.
My level of concern about that hearing was about the venue motion that was coming up, which,
Now, what do you mean by venue?
the venue motion is, venue is where a civil lawsuit is pending. And so there's laws and rules that govern where you can bring a case. There's laws and rules that govern how certain parties, a defendant or a plaintiff, can go about trying to move it from one place to another. So in this case, the plaintiffs, the Beach family, had filed suit in Hampton County. Parker's was trying to move venue to Beaufort County. And I wanted the case to stay in Hampton County. And really, that was my only thought about, I wasn't doing the legal work on those. I was a party in that case. I wasn't, I mean, Danny Henderson was primarily representing me personally. John Tiller and Amy Bauer were representing me personally. And Dawes Cook was representing me personally. And those are the guys that were doing the legal work. So, you know, I wasn't actually doing that work. But what I was concerned about was the venue motion. I had already done what I had to do for the financial motion. And Danny Henderson was on me about getting him a financial statement because...
Let's stop. So, there was a motion to compel and seek a lot of financial records from you, was that correct?
Absolutely.
And were you concerned that your house, financial house, was going to be opened up for the world as a result of that hearing?
No. I've been a plaintiff's lawyer, like Mr. Tinsley that sat here. We do the same exact thing. In my law firm, the guys in my law firm are some of the best lawyers that I've ever known. And they're definitely some of the best lawyers in the state, handling some of the biggest cases that have ever gone on in this state. In my 27 years of practicing, plaintiffs always are trying to look and get financial documents of corporate defendants, of, you know, those type things. In my 27 years, I've never been able to get a judge to order anything more than a net worth statement prior to getting into a phase at trial. So early on in the case, I am not aware of, I personally have never, despite trying repeatedly, have never been able to get a judge to order the kind of information that Mark Tinsley was saying he was seeking.
Were you working on a document for that upcoming hearing?
Yes.
And what was that?
A financial statement. A financial statement lists your assets and your liabilities.
And had you reached out to Jeannie Seconder later the day on the Sabbath to get your current balance of your retirement account?
You know, I don't remember doing that, but that'd certainly be something that I did, and because I know I'd have to have that for that financial statement. And the document that I prepared was what Mark Ball talked about that he found later in my office.
Wow, this guy.
And it was handwritten, ready to be typed up by, you know, because of the charges against Paul. I kept everything very close in the civil case. It was Danny in his office. It was doing it, and I had that document prepared, handwritten in the neatest handwriting that I could make, because a secretary other than mine, a paralegal other than mine, was going to be the person who was going to put that financial information into the final document. And that's the document that Mark Ball talked about that he...
Who cares how well you made it look?
...found on my desk whenever it was that he found it. Okay. So that was what was going to be, if necessary, what was going to be...
Oh, was he trying to explain forgery?
Thursday.
Well, the jury's heard about testimony of you stealing client funds. Did you do that?
I did.
Did you steal or divert that Ferris fee away from the law firm?
I did.
How did you get in such a financial predicament that led you to steal money that wasn't yours?
My drugs.
No, I'm not quite sure how I let myself get where I got, but it came from, you know, I battled that addiction for so many years. I was spending so much money on
bullshit
pills.
Nobody's.
I got in a spot I couldn't.
50,000.
What type of addiction are you referring to?
My addiction is to opiate painkillers.
And when
specifically oxycodone, OxyContin.
And when did you first become dependent or addicted to opioids?
Oxycodone or opiates in general?
See, he's doing the whole drug angle to make everybody feel sorry for him. Right? You know what I actually think he's hoping for? Because he said, I would never intentionally try to kill my... Okay, so what you're really saying is, on drugs, though, you might have killed them. Is that why you're saying, I would never intentionally shoot my wife and kid? But on drugs, maybe? You know, trying to leave that angle out open?
In general?
I'm not quite sure of the exact date, but I can give you a time frame. I hurt my knee really bad playing football in college, and I had a knee surgery. And the medical science at the time was such that the surgery didn't work, bottom line. So it just didn't last. So within a couple of years of that...
Yeah, I think he had a problem with opiates, but it wasn't... has nothing to do with the financial... 10 million... You know, he's stealing millions and millions of dollars. $10 million from people.
Started having a lot of knee troubles, and ultimately I had to have a couple of surgeries, but the last surgery I had was, I think, around 2002 or 4, and I think it was around 4, so I would have started taking hydrocodone a couple of years before that, and I took hydrocodone, got addicted to that very quickly. I continued taking that for a long time.
So even if I kill them, it's the drugs. So can you guys see yourself
for a long time?
Fit to let me free?
After a while, I was taking so much of that, I moved on to oxycodone. And, you know, I'm guessing that was around 2000, that transition was around 2008, 9, something like that. And of course, you know, it just escalates.
Did you receive treatment or go to detox on occasion?
I did.
How many times?
That I went to detox or that I detoxed?
Well, let's start with going to a detox facility.
I've been to a detox facility 3 times.
When was the first time?
December of 2017.
Okay. And before December 2017, had you tried to detox at home?
I tried to detox everywhere I could.
When
Maggie would help me. Go ahead.
Yeah, when you went in to was it inpatient facility?
The detoxes, the formal detoxes that I went to?
In December 2017.
Yes, it was inpatient. And all 3 formal detoxes that I've done have been at the same facility called Sunrise Detox in Atlanta, Georgia.
And
very good facility.
Jury's heard an audio tape of a telephone conference with SLED agents. Was that where you were during that meeting with Mr. Harpootlian and I?
That's correct.
The first time you went to the detox in Atlanta, how long of a stay is that? Did you stay?
7 days is the opiate detox program.
And is there a difference between detox and rehab?
Yes.
What's the difference?
Detox is it's the act of getting the drugs out of your system, getting to the point where, okay, there is no longer a physical dependency, all right? And that's a big difference than the rest of the dependency, but the physical dependency is supposed to be gone after 7 days.
You're teaching us so much about that. Wow. You know what? I no
there's so
longer
many
think you're
things.
guilty.
Opiate withdrawal is, I mean, it's hard. But supposedly at the end of 7 days, you don't have those physical symptoms like, I don't want to be too graphic, but you're sick, you throw up, you have terrible diarrhea, you sweat like you're running a marathon, you can't hold your legs still, you can't lay down. Now, like what I'm talking about, the legs moving, that goes away after about 24 hours. So, you know, after about 24 hours, you can lay down again and maybe sleep some, but you sweat, you throw up. I mean, you just have, there's so many issues, but after 7 days, those are...
Don't you all just feel really sorry for him now? I mean, even if he did kill him, I understand now. He was on drugs. How can we as a society put a guy like that in prison when he really wasn't... He didn't have his own faculties, you know, to make really rational decisions. So I think we should all sing Kumbaya first, and we should all change what we think and now believe that he's absolutely, you know, he might not be innocent, but he's not really guilty either. It was the drugs, everybody. Wow. I get it now.
It's supposed to be over. That's what detox is, the detoxification of your body.
And what's rehab?
Rehab is the period that you go to learn how to stay off. You know, you're supposed to off after detox. Rehab is where you get help staying off.
And before September 2021, had you ever gone to that second stage of rehab?
No.
So in December 2017, how long did it take you to relapse once you got home from detox?
Not long at all. I mean, you're still going through. Even though this physical dependency is gone, you still have, I mean, you're still so sick. I mean, you just...
Is that something you've been battling for quite some time?
As long as I can remember.
How long have you been drug-free, opioid-free?
535 days. And I'm very proud of that.
Wow, you really should be too. Wow. Let's see, you were forced to detox because you've been in prison the whole time.
Okay.
You remember being confronted by your law firm?
Sure I did.
And what were you confronted about?
Stealing money.
And did you admit your misconduct to your law partners?
Well, to one of my law partners and my brother and my law partner, Danny and Randy. Yeah, I mean, admitted it.
And they learned about a fake Ford account. Did you?
He says, I'm so proud to have detoxed for 500 days. Yeah, exactly the amount of time you've been in prison, you idiot.
And did you tell them about your opioid struggles, opioid addiction?
I told them about my addiction, yes, sir.
Maybe it's a little bit less.
To your knowledge, were any of your law partners aware of your addiction?
Not just to my knowledge. I'm certain that they were not aware of my addiction.
How would you characterize your opioid use or addiction? Severe, moderate?
Then or now?
No, in 2020, 2021?
I mean, I don't know how I would have characterized it then. After going to rehab and learning some more of the things I've learned, really talking to addicts about experiences, I mean, I will tell you that my addiction was extremely bad.
How were you able to function? Or were you able to function?
Yes, I was able to function.
You were able to practice law?
Yes.
And were you successful practicing law while you were addicted to opioids?
I don't know about you guys, but he's got me sold now.
On some level, yes, sir. I was successful. I mean,
After you were confronted on Labor Day weekend 2021, did you resign or were you forced to resign from the law firm?
Absolutely.
And then on Saturday, September the 4th, do you remember what happened that day?
Saturday, September 4th, yes, sir, I remember.
And what happened?
So just imagine, so there's people out there that watch this and said out loud, he seems sincere, I'm buying into it, you know? And if it's true what somebody said up above, that 2 jurors actually had tears in their eyes, what an embarrassment, you know?
Start when I woke up.
Well, let's start after you met with Chris Wilson. Did you meet with Chris Wilson?
I met with Chris Wilson at my mom's and dad's house in Alameda.
And did you lay it out for Chris Wilson, your opioid addiction and your misconduct?
I definitely laid out my addiction. I definitely gave him some details about monies that I had taken. We didn't go into all the details about all of it, but I certainly was very candid with him about the things that involved him.
Had you already just contacted the detox facility before you met with Chris Wilson on the 4th?
I believe that we had already, at that point, I believe that we had already spoken to the guy that I knew from Sunrise and made arrangements for me to go there on Monday.
Okay. And
I know we had arrangements for me to go there on Monday, and I'm sure we had to have had it by then because I went to the hospital shortly after that. So yes.
And did you reach out to Blanca to get your insurance information?
I did.
And for what purpose?
Because I was going to use my insurance at Detox and Rehab to help pay for it.
Okay. And what was your immediate plans after? I mean, for the day after you met with Chris Wilson, did you have plans to do anything? Have any other meetings on that?
Yeah, but how are people on the jury seeing this guy as human? It doesn't make it seem, he doesn't seem human. I mean, if I was on the stand, he was talking to me like that, I'd just be looking at him like, God, you're so full of shit. God, you're just so full of crap. How can we believe anything that you said? See, that's why it was so great, the prosecution's, the direction they went in. I don't know if fitsnews seemed to, I mean, when they analyzed it, they didn't seem to see what I was seeing. I think that he was trying to show the jury that, hey, look it, how can you, he's sitting right across from you, looking right into your eyes, trying to convince you that he didn't kill his wife and kid. And that's exactly what he did with all the victims he swindled and stole from as he pilfered all their money out of their accounts from settlements that they got. he talked to him with that same genuineness that you think is genuine. It's not genuine at all, everybody.
Saturday.
I wanted to go and meet with Corey Fleming, who was another lawyer who was affected by the things I did.
Okay. And did you?
And a good friend.
Did you go meet with Corey Fleming?
No.
What'd you do instead?
Yeah, no, I know why they do it.
When I gave my pills to my brother Randy and Danny,
actually his attorneys didn't even want him to testify. He wanted to, because he is his attorneys say that they didn't want him to testify. That might be for, legal reasons that they say that they didn't want him to. But he testified anyways because he thinks, I am Alec Murdaugh. I've been able to convince even quadriplegic people that I was really good to them while stealing millions of dollars. I can do this. I just have to do it one more time.
I gave them to Randy, but I took a lot of pills because I knew I wasn't going to be taking anymore. So Randy had my pills. I had to.
I always look forward to your nightly streams. I think a lot like you, so it's always entertaining. Thank you. Oh, cool.
Look forward to your nightly streams. I think a lot like you, so it's always entertaining.
I say things that a lot of people, they agree with, and they were, a lot of times they'll say, "Oh, I was thinking the same thing," or "I was going to say that." And it's I like that. I think I don't know. I try to think at things logically with a just sort of non-emotional view of it. And I think when you do it that way, you see things that when emotions cloud your judgment. And I see that a lot on here. People hate somebody, therefore this. In this case, everybody hates him, and there's not a therefore this. There's factual information that are the therefore this.
Get some from him the night before, but I only got a small amount. I could tell, I wasn't taking anything near like what I had been taking, so I knew it was coming. And I called someone to bring me more pills. And before I met with Chris Wilson.
And did you meet?
Oh, by the way, Terry, the Blazers have 0 starters playing in the game. So if they don't win, it's not like, wow, you guys kicked their asses, They were actually up 23-6 at the beginning of the game. But we have no starters playing. They're injured.
Did the person you called bring you more pills?
I don't know if he brought me more pills or not, because by the time I met with him, after meeting with Chris, and after, the starting of the withdrawals, I changed my plans.
And what was the change in plans?
Not to get pills from him anymore, and instead, I asked him to shoot me.
Did you ask him to shoot you as a sympathy boy, or did you want
as a sympathy boy?
Yes, sir. Why did you ask him to shoot you? What was the end goal that you wanted to accomplish?
I meant for him to shoot me so I'd be gone.
Of course. Yeah.
And who was this?
No, that's not.
Who did you ask to do this?
Eddie Smith.
And did he in fact shoot you?
He did.
And where was that located? Not your gunshot, but where were you shot in Hampton or Colleton County? Where were you?
It's Hampton County. It's right on the border of Salkehatchie Road. It runs right along the Salkehatchie River.
And why did you want to be gone?
I mean, I knew all this was coming to a head. I knew how humiliating it was going to be for my son.
See, this whole thing is complete bullshit, this story right here. His immediate story was that somebody was trying to shoot him by the side of the road. And the reason he said that was to take the heat off of him in the murder case, because they were looking into him. And he didn't want them to do that anymore, so he wanted to make it seem plausible that there was actually this unknown group of people that are shooting at him, or killing his family, and they're going after him next, and hell, maybe it's going to be Buster after that. And that's what he wanted people to look like. But once it was discovered, the deception again. See, this is so similar to what he keeps doing. Once he realized the deception, then he comes up with a lie that seems plausible to other people to try to get out of it. Oh, I was trying to have myself killed. so that my son could get the life insurance policy. Right? But let me ask you this. If that is true, and you were trying to make it look like a roadside shooting, but it was a suicide because you told somebody to do it, why didn't Eddie just keep shooting at you? Because that's what a guy would do if he was really going to... Why didn't he just keep firing away until he hit you in the head 5 or 6 times? Instead, there was only just one sort of weird thing on top of your head, and then it's over. If you really wanted him to kill you and make it look like an assassination attempt on the side of the road, even though it was a suicide because it was planned, you would have said, just whatever it takes, just keep shooting, keep shooting, keep shooting. Instead, it's not like that at all. He just twisted it towards that later when he was caught in the lie that it was a roadside shooting. So he said it was a suicide attempt to continue to try to get sympathy in another way somehow. This guy is a manipulator, shell game pile of shit, and robbing Peter to pay Paul in every aspect of his life. Even that is like that. The robbing Peter from the roadside shooting to pay Paul the accidental suicide. It's just garbage. Okay.
I'd been through so much. At the time,
can I get an amen?
It seemed like a better thing to do. I don't think that way now, thankfully, but I did at the time.
Did you have life insurance on you?
Oh yeah, I had a lot of life insurance.
And who was the beneficiary?
I showed the picture of the wound. It's stupid. Looks like a divot in its head.
How much life insurance did you have?
I had $12 million. I had a $4 million policy and an $8 million policy, a total of 12.
Did you ever have any life insurance on Mac?
No, never.
Yeah, old Buster's over there. God, why didn't you go, make it all the way to fruition? I wanted the 12 mil.
Did you ever have any life insurance on Paul?
No.
No,
Alex,
not plausible at all.
Tell the story about Maggie and your relationship with her.
Y'all saw a picture. She was just as beautiful inside as she was outside. And she was so adventurous. You couldn't tell her something was good or bad. And she wanted to find out for herself. She wanted to do it, see it, experience it on her own, and form her own opinion. She was devoted. Those 2 boys, Buster, Paul.
You gotta admit, this guy, look at this. It goes perfect with this. So fake.
She made sure we didn't want for anything, ever.
Even though you hated her guts, but yeah.
Fun, playful. She had a laugh that, you didn't even have to know what was funny. If you heard her laugh, you would laugh. She had this little playful look where she'd smile at you and bite her lip. I can't do it, but even she'd just do it. It just melted you. She was such a lady, such a feminine person, a girl. Then she had 2 boys, and she didn't grow up in the swamp and in the country, riding 4-wheelers and hunting and fishing. And she.
What type of hats did she have, Alex? Hey, Alec, what kind of food did she like?
Her life became ball.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Riding 4-wheelers.
Thank you so much, Alec.
Doing those things now.
You're so interesting.
She was still 100% girl. And you heard Mary say, she loved to do those things with her nieces, but she threw herself into her boy's life. She never took not working for granted. She might not have worked, but I promise you, she
going
worked.
On and on.
She worked to make sure me and Paul and Buster had everything. She wanted a big family, and pregnancy just didn't suit her. Her pregnancies were so hard. I would leave her in the mornings and she'd be sick. I'd come home and check on her and she'd be sick. I'd come back at the end of the day and she'd be sick. She was so sick all the time with both those boys. And when we had Paw, Maggie got in trouble, and Pawpaw got in trouble. And this pregnancy didn't suit her, so we decided that, you know, we would just have the 2 boys. And, you know, I just think how hard it was on her. Just made her love those boys so much more. And she did. But she was the kind of person, Maggie, you know, she could put on the most elegant ball gown and go to the governor's mansion and hang out with, you know, the most affluent people, whatever. Or she could come down to, you know, she could go to a food bank in Hampton or Walterboro and fit in. Everybody at both places would say when she left, and that Maggie, she's a good one.
Yeah.
She's just a special person.
All right, somebody
Alex,
a special person.
Would you ever do anything to harm Maggie?
I would never hurt Maggie. Ever.
Will you tell the jury about Paul, please, and your relationship with him?
And Paul?
I will always do everything in my power to get as much money for you as I can to take care of you for the rest of your life now that you're a quadriplegic. And I really want to just make sure that you're always taken care of. Okay? See what I'm saying? Same shit. And then he steals all their money. This guy is full of shit. Nothing believable comes out of his mouth.
I mean, Papa was just the brightest. He was the brightest. He's the most inquisitive young man. He wanted to be a part of everything. If you were working, I can remember as a little boy, you'd be working on something. It didn't matter what it was. His little head was going to come in there, his nose in there to see what you were doing.
So at the end, it's little stories about Paul and Maggie, and then he's going to ask each time, would you do anything to harm Paul?
A man's man. He was 100%.
Does anybody think Paul Murdaugh is a man's man? Just watch that damn documentary. You know, he's just a little twerpy, evil little bastard is what he is. I mean, I've never seen anything. There is nothing about him. Like, I haven't ever felt bad. I feel, you know, it's like, it sucks that somebody killed him. But at the same time, he is just not a good person at all. And you can listen to his girlfriend and everything. He'll tell you the same thing that he had during that time. Watch the documentary. In the documentary, paints the light of him exactly how I've always thought of him. It was just a spoiled, pampered pile.
Country boy.
I think they're the same. I think Paul and Timmy are the same people. I think Timmy is what he really wants to be when he drinks, and then Paul is sort of the, you know, I don't know. I feel like he's always been an entitled brat, even when he's Paul and not Timmy.
He was tough. I mean, he could hunt anything. He could catch any fish.
Oh, God,
he could run any piece of equipment.
Oh,
he could use any tool.
I bet you, man. He sounds like somebody that should be on like Gold Rush and run one of the big rigs.
I mean, he could do anything. At 20 years old, he could do so many things. I mean, he took care of so many, and he was so tough. But on the other hand, he had a side to him that was just so sweet. I mean, he wouldn't come home.
I mean, maybe there's a huge difference between Paul and Timmy. Okay? I mean, Timmy, you see videos of him in a car and stuff. His eyes go blank. He does weird stuff with his arms and shit. And he's absolutely wasted. But he never seemed like he needed to pay the consequences for being Timmy.
He wouldn't go check on his grandparents. He wouldn't go near Somerville where he wouldn't go out of his way, check on his grandparents. You know, to be such a tough person, he would get all of his buddies and get on a boat and go watch a sunset.
Wow, God, he's so beautiful.
22-year-old people, you know, do stuff like that. I mean, he was such a special boy.
Oh, yeah, he's fantastic.
He cared about people.
He's so fantastic that he's telling other people, while he is Paul, that he's not the driver of the boat. He knows he's the driver of the boat, but he's telling people he's not. And he's trying to pin the boat accident that killed Mallory Beach on one of the other friends.
Fiercely loyal. He was so misrepresented in the media. I mean, Never an accurate story told about what he was. And I'll challenge you right now. I'll challenge everybody in this room to go find somebody that knew Pawpaw, and you really knew him, that did not have an ulterior motive, that would say something negative about him.
Yeah, and he was violent against his girlfriend.
And I challenge everybody who can hear me now to do that. I mean, Paul was that kind of person. If you knew him, he would help you, and he would be glad to help you. You know, I thought Murdaugh.
Oh, I know, Mag, but you made me think of saying that. Because I know there's people that actually do the Paul, and, you know, Paul's really a good kid. It was just when he drank.
Made a good point when he said,
I know you're.
You know, Paul might not have quite found his place yet. Paul was ADHD, and so he would jump around from thing to thing a lot. But there's absolutely no question in my mind whatsoever that Paul
probably knowing
would have found whatever that thing was that he was going to do. And whatever that ended up being, he was going to be one of the best at it that you've ever known. And I'll tell you one more thing.
Please do.
I didn't even know this when Paul was alive.
Okay, here we go. Brace for it, everybody.
But, excuse me. When they were doing his eulogy, I gave the names of some of his friends. And he had a real cute friend that they were just friends, but a cute little girl that Maggie adored. I didn't know her very well, but Maggie did. Maggie adored her, but they talked to her, and Paul, we learned this from her.
I don't know, Lillian. I think there's some really shitty people that when they get trashed, they become even worse.
Julianne, and at 22 years old, I learned, Paul would tell his friends, be present, appreciate where you are, the things you have, and the people around you.
And then there's some people that when they drink,
a lot of that came from it hurt Paul so bad.
They're not
when Mallory
violent and mean.
Died. But
there's the
mean
22-year-olds out there.
Do you know that think that way? Be present. Appreciate things around you. At 22 years old. He's the most special boy.
Do you love Paul?
Yeah, I love him. Like no other. He and Buster.
You love Maggie?
More than anything. I love Maggie from the first time we went out.
Did you kill Maggie?
No, I did not kill Maggie. I did not kill Paul. I would never hurt Maggie, and I would never hurt Paul. Ever. Under any circumstances.
There's that sniff, everybody. There's that sniff.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, we'll take a...
Police court.
Here we go.
Mr. Murdaugh, let's start with a few things I think we can agree on.
All right, sir.
You agree that the most important part of your testimony here today is explaining your lie for a year and a half that you were never down at those kennels at 8:44. Would you agree with that?
I think all of my testimony is important, Mr. Waters.
Would you agree that that's an important part of your testimony?
What, did I start over here? I think I started over. Here we go.
You agree that the most important part of your testimony here today is explaining your lie for a year and a half that you were never down at those kennels at 8:44. Would you agree with that?
I think all of my testimony is important, Mr. Waters.
Would you agree that that's an important part of your testimony?
Sure.
All right. And would you also agree that the first time that law enforcement officers that you've talked to and the prosecution and here in open court ever heard you say that you lied about being in the kennels was today in this court?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
You would agree with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. All this time later, this is the first time you've ever said that?
Yes, sir.
Then you would agree with me that for years...
Hey, by the way, thanks to Ashley Hansen on Cash App. Also, earlier in the day to Justina Data and WNC Granny, TTJO Tracy, and also Heather Annette O'Brien. So thank you. Appreciate it.
You were stealing money from clients?
Yes, sir, I agree with that.
And that you were stealing from your law firm?
Yes, sir, I agree with that.
And that had been going on since at least 2010?
I'm not sure of the exact date, but it's been going on a long time. I'll agree with
All right,
that.
what's your best guess of the date?
I'm not sure.
You don't know?
I don't take a dispute with 2010. I just don't know that for sure.
All right, sure about a lot of things, but you don't know that. Is that correct?
I'm fine with that date, Mr. Waters. I don't have any reason to dispute
Objection,
it. I'm just not
argument.
certain of it.
All right. Let's just keep on things that we may be able to agree about. And let's talk first about your family's legacy here in the legal profession, okay?
Talk about anything you want to.
Good. Tell me about your great-grandfather. Was he the solicitor for the very circuit that we're in?
Yes, sir.
And what was his name?
Randolph Murdaugh Sr.
Murdaugh. What did he go by, do you know?
Randolph.
Randolph? And did you ever get to know him, or did he pass before?
Oh, no, sir. He got killed in 1940.
And how long was he solicitor?
20 years.
20 years?
Yes, sir.
And then your grandfather, who was that?
Randolph Murdaugh Jr.
All right. And did he go by, what did he go by?
Buster. That's who Buster is named after.
And was he solicitor?
Nobody cares.
Yes, sir. He was the solicitor for 46 years. From 1940, he took over when my great-granddaddy got killed, and he served until 1986. He was the longest-serving prosecutor in the country.
And you knew him obviously well. He was your grandfather, correct?
Oh, I knew him extremely well and loved him dearly.
Idolized him, did you not?
Yes, you know.
So he was the
him
chief
dearly.
prosecutor for all that time as well, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then your father, Mr. Randolph, he became solicitor not long after that, is that correct?
When my grandfather retired, because you weren't allowed to be solicitor after age 72, my dad took over, filled his unexpired term, and then he ran.
And he became the chief prosecutor for this area right here as well?
Yes, sir.
And how long was he solicitor?
From 1986 until 2006.
Till 2006?
Yes, sir.
I actually worked a case with him about a guy who killed a trooper. Yes, he was. And he was an excellent lawyer, right?
Yes, sir.
That's a big part of your family legacy and your heritage that's so ingrained around here, is that history of being the chief prosecutor and being part of the central part of the legal community. Is that correct? Would you agree with that?
That my family's been a central part of the legal community. Yes, sir. I agree with that.
And not only just the central part of the legal community, but the chief prosecutor for this area since 1910, I think, up until 2006?
1920.
1920?
2006. 1910 is when my great-grandfather started the law firm.
The law firm.
Yes, sir.
All right, so 1920 to 2006, correct?
That's correct.
An unbroken chain of being the chief prosecutor here, correct?
That's correct.
And then you went to law school as well, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And when did you graduate from law school?
1994.
1994. And did you ever become a full-time solicitor?
No, sir.
And so you went into private practice, I think, with Mawson Coon, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then you
1994.
went to the former law firm that no longer exists because of your activities, correct?
I started in 1994.
Answer my question, if you would, please, first.
What was your question?
My question was that you started first with Mawson Coon. Go ahead and answer that one.
Yes, that's correct.
And then you went to the law firm that doesn't exist anymore, that started in 19, but it doesn't exist anymore because of your activities, correct?
That's correct.
And as part of that, of your practice, you were a trial lawyer, correct?
That's correct.
Successful trial lawyer.
I don't know about your adjective, but I was, I guess so, yes, sir.
Did you make millions of dollars in legal fees?
Yes, sir.
But you won't tell this jury that's successful.
Well, if that's the criteria, yes, sir, I was successful.
Well, you won cases, correct?
I did win cases.
Settled cases?
Sure, I settled cases.
Heard your former law partner say that you were a successful lawyer?
I wonder if there's even any cases that he's settled or completed that he didn't try to get a little extra something out of it,
I did hear some of them say that.
I think you even became president of the Trial Lawyers Association, is that right?
That's correct.
And when was that?
I'm not sure of the exact year, but it would have been in the 2015 range, 2014, 15, 16, somewhere in there.
And in that role, you were kind of the president of the Association of People Who Do Trial Plaintiffs Work, right?
Yes, sir.
Who do jury trials, correct?
Well,
That's part of it, right?
Yes, sir, that's part of it.
It's part of it. Sitting down, looking jurors in the eyes, and giving a closing argument. Is that right?
Yes.
And what kind of cases did you normally do? Just generally what subject matter?
I did all kinds of cases. I did cases that I mean, I handled some very big cases. You know, I had a lot of cases where, you know, somebody, their cable company was billing them $20 more than they should have been, and
Yeah, bullshit. You never did.
I handled-
Unless I was a family member.
everything from that to the big cases and everything in between.
All right, so the big cases, tell me about those. Those were typically plaintiff's work, all plaintiff's work, correct?
All right, you guys, we've gotten into the mode tonight of the... Started off great. The last hour and a half.
Big cases?
Yes.
Okay. And plaintiff's work is where, or there would be, say, for example, automobile or truck accidents, correct? Or that's some of it?
Every big case I ever had was an automobile. No, I mean, no, sir. Not all of them were automobile wrecks.
Were many of them?
Sure.
All right. And if they, let's say, your plaintiff collided with like a UPS truck or a tractor trailer or something like that, you've had cases like that, correct?
I have.
And they led to very big recoveries, is that correct?
The UPS case that I handled?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right. And as a part of that, developing those types of cases, you were involved in investigating the facts of the case, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you were involved in gathering, let's say, telemetry data from automobiles, correct?
Telemetry data, like you presented in this courtroom?
See, here's what the attorney's trying to do, Waters. He's trying to show that he knows all this stuff that's elements of the case because of the work that he does, so he'd know what not to do and things to do. And then also don't believe anything he's saying, because look how he talked to all of his clients and stole money from them while looking directly in their eyes and making them feel like he was genuine. So that's kind of what the whole point today. And I don't know how anybody heard this and went away going, wow, he felt genuine to me.
This week?
Yeah. You never did that?
I've never had a case specifically where the type data that y'all have presented in this case that I've used, but I've had data from automobiles. I've had
from essentially their computer.
OnStar data. I've had data from the black box, you know, but specifically telemetry data, I don't believe that I've ever had one of those.
But OnStar and black box data, correct?
More so the black box event recorder. I mean, many times in a wreck, the event recorder will
You ever
go
notice how he always sort of tries to nuance and sort of not quite give the attorney anything and just always sort of have something else to say? If I was on a jury, I'd be like, wow, why does he sound different now? Why not just yes or no? Yeah, that makes sense. Da, 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 da. There's always something.
I can tell you things leading up to the wreck.
Sure.
So, and I've been in numerous cases where those were
Thank
involved.
you, Noreen. Good
And you've had
news.
cases where cell phone evidence was relevant to your case?
Sure.
People's call logs were relevant
job,
to your case?
Good job.
I have had those.
Cell tower location was relevant to your case?
Yes.
Computer evidence was relevant to your case?
See?
I'm sure I have,
See,
yes.
he's putting in all the elements so that he would be totally aware of these types of things.
And when'd you start with the law firm?
August or September of 1998.
And you've been doing essentially that kind of work, more or less, up until...
Please feel free to hit that like button for me. Thank you very much.
September of 2021, correct?
That's correct.
To the point where you rose to be the president of the Trial Lawyers Association.
I was the president of Trial Lawyers Association in around 2015, as we discussed.
So can we agree now I'm successful?
I mean, by those criteria, I was successful, certainly. I mean, we've talked about a lot of my flaws here today, too. Do I feel like I was successful? No, sir. Not sitting here today, I don't. But if you want to use that term and on those criteria, I don't have any problem with you saying at that time it looked like I was successful.
Do you think people viewed you as a successful lawyer?
I'm sure there were a lot of people that did.
Do you think people viewed your family as very prominent?
I believe that there were a lot of people that did, yes, sir.
And did you think that a lot of people viewed you
I hope you feel better, Lillian.
and your family as very prominent in the legal community here?
I never thought of myself as
Like I said, Lillian, you're going to be like the bionic woman, man, when you're all done with this stuff.
I asked you if you thought if people viewed you
I'll have to time you around a lap.
At the time, did I think people viewed me that way?
Yeah, prior to everything happening.
No, I don't think that I thought people viewed me as prominent. No, sir. I mean, like
Bullshit.
Big Shot? No, sir, I don't think that.
What about your family?
That my family thought we were big shots? No, sir. I definitely don't think
your family is prominent in this community.
Right. He's being really clear in what he's asking, but he's not answering it.
Prominent, as in.
Prominent's a word that we all know.
Well, I'm just not sure.
See, that's pretty cool what he said.
It's not a hard question.
Yeah, it's not hard.
Well, I'm just not sure. You know, I think my family was very well thought of.
Questions?
I think my family was respected. I think my family helped a lot of people.
I'm not challenging you on any of that. I'm just getting you to agree what seems to be a basic fact. Would you agree with that?
With what? That my family helped a lot of people and was well thought of?
Very prominent.
If that's what you mean by that, yes, sir.
And that your family had a very long association with law enforcement.
If that's what you mean by that my family helped a lot of people, and that's what you define as prominent. No, what we mean is you're prominent. Like you're a big, really important, highly thought of family in the community. Okay. All right. Hey, thanks. She said the circus. No. It's a house. I think I just figured it out. It was the aliens. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I mean, it's just, yes, you're a prominent family. Everybody knows who the Murdaughs are. You know, the Murdaughs. All right, so everybody knows who you are. So why was it a hard question? Because he knew that the theory for the state is that, you know, he didn't want his reputation ruined. Something like that, right? So he doesn't want to give an inch about being a prominent family, but he'll say, yes, if you mean by prominent that we helped a lot of people, then sure. What a joke.
Yes, sir.
And you had a long association with law enforcement.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
By association, I assume you're talking about friendships?
Yeah. not only just friendships, but also professional as well, correct?
As a
professional
prosecutor?
associations with law enforcement.
As a prosecutor or as a civil attorney?
Okay, let's talk about civil. Did you have associations with them in civil cases?
Sure. I mean, as we discussed, a lot of cases that I handled were wreck cases, or might be a train wreck or a tractor trailer, but there were a lot of highway patrolmen involved. There were a lot of local law enforcement involved. So yeah, we dealt with a lot of law enforcement in the civil practice.
All right. And then you also mentioned that you were a prosecutor as well, correct?
I was a volunteer assistant solicitor.
Did you or your family or your law firm ever have events or parties or social affairs in which the law enforcement community in this area was invited?
I mean, sure. The law firm itself didn't really sponsor things like that, but there would be occasions where one of us in the law firm, and certainly we all had a lot of friends in law enforcement, and they were always invited.
Okay. And it's a simple point. You had a lot of friends in law enforcement, your family and you had a long association with the law enforcement community in this circuit. Is that correct?
Association being friendships and working relationships, absolutely.
Okay. All right, well, let's talk about being a prosecutor. When did you become an assistant solicitor?
I believe that I became an assistant solicitor when I moved from Beaufort to Hampton. Right. So that would have been sometime around September 1998. Might have been a little bit after that, but sometime.
Did you get a badge when you became an assistant solicitor?
At some point I did, yes, sir.
And who gave you that badge?
My father.
Mr. Randolph?
Yes, sir.
And over the years, did you prosecute criminal cases, much as what's going on here today?
Thank you, Eugenie.
Yes, sir, at times I did.
Corvalli.
And
Eugenie.
I believe that I prosecuted from 1998 to 2001. I believe that
2001? Keep going, I'm sorry.
2021, I'm sorry, until 2021. From 1998 to 2021, I believe I was involved in 5 jury, I believe there were 5 trials.
5 trials?
Is the best that I can remember. And all with my dad. That was really the purpose of me being assistant solicitor, was get to spend time with him, do things with him.
Sure. And you, 5 jury trials over all that time, but you had a badge that entire time, is that correct?
I had a badge for a big part of that time, yes, sir.
You actually had 2 badges, right?
I had 1 badge, but when my granddad became an assistant solicitor for my dad, when my dad...
You guys should, you just watch what goes on with this badge. He uses it all the time to get benefits. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Became the solicitor, he had an assistant solicitor's badge.
Right.
When he passed away, I had his badge, and that was one of... At some point in time, you were asking somebody about 2 badges.
I guess one, look at everybody. If somehow, miraculously, there's 12 idiots on the jury, and it's not a hung jury or a guilty verdict, then he will be going on these financial charges, and I think they'll absolutely throw the book at him on that. I think he'll get like a ridiculous amount of years for it, and it'll stick. But, you know, with his lawyers and all these stuff, maybe they'll work it out where he gets out. And, I mean, that's the only... But that'll be happening... They'll probably retry him at some point on this case if it's a hung jury. But in the meantime, why not go after him on the financial charges? Get him in prison already. So he's languishing in prison. Then he has to go to trial again. And we'll see how it goes that time.
Badges, and that was the other badge.
I got you. You said you did 5 criminal jury trials as a prosecutor, correct?
Assisted in those, or was doing them, yes, sir. I believe I was actually the lead lawyer in one of them. I helped my dad in the other 4.
Still part of preparing the case?
Yes, sir.
Still part of gathering the evidence and putting it together for trial?
In a criminal case, we didn't do much of the gathering of the evidence. We took what law enforcement had gathered, but...
But putting it together for the criminal trial, correct?
Yes, sir.
Presenting evidence in court?
Yes, sir.
Giving jury argument?
I did the closing argument in one of them, yes, sir.
Did you ever have any cases that you prosecuted that went short of a jury trial, either pled out or were dismissed for some reason?
You know, I'm sure that at some point between 1998 and 2021 that I took some plea, but as we sit here today, I can't specifically remember that, and I don't ever remember working a case up for trial that didn't go to trial. But I'm sure at some point in time, I was involved in some level on a guilty plea.
Snow.
Or guilty pleas.
And you'd agree with me that the civil system and the criminal system have a lot of differences, correct?
A lot of differences and a lot of similarities.
And a lot of similarities, and that's where I was going next. That fundamentally, it's about analyzing the evidence, preparing for trial, presenting that case, and making your argument to the jury.
That was freak.
That's a big part of it.
Okay.
Maybe I'll write freak on the back.
And would you agree with me that...
What do you guys think of that? If I make, you know how these have freak in white, but maybe I can put a permanent pen on the back. Put the same thing, but I'll write it myself. Because it's only on one side currently. Maybe not.
As cases go on, or as you are preparing for trial, that you analyze the evidence that's been gathered by law enforcement and present the evidence that supports your case, correct? That's just part of it.
Presenting evidence that you deem favorable for your position?
Yeah, that you analyze the evidence and then you put in the evidence that supports your case. It's an ongoing process. Would you agree with that?
That's part of what you do.
And same thing in a civil case, right? As you go along, you may have evidence, but you ultimately analyze that evidence, and some evidence makes the cut and some of it does not. Is that fair to say?
As far as what you're trying to, I think we agree on that.
We would agree on that.
I think so. I'm not exactly sure what your question is, but I think I understand it.
I'm just asking you that as a lawyer, as you've been since 1994, is that right?
That's correct.
It's a simple question. You analyze the evidence that's been gathered, whether civil or criminal, and then present that in court. Is that correct?
Yes,
All right.
that's part of what you do.
That is an ongoing process as you prepare for a case. Is that correct?
An ongoing process as you prepare in criminal courts or civil courts?
Either one.
Well, I mean, but there's a distinction because in civil court you have the deadlines, and so you aren't allowed to gather evidence during a trial or a week before a trial. Or, you know, for instance, if this was a civil trial and we found that OnStar data during the 3rd or 4th week of trial, you wouldn't be able to use it because you're past deadlines. But in a criminal case, you are able to use it.
But you would agree that none of that was the fault of anyone on this side of the table, that GM initially responded they had nothing and then responded all of a sudden that they did.
I don't have an opinion, and that's certainly not anything I'm intending to convey.
You talked to this jury a lot about that, but you know nothing about that particular part of it. Is that what you're telling us? You talked to the jury a lot about the GM data, but you're telling me that you're unaware that GM initially responded to law enforcement's timely request and said they didn't have that, but then in the course of the trial, all of a sudden came up and said, you know what, we found something, and that's the reason why it arrived late. You're saying you don't know anything about that after talking to this jury about that?
I don't know a single thing about that. I know that y'all represented that to the court, and I don't have any reason to doubt it. But I don't.
And you would agree that that's generally consistent with the telemetry data that the FBI did, correct? The OnStar data.
I think the OnStar data and the telemetry data are totally different.
All right, you don't think they're generally consistent with one another? Is that what you're telling this jury?
No.
I actually you know what keeps popping into my head? I want to put a protractor on his brow ridge just to see the angle of that mother.
I'm not telling the jury anything about that. I'm just saying, do I think they're consistent? I think the OnStar data tells gives you one set of information, and
Yeah, the OnStar data, though, is 100% accurate. It's even more accurate than the other data, the telemetry data that they had before.
the telemetry data gives you another set of information.
Okay. But you don't think they're consistent?
Yeah. It's hard for to
I
get
mean,
out of my
I know this
mind.
jury. I think we're struggling on what seems to be a fairly simple
Turn
point. Don't you agree?
sideways and get that protractor out.
Mr. Waters, I'm just trying to answer your question, and so I'm not trying to be difficult. My understanding of what you're referring to as the telemetry data is when a car goes into park and drive and that sort of thing. Is that what you're referring to?
It's consistent, though.
And the
with
GPS
GM
information is telling you where a vehicle is on a certain path.
Right, but it's consistent with it. That's
and
all
what
I'm
direction
asking.
it's going. So I think that they're just two.
See, what's interesting here is he's showing his knowledge of all this information to the jury. Like, wow, he really does know all this stuff pretty well. Wouldn't be too far-fetched to think that he may have been aware of that night.
They're two different types of information.
The question was, were they consistent with one another?
I guess so. I don't think they contradict each other.
All right, thank you. All right.
Meaning, I don't think they contradict each other. Okay, so they are consistent, but you didn't want to concede the word consistent because it was the prosecutor who said it, and so you needed to say something that's exactly the same meaning, basically, except, what an asshole. God.
You were the breadwinner for your family, correct? For your immediate family.
Yes.
And
right.
That included, obviously, for Maggie, correct?
It's a little bit like the warrant for Ron Logan. Yeah, not inconsistent with.
That included for Maggie, correct?
Absolutely.
And in large measure for Buster and Paul as well. Would you agree with that?
That I was the breadwinner.
The primary breadwinner, yes.
No, I was their source of.
They relied on me.
I was the source.
I was the breadwinner. They didn't make shit.
Source of income for Maggie, Buster, and Paul.
Okay.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, I guess as they got older, there's some point where Buster had a job, but I mean, I would still consider myself the provider for them at that time.
Okay. Again, there's no trick here. I'm just trying to ask a simple question.
Mr. Waters, I don't think that was a trick.
Okay.
So,
all right. So you were the primary breadwinner. We can agree on that. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. Give me one second.
His ego is messing with the ability to see Waters' strategy. I mean, I was like, what? He is frightened of agreeing. Right, exactly. I think I agree with you there. Let me ask you guys something. I mean, do you guys think he's a psychopath or a narcissist? I mean, I hate the word narcissist because it's overused by every single Tom, Dick, and Harry person on social media like they're some freaking expert, but he I don't know, man. He just, it's bizarre. I mean, I think he does some of the same stuff that, like I was saying, that Jodi Arias did, but she was a borderline personality disorder. She just would go on with way too much detail on little side stories, just to sort of like, hey, jury, we're just friends, we're just talking. Can't you see that I would never have been able to kill somebody? I'm so great, and it's just...
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 570 and see if you recognize this particular item. You can go ahead and take it out of the bag.
All right, sir.
You know what that is?
Yes, sir.
That's 571.
Yes, sir.
All right. And then I'm going to show you what was in the bag 570. Can you tell me what that is?
I can.
I actually think that Murdaugh is very similar to one of a Delphi true crime YouTuber whose name sounds like Anthony Bino. Okay, like, if you were gonna say Anthony, like that what's that stuff that you put on food, Beano or something. Yeah. Anyways, it sounds like that. Okay, very similar in behavior. Wino. There you go. Wino. Yeah, it's this guy is a con man, manipulator. To a much more expensive degree, but the same type of person. So I think it's amazing that there's actually people out there just like this that are buying into the coming out party back into the fray, as it were. I mean, it's sick. Just realize what you're dealing with.
What is that?
Which one?
570, what is that?
All right, 571 is what I would consider to be my badge.
All right, and then what is this one right here, which is 570?
Okay, 570 would be the one I told you about, was my grandfather's badge after he retired, when he became an assistant for my dad.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer states 571 and 570 in evidence.
Beano, I guess, right. Beano's that gas prevention food. You know, to wipe out, like if you, let's say you had a bowl of chili, for example, and if you didn't want to get on a bike and have it move without actually pedaling because you're passing so much gas, you take Beano, okay?
Yeah, I admit it.
All right. Where did you keep 570, the one that was your grandfather's?
It didn't have a
So now they're talking about
single
the
place
badges.
that it was kept.
You know where it was recovered by law enforcement?
No, sir.
Would you dispute if it was recovered out of the Mercedes you were driving on September 4th, the day of the side of the road incident?
No, I believe that.
Now, the Elmo, please. Now the screen, please.
Dark Triad, what the hell are you talking about? Come on, Allie K.
And
What does that even
571, where'd you keep this one?
Usually in my car.
Where in your car?
It could be all of it. Could be on the dash, like you were talking to Mark Ball about. It could be in the center console. It could be in the cup holder. It could be on the seat. Usually in the front seat, but in my car is where I tried to keep it.
And when you had it in your dash, would you have it face up or face down?
I guess that's a real thing. This dark triad: narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy. I guess we'll have to look that up.
I didn't have any particular manner.
Dr. Grande, oh God, man. I used to kind of like, I mean, he's cool and everything, but he gets into places that he's really not an expert at all. You know, people want to, who did this crime? He's a guy that would talk about people's psychology and makeup of what he's thinking. Then all of a sudden he switched over into stuff that he really isn't adept at. You know, I'm not sure why he's doing that. He should stick with the psychological evaluation of people.
Which I stored it anywhere.
There was no rhyme or reason to it, is what you're telling the jury? How you had it in the dash?
There may be occasions where I had it in the dash for some particular reason, but there were a lot of times where it probably was in the dash for no particular reason, other than that's where I put it. Just like I might put it on the seat or in the cup holder.
You said there were particular reasons why you might put it in the dash. What would those reasons be?
Man, it could be any number of things. If I'm going somewhere where I want somebody to see it.
Yeah, but why did you want somebody to see it? What would you get from that?
Then I would put it in the dash.
Why though? So you used it as a tool.
There's another reason for somebody to see it. Like, for instance, if I get pulled over, I might have it in the cup holder.
Look at this. He didn't even realize what a douche he sounds like right here. He might even put the badge in a cup holder for what? Here we go.
Holder, so an officer could see it when he walked up.
Why would you do
that? If he got pulled over, he'd oftentimes put the badge in a cup right there so an officer could see it when he pulled him over and looked into the car. And why would you do that?
Do that. Why would you have it in the cup holder? You're not saying you were on official business, are you?
No, I'm not saying I'm on official business.
Why would you want it in a cup holder if you got pulled over?
Because I found that law enforcement oftentimes is friendlier when you're in law enforcement.
Wow. Didn't he realize how shitty that sounds? So he manipulated the officer by holding that up, and you're even pretending that you're in law enforcement.
When you're law enforcement. So you considered yourself law enforcement?
No, sir. I can't say that I considered myself law enforcement.
Well, you carried a badge on you.
To pretend that you were in law enforcement.
As an assistant solicitor for 2 decades, roughly?
From around 98, so yes, sir, for 2 decades.
And you would ride with
I mean, what a weird thing to admit to. It's almost like his brain forgot for a second there what was going on here. You know what I mean? He just sort of busted out with, yeah, there's sometimes I'd put the badge in a cup on the center console when I got pulled over because I wanted the cop to be lenient with me. Because, you know, I'd be perceived as being law enforcement too. Isn't that great?
Sometimes sitting in the front dash facing out, correct?
That's correct.
And you would put it in the cup holder so that law enforcement would see you if you got pulled over, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so but you didn't consider yourself law enforcement?
I personally didn't consider myself to be law enforcement, no, sir.
All right, so you were just using having this badge to your advantage and taking license with it, is that correct?
Yes.
I guess in some circumstances that is accurate.
Yeah. Wow, what a tool.
See if you could use it to get away with something, correct? Get better treatment if you got pulled over.
Get better treatment if I got pulled over? I mean, that's probably a fair statement. That, yeah, if somebody in law enforcement saw that, yeah, I'd say that's true.
Everywhere you turn, this guy is
have to
a
take a
conniving, manipulative, absolute, just con man. And yet, there's jurors that are crying listening to him.
Oath when you got that badge?
No, sir.
You didn't?
Not that I remember. I don't. I certainly don't recall taking one. Like, so going somewhere and raising my hand.
Raising your hand and saying, "I promise to do my duty fairly and with integrity." You never had to do that?
Mr. Waters, if I did, I sure don't recall it. I mean, it was a very informal process when I became a volunteer assistant solicitor for my dad. And then when I continued with Duffy, I mean, at some point, you know, if I took any oath at all that I can remember, it would be on some paper that I may have had to sign, but I don't specifically remember doing that.
All right, well, let's talk about it. Let's go back to 571. And on the inside of it, what are those right there? Those the an ID card with your picture on it?
Yes, sir, that is.
All right, and at the top, on that top, leave it in there if you would, please. Can you not see it?
I can, but I was just going to see what's on the back. Okay. All right, sir.
All right, and it's got your picture on it, got your name on it?
Yes, sir, that does have my picture and my name.
All right. Good. Put that one back for me, please.
All right. So you want to look at this top one?
Look at the top one.
Okay.
What office does it say that you are on that top one right there? Up there at the top.
State of South Carolina Solicitor, the Solicitor of the 14th Judicial Circuit. It says that I, as Solicitor of the 14th Judicial Circuit, I do hereby certify that, and it has...
Your name.
Right? Mm-hmm. And it has all that data.
What position does it say that you're appointed to?
As the... Okay, it says that as Solicitor of the 14th Judicial Circuit, I do certify that...
I just think they're showing the thing about the badge to show that he used it to his advantage often. And in fact, in a minute here, they're going to show a moment where he's... Remember the Mallory Beach incident where they were in the hospital and he showed up there? He had the badge dangling from his pocket, you know, like his waist basically, or pocket, so that people would realize that he's important. And he's here on official capacity at that point, when he really wasn't. He was trying to control the narrative about his son's boat accident. And I don't even call it an accident.
Richard A.
His
Murdaugh
son's boat homicide.
Was on July 1st, 2013, appointed as the Deputy Solicitor of Allendale, Beaufort, Colleton, Hampton, and Jasper counties in and is authorized to enforce the laws in the 14th Judicial Circuit of South Carolina.
Oh, awesome. Can I hold it back?
And yes, sir. Signed by Duffy Stone.
Signed by Duffy Stone. So Deputy Solicitor, is that correct?
I was never a Deputy Solicitor, Mr. Waters. That's what that says, but I've never been a Deputy Solicitor. Unless Deputy Solicitor is, I was a volunteer assistant solicitor. And as far as I know, Sean Thornton has been the only Deputy Solicitor that Duffy Stone had.
And it's a simple point. It says Deputy Solicitor, but Deputy Solicitor is a higher rank than Assistant Solicitor, correct? To your understanding?
That's what I think.
Yeah.
And that was Sean Thornton. I've never been Deputy Solicitor, even though that does say that.
All right.
I agree with you. And that was signed by Duffy Stone, not by me.
I understand. This is what was given to you.
That's what was given to you.
I went through this whole long thing at the beginning about whether or not you had an association with the law enforcement community, but this was given to you not by your father, but by a successor, correct?
Well, no, sir. I believe we got to this because you were asking me if I took an oath, and I don't remember taking an oath, and then you started asking me about these things.
No, but he's just referring.
And you agree that this card says Deputy Solicitor?
No, but he's referring to what you were saying at the beginning, and now it seems like, wow, you really do have a connection with law enforcement.
Right?
I agree that card says Deputy Solicitor.
All right. Would you agree with me that it says on the back
That's a joke.
that It is reposing special trust and confidence in your ability, care, prudence, and integrity.
You know, it was amazing. I remember for Cub Scouts, I promise to do my duty, to do my best, and obey the laws of the pack. It was amazing how similar that sounded.
Is that what it says on the back of this?
I mean, if you're, no, sir, I mean, I trust, if you're reading that off the back of that, I assume that it does.
All right.
Hit that like button, everybody. That is if you don't mind. I don't want to force you to do anything. Did you hear, Gray?
You were
He
reading off
told
of
us
the one
to sign.
the one that Duffy Stone gave me, correct?
Yeah, and then the one at the top, where did that one come from? You want me to bring it back to you?
No, sir, I think I can see it. That
It's
would
not
be.
focused very well.
That's okay. I mean, I know what it is. I looked at it when you handed it to me. So the card on the bottom is what I got from Duffy Stone. The one on the top, and the one on the top should give you a better. There we go. All right. So the one on the top was.
Yeah, thanks to all the new channel members. I think we got 11 new channel members tonight. Awesome.
What came from my dad when he was solicitor. The one on the bottom is what came from Duffy Stone when he was solicitor. And Duffy Stone took over after my dad retired in 2006. Duffy Stone filled my dad's the rest of his unexpired 4-year term, much like my dad filled my granddad. So, and then Duffy became the solicitor.
Did you ever have lights in your vehicle?
In the particular vehicle?
No, in any vehicle.
Yes, sir, I did.
Was that a government vehicle?
No, sir, it was not.
When did
You
you,
know
have
what is
lights,
weird?
like blue lights and stuff?
You know what's weird? I've never seen the clown music fitting anybody better than this guy right here.
Yes, sir, I had some blue lights.
When did you have
Welcome,
blue lights?
Lily.
And let me remember, you did 5 cases over 20 years, and you had blue lights in your vehicle, but it was your private vehicle, correct?
Well,
and by the way, Lily, I had a dog named Lily. I know that's almost a cat. A lizard eye type comment, but it was the greatest dog in the world. I had a 17-year-old black Pomeranian that once had really fluffy hair, and by the time she passed away, she looked like a raccoon with hardly any hair whatsoever on her. And it was weird how we spelled it L-I-L-I. So. But, yeah, one time, just a quick little story. One time we were at the coast, and I was with a girlfriend at the time, and she couldn't see very good. And, like, my girlfriend brought her up on this little bridge, and I went down below to go to the bathroom with, I think it was, I think it was Rocky at the time. And then all of a sudden there was this, oh my God! And this little blur out of the side of my eye. And Lily had jumped off this bridge that was 15 feet up in the air to be down where we were. And she just landed in a bush, rolled out, and squatted down and took a piss. It was the weirdest thing I've ever seen. And then she lived another 2 years after that with, I probably should have, put her to sleep way before that, but I had her on heart medicine and all this stuff, and it just, I don't know, I didn't want to put her to sleep. She was such a cool little dog. She could jump like 8 feet in the air. If she was sitting in a chair and you stood 8 feet away, she would jump in the air and you just catch her. It was amazing how she was just so confident like that, and then later on she just got so tired. Anyway, she was a great dog.
It was the vehicle that I drove. It was a law firm owned vehicle.
The law firm's own vehicle.
So I like the name
how'd you get
Lily.
blue
Let's
lights
put it
in
that
there?
way.
I had them installed.
And who installed them?
I believe that Eddie Gibson installed them.
And who was that?
He's the guy who apparently does blue light work for most of the sheriff's departments in the 14th Circuit and a lot of the police departments.
And when did you have that installed? Do you recall? Was it one vehicle or more than one vehicle? Let's start with that.
I believe I had blue lights in one vehicle.
And when did you have that installed, do you think?
I'm not sure. It would have been.
5 years, 10 years?
No, here I can give you a time frame.
Okay.
The vehicle that I was in on that got taken in on June the 7th. I got that vehicle sometime around late December or January, so I'd had it for 6 months. I would have had the previous vehicle for 5 years. That's how long we kept vehicles in the law firm.
I didn't really have time to freak out, Mel's Diner, because I just saw this blur and then she spun out of it and took a pee. But the whole time I was like, wow, that's incredible. What if she hadn't landed in the bush?
So I would have had it for 5 years, and sometime during that 5-year period, I had lights installed.
Did you ask the sheriff at the time if you could do that?
I did.
Who was that?
I believe it was T.C. Smalls, and I believe in Colleton it was Andy Strickland.
In Colleton, it was Andy Strickland?
And I believe in Allendale it was Tom Carter.
Were you friends with Andy Strickland?
Yeah, I was friends with Andy Strickland.
And you said, hey, I'm going to get some blue lights installed in my vehicle, and he said, that's cool. Or words to that effect.
I mean, that doesn't sound like the words that he would have used or I would have used, but I certainly asked him, and he certainly said it was okay.
It was okay. All right.
They should get him on the stand and ask him.
Along with Sheriff Smalls and I believe Sheriff Carter. I'm not positive about Sheriff Carter, but I believe so.
Yeah, they were close friends too, Dan. Pa, strick, row. I mean, it just goes on and on.
I'll show you just real quick. What's been marked as States 507. See if you recognize that.
I believe this is my Suburban. Yeah, this is my Suburban that y'all have.
Okay. Does that look like where your badge was on the day of the incident?
I have no idea.
You don't recall putting it there?
No, but I don't take issue with the fact that it's. I don't take issue with the fact that it's there. If that's if that's how they say it was. Found it. And that's a picture.
Your Honor, Dr. States 507 in evidence.
Submit it.
You testified some about the boat case, and we'll talk more about that later.
I'm sorry.
The boat wreck case. Can we agree that that's what we're talking about when we say the boat case? February in 2019?
Well, there's two things. You referring to the civil case when you say the boat case,
okay.
But when I think about the boat case, I think about the charges that y'all brought against Pawpaw.
Oh, those bastard prosecutors bringing charges against poor Pawpaw, the one that poor who was driving the boat that killed Mallory Beach, you bastards. See, he's trying to twist it around. It's not working.
Okay.
So, but there also the civil case.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Yeah.
Paw? That was your nickname for Paul?
I like this part here.
I mean, I called him Pawpaw. Maggie called him Pawpaw. Bus calls him Pawpaw.
Sure.
Roro calls him Pawpaw. I mean, that's
Roro? Who was Roro?
That's Rogan Gibson.
Okay. And
I love this part here.
This jury, of course, has heard multiple recorded statements of you during the course of this. Did you ever refer to Paul as Pawpaw during that?
I don't know.
Do you recall?
How I referred to I can say Paul if you prefer that.
No, you can call him whatever you want. I'm just asking you if you ever called him that during the course of that entire investigation. Or is that
No, he hasn't. He's just trying to manipulate and make it seem like he's closer to Paul than he really was.
That also the first time today, at least publicly?
Is today the first time I've called my son Paul Pawpaw? No, sir, that is not correct.
Have you ever called him that on all the recorded statements that this jury has heard?
I don't know.
You ever called Rogan Roro?
I
all
call
the
him
recorded
Rogan
statements?
all the time.
And the recorded statements, did you ever call him that?
I don't know. I mean, I called him Rogan also, so I don't know. But I'm happy to call him Rogan, and I'm happy to call Paul Paul.
All right, well, let's talk about...
So I like all the little points that he's making. You know, like, if the jury isn't paying attention, they're not really getting it, because he's really showing... Here's one of the things that's kind of weird, though, you guys. And it's the appeal part, because when, let's see, the defense opened the door to allowing the financial information in there, it was limited to just motive and not character. However, when you go over the financial information over and over and over again, It absolutely talks about somebody's character, and that's kind of what's being used right now. But I think if he's testifying, all of this financial stuff could have been brought in anyways, because everything's fair game at that point. Now it's just a person that you can ask questions to.
I'll be specific with the boat race wreck
Thanks,
criminal case and the boat wreck
language.
civil case, okay? Is
Yes,
that
sir.
fair?
Yes, sir.
All right. And we talked a little bit about your badge. Did you have your badge with you on the night of the boat wreck?
On the night of the boat wreck, did I have it with me?
Yeah.
Wait,
When?
Let me do that again.
Did you go to the
Let me do that again. Wow. That was what?
boat wreck?
On the night of the boat wreck, did I have it with me?
Yeah.
When?
Did you go to the hospital that night?
I did go to the hospital that night.
Did you have it with you then?
Thank you, Jessica Miller.
I don't know, but I don't believe so. But I really
You
don't
don't
know.
believe so?
But
When you went to the hospital on the night of the boat wreck, were you acting in any official capacity?
the night of the when I went to the hospital, was I acting
Yeah.
in official capacity?
Yes.
No, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, you wanted them to think you were there. Watch this, you guys. Watch this one. First time they've seen it. Wow. Holy crap.
I'll show you what's been marked as States 569. And do you recognize the person on the right in that image?
No, sir.
You don't recognize that?
I don't recognize him.
No, I'm asking about that.
Oh, me?
Is that you?
Yeah, it looks like me.
All right. What's hanging out of your pocket in plain view?
Looks like a badge.
This is crazy. Watch.
You didn't recall that until I just showed you that picture?
No, sir, I did not.
Your Honor, it offers States 569 in the evidence. Okay.
Admit it.
You got to see the picture and then
That's you in the
look
white
at
shirt,
Look
is
at
that
that.
right?
Look at that.
Yes, sir, it is.
And this is the badge hanging out your pocket. You remember which, is that correct?
Looks to be, yes, sir.
Which badge is that? Which one of the two, do you remember?
Nah, you can't tell from here.
Okay. Why'd you have it hanging out of your pocket like that?
I don't remember having that. No, I don't know.
You don't remember that?
Right. He doesn't have an answer, but he has already told you that he uses the badge to get things.
I don't remember that, no, sir.
Did you generally walk around with your badge hanging out your pocket?
Generally speaking, no, sir, I did not.
Or only when you wanted some advantage from it?
Did I
want some advantage from wearing it like that?
Did I hang it out in my pocket when I wanted an advantage?
Yes.
I may have.
Okay.
I certainly may have.
All right. What advantage did you want?
When?
Then?
I don't even recall this, Mr. Waters, but if I was wanting some advantage, as you say it, I guess, and I don't remember this, but I guess I would want, as I said, a badge has a warming effect with other law enforcement. And so if I was seeking any advantage, as you say, then I guess that would be what it was.
But why'd you pull it out on an unofficial capacity at the hospital? Why would you need to butter up?
Did you ever want to be the
law
solicitor?
Yeah, there was a time period where I did.
Did you ever want to be the solicitor?
Yeah,
You like the solicitor?
there was a time period when I absolutely did.
When was that?
About 10 years ago, before I
Prior
started
to around the
stealing
time
money.
prior to my dad retiring.
Prior to 2006?
Yes, sir.
How long did you explore that?
I mean, I wanted to be a solicitor for a long.
That's right, Marie. He was in the rooms trying to get her to not speak. Paul's girlfriend.
Long time.
Paul's girlfriend thinks he killed all these people. I mean, I totally see what she's saying.
But, at the time when my dad retired, I was already struggling with pills, and I knew I couldn't do it.
In 2006?
Yes, sir.
And we'll talk more about the pills in a bit, but you say you were already struggling with pills in 2006, correct?
That's correct.
But over that next
That's right. Zozo, Ro, and Papa. Wow.
15 years, you still were able to maintain a lucrative law practice. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And you've already testified that all your law partners had no idea of this pill problem that you had all that time, correct?
I'm testifying that I believe, in fact, I'm certain that none of my partners knew I had an addiction.
That night of the boat wreck, you say you don't remember putting your badge out, correct?
No, I don't remember. I don't even remember having my badge.
You remember going around talking to the
Thank
kids?
you, Callie.
The other kids that were on the boat?
Yeah, I talked to some of them.
You remember going to do that?
Yes.
And was your badge hanging out when you did that as well?
You know, I wouldn't think so, Mr. Waters, but like I say, I didn't. I don't think so.
Right. So it just comes naturally to put your badge out on something like this that you don't even remember why you did that.
No, I don't even remember having my badge, and I specifically know that I didn't use the badge. You know, did I mean to do this? I'm not saying that I didn't, but I don't know if I was putting it in my pocket and the flap, you know, you notice that that flap is not Velcro.
Look at how he's an excuse here. Just like he was pulling on Paul's belt loop, and that's how the phone popped out. It's never just what it is, right? It's always some other reason.
Velcro down. I don't know. I don't have a specific
it
memory of
just
that.
popped
And
out.
I never
know,
went
I
around,
mean-
you know, acting like I was on official business.
So you're saying it might be an accident that your badge was hanging out there?
I'm saying that I have no memory of that whatsoever.
I mean, you could have jumped up in the air, did a twirl, and it spun out. You just don't know. It's really.
You never use these badges as like a wallet, right?
No, I did.
You did?
I use those badges as a wallet.
I did.
Now watch how he doesn't really follow through.
You're saying you had your credit cards and all your stuff in there?
No, sir. No, sir. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that on that night. You just asked me if I ever used it as a wallet, and there were times when I used it as a wallet.
Were you using it as a wallet that night?
I don't remember, but I don't think so. I didn't use it as a wallet very often, and I didn't use it as a wallet.
Well, if you didn't use it as a wallet that night, why was it even in your pocket? Is what the attorney's getting at.
For very long when I did use it as a wallet.
So let's see if we can get back to what we agree on. So you would agree that you had to make a conscious decision to grab that badge and when you went into
even
the hospital.
though it wasn't a wallet.
Correct. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, at some point I had to make a conscious decision to pick it up.
But you're saying you don't know if you hung it out like that on purpose while you're talking to that law enforcement officer, or if it's just an accident that it's hanging out of your pocket in full view of everyone.
Well, I am saying that because that is not how I would normally carry a badge. And even if I wanted to give somebody an impression, to me, that's got kind of an obnoxious look to it. That is not something that, I mean, that's not something I would typically do. But I may have done it that night. I have no memory of that.
Okay. All right. So you're saying that just could be an accident that it's hanging out like that?
I'm saying it could be, or I could have put it there like that.
All right.
I don't remember.
Did you generally just walk around with it in your pocket? Or would you only carry it when you wanted to use it for something?
No, I wouldn't generally carry it around in my pocket just any time.
Okay. All right. All right. So we got the badge that may be accidentally hanging out of your pocket. You won't concede that you did that purposefully.
I mean, Mr. Waters, if you want me to say I did that on purpose, I don't have a problem with that. I'm saying I don't remember that. All right. So can I tell you that I did that on purpose? No, sir, I can't. Can I say that this happened by?
No, but you did do it on purpose. You just admitted it, right? I mean, you put it in your pocket intentionally, and attached it to yourself to go in there.
Accident? No, sir, I can't. What I can say is I don't remember it, and that's not how I would normally. That's just not how I would normally.
Normally, right? But I mean, is it normal when your kid was involved in killing somebody in a boat?
You know, that's just not. That's not something I did. That's not a normal thing. So I don't know.
Okay. All right. That's fine. You won't concede to this jury that there was any intention or purpose to you doing that at the hospital on the night of the boat wreck.
I'm saying I don't remember using that badge.
Fair enough.
And I specifically remember, you know, I'm sorry, go ahead, you can ask
You specifically remember what?
That, like when I went into the room with the kids, did I pull my badge out? And I know that I did not do that.
No, because it was on your pocket like that, correct?
It's on my pocket like that right then.
Yeah, you wouldn't have to pull it out.
Did you use that to get into areas that shouldn't be accessed by non-official personnel?
No, absolutely not. I mean, there was nowhere that I went that,
like rooms with kids? Why were you allowed to go into the room with other kids that aren't your family members?
that was not
Unless you were
truly public domain.
given access with your badge.
I mean, basically, the places that I went to
Yeah,
were,
it's
when I got there, I went to
ridiculous.
Paw Paw. When I left Paw Paw, I went to Morgan Dowdy, who was like a daughter
Yeah, there
to
you
Maggie
go.
and I. Had
Must
dated
be
Paul for a
lying,
long time.
Mag.
And I went to Morgan. Morgan had an injury to her hand that was bad. And she was very upset about Mallory. And they were working on her, so I left her room. I went back to Paw Paw. At some point in time, I know that I went to Connor's room, and I believe those are the only rooms I went to. But again, I can't tell you that with certainty.
While you were wearing that badge like that, did you tell any of the kids who were in the boat wreck not to cooperate with law enforcement?
I never told anybody not to cooperate with law enforcement, whether I had a badge hanging out my pants, didn't have a badge, or any point in time did I tell anybody don't cooperate with law enforcement.
Did you become aware in March or April or May of 2021, shortly before June, that an investigation into the investigation of that night had begun, as well as your conduct?
Yes, I did learn of that.
Okay.
I don't know the status of that investigation, being that I've been charged with so many things and haven't been charged with that. I'm assuming that there may not be charges.
Whether or not you were aware that that had begun in the spring of 2021.
Yes, sir. I was aware. Well, at some point in time, I became aware of it. Was that the spring? Was it, February, March, April? I know it was after. I know it was after that night, and it was before.
After that night.
June 7th.
Before June 7th.
I'm pretty sure that I already. I'm pretty sure that I already knew that.
Did
on June 7th.
You mentioned Andy Strickland. Do you know what happened to him?
Do I know what happened to him when?
How he lost his job? As sheriff?
I believe that when he was charged, I don't know if he resigned or he was suspended.
I didn't realize he was a sheriff.
Okay. Do you remember if that was a few months prior to you becoming aware of an investigation into the investigation of this boat case, including you?
Do I know what now?
Andy Strickland was charged and lost his job. Was that a few months prior to you becoming aware of the investigation into this incident that's on the screen?
A few months prior? I don't really know this for a fact, but I believe...
yes, DC, I think waters are great.
As I'm sitting here today, I believe that Andy was charged back in the fall.
See, here's the thing, is I think Waters did great, but I'm not sure the jury understood what he was trying to do. I mean, by the time it was done, there should be no credibility left in Alec Murdaugh, because you don't know anything about if he's telling the truth or not on anything, because of how he treated all of the victims of other events that he victimized again. He re-victimized them by taking all the money that would have provided aid and comfort for them for suffering grievous losses or injury. I mean, this guy's an absolute pile of shit of a person, and he's a liar, and therefore nothing when he's looking at the jury should realize that there's a very, very good chance that he's not telling the truth. And when you combine that with the circumstantial evidence that's present, you should know that he is the killer in this case.
Fall. And like I said, we learned about when, I've testified about when I understood there was an investigation into whether or not I was acting in a public manner or whatever it was y'all were investigating, public corruption or that. So if it was...
Yeah, I mean, closing argument's going to be a long time. He's going to go through the whole thing. I don't want him to get into the weeds, though. You just got to do the main points and the theory, and you can't trust what this guy's saying.
If it was a couple of months, if it was a month or two when Andy Strickland got charged, then if you showed me that, I'd be surprised, because I think he was charged before that.
All right. But this was a friend of yours, correct? The guy who you asked if you could put lights in your car in a private...
I know. I remember hearing that earlier, the part about, I only told them not to speak to law enforcement when he's in the hospital with the kids. Right. So what you're doing is you went in there for the sole purpose of protecting your own kid. And while in there, they tried to pin it on another kid. They said, hey, everybody's saying you're the boat driver. We need to, They just didn't want anybody saying anything to protect Paul, so that they weren't all on the same page saying that Paul was the driver, because he was the driver.
The vehicle, correct?
Well, I mean, Andy, yeah, I considered Andy a friend. I considered TC a friend, and I considered Tom Carter a friend, all of whom I asked if I could put lights in the vehicle.
Well, that's going to be a long show.
And
we're at 4
So,
hours.
yes, sir.
and
I mean,
12
I
minutes.
considered Andy a friend.
Would you at least agree with me that in at least the fall of 2020, your friend Andy Strickland was indicted and lost his job for a financial and corruption investigation?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Response.
Your Honor, I think there's a link between his knowledge of that and what he's admitted that there was an investigation going on in the months prior to the murders.
Anything further?
I mean, the question is something about Andy Strickland being indicted? I just don't see the relevance, Your Honor.
I sustain the objection.
All right. We can at least agree that you were aware prior to the murders that there was this investigation, correct? The one on the screen. The one related to the boat, the investigation into the boat case.
Was I aware that y'all had started an investigation into what I did in the hospital prior to the June the 7th?
Yes.
I believe that to be correct.
All right.
And if it wasn't before that, it was shortly after it.
You testified.
You needed to get that last comment in there because putting it before gives him the motive again. Right? So he goes, or it was shortly after. You know, had to throw that in there because he realized that saying it was before puts it right into the motive category.
That you've had a pill addiction for approximately 20 years, correct?
I think that's about right.
And so when did you start stealing money from clients? How long did it take before you started doing that?
I'm not sure when the first time I did that is.
You don't know?
No, sir.
You haven't gone back and thought about that?
Well, sure, I've thought about it, but to be able to sit here, I mean...
Look at the first time somebody like this would steal from somebody, he would remember it and remember it well. You know what I mean? It's the first time that you went into the stealing mode and you did it. You're going to remember it perfectly. This guy is a...
You got to understand, I've been in rehab and I've been in jail, and I don't have access. You know, all my telephone calls were put on the media, so I haven't had a lot of phone access. I haven't had a lot of access. So as we sit here today, I cannot tell you the exact time. I don't deny that I did it, but I can't tell you the exact time that I first did it.
And you told this jury that's the cause of your financial problems?
Did I say that
Your opiate addiction was the cause of your financial problems?
It was certainly a cause, yes,
A
sir.
cause. Not the only cause, though, correct?
No, I wouldn't think it was the only cause, but yeah, it was certainly a cause.
You recall testimony in this courtroom about how you had some land deals go bad around the time of the recession in 2008, 2009?
Sure.
And you recall testimony from your law partners in this courtroom that you had some big cases that they thought cured those issues, correct?
I heard them say that, yes, sir.
Do you disagree with that?
Do I disagree with what they thought? No, I mean, I don't have any
You
reason.
disagree if that was true?
That they thought, that my partners thought that I gotten past my financial difficulties? I have no reason to dispute that, Mr. Waters. I'm not trying to frustrate you.
Was what they thought true?
That I was past my financial difficulties? Is that the question?
Yes, that's the question.
Was it true that I was past my financial difficulties? I mean, they were certainly better after that, but I mean, no, I don't think I was past them. No, sir.
All right. What was the first big case after the recession that you had?
Mr. Waters, I can't tell you what the first big case was.
You remember
what date?
All right, well, let's go with the Pinckney case. Do you remember when that was?
I remember generally speaking when it was, yes, sir.
What year was that? 2011? Would you dispute that?
2011, when it ended?
When you got recoveries in that case.
I mean, if you're looking at something that
Welcome to Oogla Boogla Freaks, John Dunn.
tells me that, I have no reason to dispute that, but I can't remember off the top of my head, but that's certainly in the time frame.
It's fine, Mr. Murdaugh. We'll go through it. Let's do it.
Mr. Waters, like I said, I take you at that. I just don't know off the top of my head.
All right.
I don't have a reason to dispute that.
I love some of these comments coming up here.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted into evidence as states 331. Let's go with, actually, 332, 333, and 334. Do you recognize those documents? Just generally, do you recognize them?
Yeah.
I do.
All right, and just generally, what are those? Those are disbursement.
That's what we've been saying the whole time. E rule or whatever your name is.
Sheets, can I have them back, please?
Yes, sir. Just give me 1 second.
Yeah, take your time.
Just trying to see which ones. I mean, there's some things about it that I'm curious about, but
Yeah, we'll
you
talk
ask
about that.
questions.
We'll talk about that. All right. Let's talk about, let's start with Natasha Thomas. Do you remember her?
I do.
How old was she when she became your client?
I'm not sure. She was young.
She was a teenager?
I'm not sure, but I know she was young.
She was underage, correct?
Yes, she was underage. I do believe that.
All right.
In fact, I know that.
And can you tell me what the, she was injured in this wreck with, in an automobile wreck, correct?
Yes,
And the company Michelin, that was one of the defendants for an alleged tire issue, is that correct?
that is correct.
All right. And do you remember how much Natasha Thomas got in that particular case? And I can show it to you on 334. You remember how much she got?
As a gross settlement, I believe it shows $2 million.
$2 million. All right. And how much were your or PMPD's fees that would be attributed to you in that out of that $2 million?
$800,000.
$800,000.
Yeah, that's if you're buying all of his stories, though. So you seem to be buying in.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir. All right. And so that would be $800,000 in fees that would get attributed to you. That has nothing to do with the money that you subsequently stole from that teenager. Correct?
The $800,000 is different from money that I stole?
Yes.
That's correct.
All right. So you got $800,000 attributed to you with the firm, but that was not enough. You also stole money from that teenager. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. When you did that, did you sit down with her, much as you sat down with this jury, and explain to her what was going on while you were stealing her money?
That would be the normal process, but I certainly don't remember specifically doing that.
That would be the normal process, correct?
It would be. It may be a little different with a teenager, but certainly, I mean,
You would sit down with them across the table and go through these documents, correct?
if that would not be abnormal, yes, sir.
All right. And then you would explain to them what was going on and how they were getting everything they were entitled to, correct?
If I was the one doing it, yes, sir.
And you would look them in the eye while you did that, correct?
It wouldn't be unusual for me to look them in the eye.
While you.
Oh, by the way, I just want to throw this out there before I forget. Michael Bodden, remember the guy I told you was a hired gun just the other night that would say whatever it is that somebody wants them to say? He's now saying that the Debbie Collier case, he goes, it looks like a murder to me. She was nude. And it's like, dude, nude, she was nude. And no, she wasn't nude. She had shoes on and shorts, and their top likely burnt off. So now they got Michael Bodden making comments. It's just, this whole thing, it's just a joke. I mean, can't you just leave it alone?
You were doing some fast talking to a teenager, correct?
I certainly was not telling her the truth. I don't know if I was talking fast or slow, but I wasn't telling the truth.
All right. Well, you ultimately convinced her that there was nothing amiss here, right? While you were stealing her money, correct?
I don't know if I convinced her that nothing was amiss or I misled her, but I admit.
Michael Bodden, he's famous. You see him all the time. I'll show you. This guy right here. That guy. He's always hired. He's like a hired gun for, like, if you're against the state as a medical examiner. It's ridiculous. Doesn't matter what case it is, it's always a murder.
In all of these cases, Mr. Waters, that I took money that was not mine, and I shouldn't have done it. I hate the fact that I did it. I'm embarrassed by it. I'm embarrassed for my son. I'm embarrassed for my family. And I don't dispute that I did it. I
understand that. But you understand that we have to ask about these things because we've heard about it in a very academic paperwork manner. But every single one of these, you had to sit down and look somebody in the eye and convince them.
See? That's what he's trying to say right now. Every one of these cases where you swindle and stole people, there was a point where you sat down with them, You looked him in the eye and convinced him that everything was going to be great and we're going to take care of you, and you stole millions. And right now he's looking at the jury saying, see, this is probably what he did. He did to all of them. So don't believe a damn thing that he's saying right now.
That you were on their side when you were not, correct? That's what you did in every single one of these.
I mean, every time...
Answer my question, yes or no, and then you can explain. I'll let you explain all day long.
Well, I mean, no, sir, that may or may not be true.
Okay.
And Mr. Waters, just to try to get through this quicker, I admit...
I know you want to get through it quicker, but we're not. So answer the question, please.
What I admit is that I misled them, I did wrong, and that I stole their money. Now, this is something... What's the date on that one?
I'll bring it back to you.
Well, you can tell me. I trust you to tell me accurately.
All right. Well, yeah, it's kind of funny. It doesn't have the date on it, but I'll let you take a look at it.
All right, I'm just looking at the date of the check. So that's December 20th, so that goes 2011. So that gives us a ballpark. So that's 12 years ago. For me to sit here and tell you specifically that I remember sitting down and talking with Natasha Thomas, I can't tell you that. But what I can tell you, and I can tell you that I didn't do right by Natasha Thomas. I took money from Natasha Thomas that didn't belong to me, and I was wrong for doing that.
Okay.
And I admit that.
All right. And I know, Mr. Murdaugh, that you would like for it just to be as simple as that, just to say, yes, ladies and gentlemen, I stole money, and have that be the end of it. But in every single one of these cases...
Objection to the comment, Your Honor.
You just testified that you would like to just admit that... And make this quick, correct? Isn't that what you said? Isn't that what you implied?
No, sir. Mr. Waters, you have charged me with murdering my wife and my son. And I've sat here for all these weeks listening to all this financial stuff that I did wrong, that I'm embarrassed by. I'm happy to talk to you about as much of that as you want to talk about. I'm required to talk about it as much as you want to talk about it. But the fact is I cannot specifically remember sitting down, the details that you're asking me for, I can't tell you. But what I can tell you is that in all these financial situations, I stole money that was not my money. I misled people that I shouldn't have misled, and I did wrong. I can tell you that. And I may be able to tell you specifically, in some instances, what I did or didn't do.
All right, well, good. Well, we'll do that. But the point that I'm asking you is it's not just as simple as some paperwork. You had to sit down and deal with these people and convince them that you were telling them the truth in order to steal this money, correct?
That may not be true, because in some situations...
That's hilarious, Lori. That's a good one.
I may not have had to do that. They may have just trusted me to do it.
Okay.
So that's my point, is I misled them. There's no question about that. But did I sit down in each particular instance and, like you're breaking it down step by step? I can't say that.
Right.
I can say I did wrong, I stole money that wasn't mine, and I shouldn't have done it.
All right.
And it was terrible what I did.
All right, well, let's look at stage 330. This is Arthur Badger in the EPS case, correct?
Yes, poor man, Lorryville. Poor
Do you
man.
remember what the total recovery was in that particular case? There were multiple plaintiffs. Let me ask you that first. There were multiple plaintiffs in that case, correct?
That's correct.
Oh, you mean the victim?
And
that
do you
he
remember what the
punished?
total recovery was in that case?
Not exactly, but I mean, I know generally.
All right, was it $12 million? Would you disagree with that?
Is it $12 million? I mean, if you tell me it was $12 million, then I believe you, but I thought it was a little bit more than that.
All right. And if ultimately, if you have multiple plaintiffs, how do you decide, as the plaintiff's lawyer, how does it work out that amounts of that total recovery get allocated to individual plaintiffs?
I mean, different cases are different ways.
Is it true that often the defense attorneys, the civil defense attorneys,
I mean, this is 1.5 speed this whole time, you guys. Imagine if it was regular.
ask the plaintiff's attorneys how you want that allocated?
Sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes? Is that what happened in this case? In the Badger case?
I can't remember exactly how we came to that.
Who was the deep pocket in the Badger case? Do you remember? The defendant that had the money that you ultimately recovered from, the vast majority. Do you remember?
Well, it was UPS, and I believe it was, I can't remember if it was corporate or if there was insurance, but it was certainly UPS was the major defendant.
Okay.
But I believe Arthur Badger was the defendant. I can't remember. I know UPS was.
Did you sit down with him and explain this paperwork that you were using to steal his money?
I believe I did sit down with Arthur Badger.
And managed to convince him that nothing was amiss while at the same time stealing money?
I believe I did.
And did you allocate millions of dollars to Arthur Badger personally while only telling him that his recovery was going to be around $300,000?
I believe that I did, yes, sir.
And on this exhibit, 330 sat down and looked him in the eye with all this stuff on here and fast talked him past these figures so that he believed you and left thinking that you had done him right.
I believe that I sat down with Arthur Badger, and I know that I misled Arthur Badger, and I'm sure at some point during that conversation that I looked him in the eye.
Right, just like you're doing to the jury right now. How are they supposed to believe you?
Going back to States 333, you remember Hakeem Pinckney? Do you remember him?
I do.
What happened to him?
He was injured in the same wreck that Natasha Thomas was injured in.
Was he badly injured?
He was.
How badly injured was he?
Yes, I mean, he was terribly injured. He became I can't remember what level, but he was a quadriplegic.
Do you remember what the total recovery amount was for him?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
All right, well, let me show you States 333 and see what the total, if you recall, what the total recovery was in that case.
It looks like it was $10,245,000.
And that was for Hakeem, correct?
That's correct.
And how much of that was the attorney's fees that would have gone to PMPED that would have been attributable to you?
Yeah, I wonder if they're not allowed to say something that direct to the jury.
$4,098,000.
$4 million in legal fees that you would have gotten from this settlement, is that correct?
$4,098,000. Yes, sir.
And in the end, that wasn't enough for you, correct? Was that enough for you?
Was that enough for me in that case?
Yeah.
I mean,
was over $4 million in legal fees that you received that would have been attributable to you through the law firm at the end of the year, whatever it worked out to be, but you would have been credited with over $4 million in fees for that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And was that enough for you?
Was that enough for me?
Mm-hmm. Or did you take more?
Oh no, I took monies from Hakeem Pinckney that did not belong to me, that I should not have taken.
Been rendered a paraplegic?
No, sir. He was a quadriplegic. Unfortunately.
Thank you for correcting.
Yes, sir.
You ultimately take money from his?
Yeah, I think when you go through some of these things, it shows you the depth of depravity this guy has. No soul. I mean, it's just... And then you go, well, how does that mean murder? Well, you take that type of behavior and you combine it with him being at the crime scene at 8:44, the clothing that he was wearing before has never been found, and he told the caretaker to make up time to cover the time that he was at the crime scene. 30 to 40 minutes. See, he didn't explain that very well at all today. He said that he didn't talk to her about that. He doesn't remember that conversation. But the jury should not forget that. That's a huge thing. He was there. He was at the crime scene, everybody. There is no doubt. Just look at it.
Mother Pamela as well.
I believe that I did.
You remember how much money you took from Hakeem?
At the time of the murders.
Not off the top of my head, I do not.
And today, even
if I told you it was over $370,000, would you agree with that?
If that's what the records show, I don't dispute that.
Do you remember how much you took from the teenager Natasha Thomas in addition to your legal fees?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
If I told you it was over $350,000, would you agree with that?
I don't dispute it.
Do you remember how much you took from Arthur Badger?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
It was over $1.3 million. Would you agree with that?
I don't dispute it.
No. Around the time that this was going on, did you have some land deals that were going bad? That had gone bad?
Which
2008, 2009, 2010, 2011?
I think those had happened a little bit before that, but I had some land deals that had certainly had problems.
And that had something to do with the money you were taking as well, did it not?
I think the whole picture had things to do with me doing stuff I shouldn't have done. I mean, I would agree that, that certainly would have played some role in it.
Were you living a wealthy lifestyle?
A wealthy lifestyle?
Mm-hmm.
Probably. I mean, we were living whatever lifestyle. Probably.
Would you characterize your lifestyle as wealthy?
You know, that's not how I would characterize it. But
You wouldn't characterize it as wealthy?
I'm not going to take issue with it.
Okay. Around this time, were you making more than $1 million a year?
Around what time?
2011.
Welcome, Matilda.
Yes.
2012.
Matilda B.
Yes.
In fact.
And you were still stealing money as well, correct?
Yes.
Can we at least agree that that's a lot of money?
Over $1 million?
Never mind, it's fine. Okay.
I think there's no question that's a lot of money.
Okay, good. We can agree on that. That's a lot of money, correct? I feel like we're struggling here. Were you living a wealthy lifestyle?
Statement, Your Honor.
Were you?
He was living a wealthy lifestyle. They owned a huge property, buying $8,000 guns, putting in duck ponds, planting hundreds and hundreds of trees, hobnobbing with everybody, having oyster roasted. These guys were absolutely living a wealthy lifestyle. There's no doubt about it.
Living a wealthy lifestyle.
I just don't know what you mean by wealthy.
Is this a hard question, Mr. Murdaugh?
Well, it's hard for me to know exactly what you want, and it depends. I was spending money that wasn't mine, that I shouldn't have. I think that, we lived a lifestyle. I don't have an issue if you want to call it wealthy.
All right. Would you concede with me that not all of this money was going to pills at this point in time?
No.
All this stolen money?
No, I doubt that it was.
Right. So he's trying to use the pills to explain all the money that. See, this is such great shit right here. And now he's saying, well, I doubt that I used it all for. Well, okay, well that's what you've been claiming, that your $50,000 a week drug habit is why you needed all this extra money, etc. But that's not the truth. The truth is that you needed the money to maintain your wealthy lifestyle, playing a shell game by stealing and robbing from different people, robbing Peter to pay Paul, then robbing Paul to pay Steve, and going back and forth all around. Unbelievable shit, and that's what he's getting out of him right here.
Okay. And it was being used to support your wealthy lifestyle.
Well, I haven't looked at all these documents to know exactly what was being spent where, but here's what I do know. I know that I was making a bunch of money, and I should have had more money than I did. And I know that I was spending a bunch of money on pills, and I know that I don't remember in 2011 if those I just can't remember those land deals, but if I spent money on other things, I don't dispute that either. I just haven't looked at the records.
Okay. But you would at least concede that the money you were stealing was going to support your ever-expanding wealthy lifestyle. Would you concede that?
Did all of the money I stole?
Any of it, Mr. Murdaugh?
Any of it? Yeah, I would certainly agree that there was money that didn't go to buy just pills.
All right. And you would concede that even though you were generating millions of dollars in fees, that was not enough for you. Would you concede that?
If by concede that, you mean was I also stealing money that I shouldn't have? Yes, sir, I agree with that. I've said that repeatedly.
Who were the plowers?
There were two young girls from Colombia.
They were underage when they became your clients?
Yes, sir.
Did they suffer a loss in their family as a result of an accident?
They did.
What loss did they suffer? Who died?
So these are two underage family members, and they lost their
mother.
They lost their mother in an accident.
Mother did.
And did you get a sizable recovery in the case, in that particular case, related to that?
Yes, sir.
You remember how much that recovery was?
I don't.
Got any idea?
I know it was a significant settlement, and I know it was a very good settlement, but...
Millions of dollars?
Oh, yeah, it was millions of dollars. But whether it was, $2 million, I know it was significant. I don't know if it was 8 figures, but I know it was a significant settlement.
Right. And was there a conservatorship for them because they were underage?
Yeah, so the money was put into conservatorship to manage the money for them until they come of age.
There was a conservatorship for them, but I don't think the fact that they were underage is why there was a conservatorship.
You don't think it was because, at least in part, they were underage when the settlement was received?
No, that's not what I remember. But for purposes of your thing, Mr. Waters, I agree there was a conservator appointed.
Well, what is your memory of why the conservator was appointed?
My memory is that the father in this case, who was the beneficiary or a big beneficiary in this, and who was the PR of the mother's case, was an undesirable witness. Mm-hmm. And there was testimony that he had hit his wife, and it was clear we felt like we didn't want him to be the face of the lawsuit, so we appointed a conservator.
Who was that?
For that purpose is why I believe we appointed a conservator.
Who did you appoint?
Okay, and who was that?
That was Russell Lafitte.
At Palmetto State Bank?
Yes, sir.
And after that, did you get Russell Lafitte to start loaning you money from the Plower Girls account that he was conservator for?
He loaned me money from the Plower account. I don't know if I got him to do that.
Oh, you didn't talk to him about it? Y'all didn't talk about that at all?
No, we did talk about it. I mean,
there's emails to that effect. Are you disputing that to this jury?
Mr. Waters, I'm not disputing. I'm just telling you that Russell Lafitte gave me a loan from the Plowers. Your question was, did I get him to do that? And I don't necessarily believe that to be accurate.
Well, who came up with the idea?
I don't know that it was come up with an idea. There was, I think that Russell felt like that it was a sound investment for those girls to charge me a higher interest rate when they weren't getting but so much interest somewhere else. So,
what was that interest rate that y'all thought was such a good idea for these girls? Do you recall what it was?
I can't remember.
The reality is that you needed the money, and this was a convenient source to keep your massive cash flow going as early as 2011, 2012. Isn't that correct?
Well, this was a loan, yes, sir. But exactly why it came from them versus the bank, I can't tell you the details without looking at all that. I can't tell you that off the top of my head.
And despite all you were earning, you would even send Russell emails saying, hey, transfer over $75,000 from the Plower account into my account, correct? You remember emails to that effect that you would have to him?
Do I remember an email to that effect? No, I don't remember that.
But dispute that there were emails to that effect?
Not if you say there were, Mr. Waters. I don't dispute that. I don't dispute any of this, that I took money that didn't belong to me, that I misled people.
I know that you want the answer to be that simple. That's not what I'm at. We agree on that. We've agreed on that.
Well, no, sir. I don't necessarily want the answer to be simple. I just want everybody to understand I do not dispute that I stole money that was not my money, that I misled people to do that I misled people that trusted me to do that, and that what I did was terrible. Sure. I don't dispute that. It's just the way you're asking these questions, and, there's some things in there that I do take issue with.
Okay. Which part of what I just asked you about the Pliers do you take issue with? You take issue that y'all didn't conspire to do that, you and Russell?
Yes.
Take issue with that? Take issue with that, okay.
I can tell you that Russell Lafitte never conspired with me to do anything. Whatever was done by me.
Okay. So you told the Plower Girls that you were borrowing money from their account?
No, I don't know. I don't know that I told them.
Tell Russell to tell them?
I don't recall. I don't believe so, but I can't sit here and tell you what I told him however many years ago.
Did you tell Russell he could borrow money from that account too?
I don't remember having any discussion with him about him borrowing money.
Was the supposed interest rate you were paying far lower than anything you could have gotten anywhere else?
I don't even know what interest rate I was paying.
Okay. One thing's clear, you never told this to the Plower Girls, did you?
I would have thought the interest rate that I was paying was a little bit more than what a bank loan would have been, but I don't know that. I don't know that to be. I don't know what the interest rate was, so I don't know that for sure.
Well, the thing is the interest rate on the amount of money the Flower Girls had would have been small, so anything higher than that. So, like, back then, the interest rate was like $1 or 1%. Not even 1%. Remember, it was 0 for a while? So, if you gave them 0.5%, oh, look how much better they're doing.
Sure.
When you stole the Badger money, how much did you steal from Arthur Badger that we talked about before, the UPS case?
I don't remember the exact
Thank you,
amount.
Ashy Snow.
Over $1.3 million. Would you dispute that?
I don't dispute that.
And that was in addition to the $1.2 million in attorney's fees for his case alone that would have been attributed to you through the firm?
Oh, by the way, everybody, I have a Mavic Mini, a smaller drone too. So I flew it today out in the snow that we've got, and it was calm. And then the drone got up kind of high, and then the wind just started going like 25 miles an hour. And I even at full bore, my drone was going backwards. It was like going way out over like hundreds of yards away. And then finally the wind stopped, and I just gunned it back home and landed it in my hand. What a great move, huh?
What I stole from Arthur Badger,
Let me ask you this.
inappropriately, was in addition to any fees that I legitimately earned. I shouldn't have stole the money from Arthur Badger. I misled him, and I was wrong.
Right.
Did you
And you looked them all in the
speak
face.
with Russell Lafitte once you stole this money from Arthur Badger about structuring that $1.3 million that you stole in a manner so it appeared to be payments to the Plyler account? Do you understand the question?
No, sir. Say that again.
Did you have any conversations with Russell Lafitte about structuring this $1.3 million into multiple payments and then applying it to the Plyler account?
I've heard the testimony, and I've seen some of
I'm
those
asking
records.
if you did. Did you have any conversations with Russell about that?
I had to.
Okay.
I had to have.
All right. You even asked him to recut the check, correct? To have Jeannie recut the check.
I've seen, I believe, an email or a text to that effect.
So you don't dispute that?
No, I don't dispute that. What I dispute is if you're insinuating in any way, this was stuff that I did.
Okay.
I mean, this stuff that I did these things wrong. Russell Lafitte didn't do anything.
I'm not here to talk about that. I'm just talking about what went on.
And I know, but you keep talking about what I did with Russell Lafitte, and what I want to let you know is that I did this.
I know.
And I'm the one that took people's money that I shouldn't have.
Wow, how noble. He's taking responsibility. Therefore, everything he tells us, I'm telling you, jury, is absolutely the truth. Look, I'm taking responsibility. It's part of being an addict. I'm coming forward and I'm letting you know that I'm taking responsibility for all the things that I did. It's on me, okay? But I didn't kill them, okay? And believe me, because now I'm honest.
Taken, and that Russell Lafitte was not involved in helping me do that.
I just asked you a simple
Knowingly.
question.
If he did it without knowing it.
All right. So you sent him an email and then asked him to recut the check and have the check made out to various amounts short of that, and then applied those over time to give the illusion of payments to the Plyler account. Is that correct?
Mr. Waters,
Is that correct?
I don't know, but I'll tell you this.
Okay,
I
you don't
don't
know.
dispute what's in those emails as far as, or texts as far as what I told Russell, and as far as what I did to again, take money that didn't belong to me, that wasn't mine, and that I was wrong
All right, Jessica,
for taking.
that'd be great.
It's just the specifics of that you want me to give you details on, and I can't do that. I do not dispute what's in those texts
Oh,
or
another
emails.
one, Jessica.
And did you steal that
Don't worry
Badger
about it,
money
don't worry about it.
because you had to pay back the Plyler girls'
says
money
it too many times.
before they turned 18 and reached the age of majority? And Russell would then have to be held to account for that money that he had loaned to himself and to you.
First off, I don't know anything about any money that Russell loaned to himself. I only know about what he loaned to me. And I don't believe that me stealing Arthur Badger's money and taking that money that did not belong to me, that I wrongly took, had anything to do. I don't remember it having a relationship with having to pay back a loan, or there being some time pressure to pay back a loan that he gave me on the
I think you should just move
Plyler
off of this
conservatorship.
guy quicker, though.
No, and I'm not saying that didn't happen. I'm saying that I don't remember. That's not the way I remember it, and I don't remember it.
Did you ultimately borrow $1 million roughly from the Plyler girls without their knowledge? Does that
million?
sound right? About $1 million in total?
If you tell me that's the number, I mean, that surprises me, but I don't dispute what's in the records.
I think so.
I didn't believe I had a loan for, are you saying $1 million? I didn't believe that I had a loan. Mr. Waters, if that's what the records say, I don't dispute it, but that's not what I thought. I didn't think I had a $1 million loan from them.
I'll take the second one.
But if that's what the records say, I don't dispute that. But I can tell you this, if I had $1 million loan from them, I don't remember that, and I may be confusing it with what a loan from the bank. But again, if that's what's in the records, I don't dispute it.
All right. So you have no memory whatsoever. And so for all you know, it's just a coincidence that the Plylers were about to turn 18 when you stole this Badger money, and you applied a significant amount of it to pay that off before they turned 18. You don't have any memory of that.
No, I can tell you that that was never That was never an issue or motivation for me.
Yes,
again.
it was. Yes, it was. So you stole other money to pay back off the sisters before they turned 18, so it wouldn't be discovered that there was money missing.
Taking Arthur Badger's money that I shouldn't have taken.
Thanks.
That didn't belong to me, and that I was wrong for. I don't remember a loan from the Plyler conservatorship as being motivation for that.
So for all you can remember, it's just a coincidence.
Why I stole Arthur Badger's money, just being a
No, why
coincidence?
you applied it to the Plyler loans right before they turned 18.
No, I'm not saying is a coincidence or not a coincidence. What I'm saying is I don't remember that.
Okay.
And so I don't remember that being the motivation. If it was,
It has a lot to do with the murders, right? What it's showing is that he is somebody. It's about his character at this point, and it shows you that he's willing to sit there and look people in the eye and steal their lives away from them. You know, all the money that would have helped support, you know, the Satterfield, all of these different people. He's a monster, okay? And it absolutely destroys his character. And it should be, because that's exactly what he's doing in the case. He's lying about various things that are factual elements of the case. Again, he lied all the way up until today, where he said, oh, I was just on drugs and I was paranoid, so I didn't tell him I was there at 8:44. What a bunch of shit.
I didn't know I had $1 million loan from the Plyler conservatorship, at least as I sit here today. But, you know, I would have known I had a loan from somewhere. And if I took Arthur Badger's money and applied it to that, I mean, again, I stole money that didn't belong to me. I misled Arthur Badger to take that money, and I was wrong.
How many times have you practiced that answer before your testimony today? Because you keep giving the same one over and over again.
I've never practiced that answer, but you keep asking me these questions, and
that's true.
I keep using that answer.
Let me show you what's been entered.
That's true, Nick. I think we should all listen. Just listen. I think we'll all feel better now. Listen. Love for Al. I mean, whoa.
Entered in evidence as states 321. You recognize generally that document?
Right.
I do.
And what is that?
Nick's
This is the
goofing
disbursement
around.
sheet
He's being
on the
sarcastic.
Deion Martin case.
Play that.
What happened to Deion Martin?
He got in a wreck.
Do you know his family?
When he got in the wreck?
Prior to him getting in the wreck.
I knew who his family was prior to getting in the wreck, but after he got in this wreck, I became very close with his family.
How did I make you feel better, John? What did I do?
Became very close with his family. And Deion suffered some pretty severe injuries, correct?
Deion was hurt bad, yes.
Including an injury to his head.
You know, I heard you say that the other day. I don't specifically remember Deion having a head injury. I believe Deion had more orthopedic injuries, but he may have had some injury to his head.
I mean, at least I'm assuming Nick is being sarcastic. If he's not, wow.
You met with him on a number of occasions?
Yes, I met with him on a number of occasions.
Met with his parents on a number of occasions?
The Sayama.
About Deion?
About the case, while the case was going on.
I don't know if I met with his parents about Deion's case, but I know I met with Deion, and I may have met with his parents, if they say that. I mean, his dad's one of the most honorable fellows that I know. If he says I met with him, I certainly believe that.
But you said you became close with them, correct? Close with the parents?
I consider Deion's, yes, I think the world of his dad, and his mom, and Deion.
What was the recovery that was obtained in Deion's case? I'll show it to you.
Let's see, it looks like recovery, $2 million. Actually, this is, let's see, I know it's $2 million, but I believe the recovery was less than $2 million. I believe the recovery was less than $2 million. I believe that I said it was $2 million.
Look at this guy.
I can't remember exactly what the recovery is, but I know it was less than $2 million, and I know that I misstated it as $2 million.
So you falsified the paperwork, right?
It appears that I put inaccurate information on the paperwork. Yes, sir.
You mean you falsified?
Put inaccurate information. You falsified it, right?
Right. You falsified.
If you like that word, yes, sir.
Well, that's the word he
All
said,
right,
and
and-
you tried to dispute it by saying it was inaccurate.
That's that right there where you put that $500,000 on there, correct? Oh, I'm sorry. Can I have the envelope, please?
I'm sorry, Mr. Waters, what was the question?
Let's get the envelope out and then I'll show you. Right there, that's the $500,000 that you falsified this document with, is that correct? Where it says structured annuity directly to Michael Gunn?
Yeah, that looks like one place that I... Yes.
Why did you do that?
I know, you heard that, right?
Why did I...
It's a
Yeah,
house.
why-
It wasn't loud enough.
What was your purpose in doing that?
Oh, there you go, Geraldine. I think you're right. I think that's the...
It appears that I was stealing his money, $500,000.
Were you not inflating your fees with that one?
I mean,
You don't remember?
I know that I inflated the fees like I just talked about, but I believe go back to the top of that thing, I believe what I must have done with the structured annuity is I had that $500,000 check, and I must have had that made to, Forge, as you've heard, to steal that money from Dion Martin.
All right, down at the bottom.
That I shouldn't have.
Is that your signature down there?
It is.
Is that Dion Martin's signature on the other side?
Do
you dispute that?
No, I don't dispute that.
So you would have sat down with Dion Martin and gone over this document with him and convinced him that there was nothing amiss here?
You know, again, I don't know if I went over the document with him or not, but I certainly misled Dion Martin. I certainly lied to Dion Martin. I certainly took money from Dion Martin that did not belong to me, and I shouldn't have done it.
You don't specifically remember talking to Dion. There was nothing in you that causes you to remember talking with Dion, sitting there with this document in front of him, as you looked him in the eye, knowing that you were lying to him the whole time. You don't even remember that? Nothing in you that causes you to remember that?
To specifically remember, I'm not sure that I did sit down with Dion Martin, but I certainly, Mr. Waters, I misled Dion Martin. I lied to Dion Martin.
Yeah, but he's not... Why doesn't he admit that he sat down and lied? Because he knows what he's... I think he's sort of figured out what he's trying to do is make it seem like him staring at the jury and talking to them is doing exactly the same thing.
I took Dion Martin's money.
What's going on? What happened?
Well, let me ask you this. Of all the people on here, all these exhibits, do you have any independent recollection of a time where you sat down and looked that person in the eye and you were lying to them and convincing them that everything was okay while you stole their money? Do you remember even one of them?
I'm sure I do.
Okay, well, tell us about one.
Yeah, tell us about one of the
you have
times
to show
you
me.
sat
You
down in
have to
front
give
of...
me.
I'm asking you if you remember one time where you're sitting there in your heart, looking somebody in the eye, knowing you're stealing from them, and you remember it.
I remember stealing from people, I remember lying to people, and I remember misleading people. For me to tell you that I sat down with each one of these people,
I'm asking you to tell me about just one conversation, one time where you recall looking somebody in the eye and convincing them with your lies that nothing was amiss. One conversation.
There were plenty of conversations where I looked people in the eye and I lied to them. There were plenty of times where I took money that I shouldn't have taken. There were plenty of times where I stole money. For me to sit and tell you a specific time that I sat down with a specific document and what exactly was said, if you ask me questions, but I can't.
2 months.
I can't remember sitting down with Dion on a...
They certainly remember it, don't they, Mr. Murdaugh?
I don't know if they do or not, but I would assume so.
But you can't tell us one time where it just sticks out in your memory where you're like, I'm pulling a fast one right now.
Oh, no.
Or anything, whatever reaction you had. You can't remember a single one?
No, sir, that's not correct. I can remember a lot of times where I lied to my clients, I misled my clients, and I stole money from my clients in conversation. But for me to sit and tell you that I had a conversation about this...
That's actually part of my recording. So I actually, while watching it live, I went, God, what a clown. And I pressed the button.
This particular document, I don't...
I'm not even doing it. Look, hey.
Looking them in the eye while you lie to them. You can't recall a single one. I've asked you this 3 times now.
Oh, I promise you.
Your Honor, asked and answered 3 times.
Well, here you go, Mr. Waters.
The point's made, isn't it, Mr. Murdaugh?
I don't know if your point's made or not, but here's...
You don't know that either, do you?
Here's what I will say again. I remember lying to clients of mine.
Arias had the same thing about not remembering.
more than one occasion.
The key moments. Doesn't remember.
I took their money when I shouldn't have taken it.
Brain
I'm sure that I
fog.
looked them in the eye. I'm sure that I misled them. But I can't tell you exactly when those occurred 12 years ago, is the only point. I don't dispute that they occurred. I don't dispute that everything about what I did was wrong. But I can't sit and tell you the specific details that you're wanting me to give you.
We could just write that answer down on a sheet of paper and you could hold it up each time you want to say that, couldn't we?
Objection is overruled.
If that's what you want to do, Mr. Waters, but I'm trying to answer your question.
All right. These were real people.
Hey, Jim Lon, I think you accidentally got hidden for a minute and brought back, but I think it might have removed all your comments from the show, but it was an accident. Just letting you know.
People you were dealing with, right?
Absolutely. They were, you know
I
what?
know you want to give that answer, but these were real people, aren't they?
No, they're very real people. And you know what one of the saddest parts of this whole thing is, you know, they're people that I still care about.
Oh, you care about them, but you ruined their lives anyways because you needed more money.
And I did them this way.
That means you didn't care about them, right? So that what it shows you right now, everybody, is that he's willing to destroy lives of people that he cares about and do them that way, right? I mean, look at that. That would have been a great time for the prosecutor right there to go, so you're willing to do something that horrific to people you care about. Bam! Wouldn't that have been amazing right there, you guys? Right there. I mean, that would have been absolutely incredible to say right then, wow, so you're willing to destroy the lives of people that you care about. That would have made a huge point.
You know, that's what I was meaning in that text that you made an issue about to Annette Griswold. And it was a lot talking about my partners, but it was a lot talking about these people. I mean, I know the people that I did wrong and that I hurt and that I stole from. I mean, they're people that I think a lot of. And hang on, I want to say one more thing. And there's no question that the actions that I did, the things that I did wrong, hurt a lot of the people that I care about the most. And I did a lot of damage. And I wreaked a lot of havoc.
A lot of damage and wreaked a lot of havoc, I hear you.
There's no question about it.
I'll show you what's been marked as States 315, see if you recognize that.
I do.
Which case is this?
This is Elise Mallory.
And what happened in this case?
I stole her money.
What happened, though, with the underlying case? Can you tell the jury that? Do you remember that?
I believe it was Miss Taylor, Miss Mallory's. I believe it was her daughter. It might have been her granddaughter, but I believe it was her daughter. Was in a wreck.
Did she die?
And she got killed.
And Miss Mallory came to you for help?
She did.
You remember that one at all? Okay, we remember one now.
Oh, no, Mr. Waters, I remember all of these people.
Okay.
It's not that I don't remember them. You're just asking me details about conversations.
Okay, great.
I can promise you, I remember all of these people that I did wrong.
Right, and you stole all of the money, didn't you?
I stole all of the money, most of the money that I've been accused of stealing, I stole.
No, I mean, you stole every single dime of the recovery. She didn't get one dime. Isn't that right?
Well, thanks,
look at the
Jose.
records, but
Jeez, what's
if
going
That's
on,
right, I did
man?
yourself with
You
legal
won the
fees, and
lottery?
then you stole all the rest of the money, correct?
Anyway, thank you. Appreciate it.
I don't dispute that.
All right. Tell me about, first of all, tell me about Miss Mallory. So she lost her daughter, correct? Is that correct?
That is correct.
And she came to you for
Well,
help, is
daughter,
that correct?
Granddaughter, but
All right.
one.
All right, and she came to you for help, correct?
Yes, sir, I agree with you on that.
Very, very sweet lady, correct?
Very sweet lady.
All right. Tell me about your conversation when you looked her in the eye and lied to her while you were stealing every dime of the money.
This is a perfect example.
Stop collaborate. I mean, I was going to do the collaborate. Listen, I can't do it. I can't do it today, man. My voice is shot. 5-hour show. Boom, 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 boom.
Hey Alex STFU.
Mr. Waters, I stole
the
her money.
F up,
I did her
Alec.
wrong, but I don't even believe that Elise Mallory was there when I stole that money. If you look at that disbursement sheet, there's I don't even believe I ever showed that to her.
Okay. You don't remember having any conversations with her when you lied with her about this case while you were stealing all her money?
I don't think I did in this case. I don't think I had any meetings with her. I think I stole her money, and I don't believe that I had a meeting with her.
See, again, you can't tell us one conversation you had with any of these people when you looked them in the eye and convinced them that you were doing them right, that you were telling the truth.
That's not true, Mr. Waters. I remember a lot of those conversations. I remember a lot of them.
Okay.
Then tell me why.
All right, you just testified you remember a lot of them. I've been asking you now for the past 10 minutes to tell me about one of them where it's stuck in your heart.
There are a lot of
stuck in your brain.
There are a lot of conversations I had where I misled my clients and I stole their money.
Right. So
where
tell
they
us
trusted me
about one of them. How'd it go?
And I remember them.
Okay. So
But you
again, can you tell me one? Tell me how it went down, what you said, how you convinced them, how you looked them in the eye, how you made them believe, how you used your skills as a trial lawyer to convince them. Can you just tell me about one of those? What was going through your head when you did it?
Your Honor, objection under Rule 403. We've been going over and over and over this.
Objection is overruled.
All right. What's your question, Mr. Waters?
No, Jesus.
Can you tell me about one of the conversations you had with all of these people? Just one.
I can tell you
what was going through your head and how it went down when you sat there and looked them in the eye and convinced them that you were doing them right while you were lying to them and stealing their money.
Yes, sir. I had a lot of conversations with a lot of my clients that I cared about. And
Give
so
us an example
I
of
will
one
tell you that
of
I
them.
had conversations with them where I misled, I lied to them, and I took their money.
Yeah.
And that was a number of times.
Okay.
But you're asking me.
Just one specific one, Mr. Murdaugh?
Every single one of these clients, I would have had conversations with at some point.
It's
but
fine.
this particular, like Mr. Waters, that disbursement sheet, there was never a sit down with Miss Mallory about the dispersing the money.
You don't recall talking to her about the status of her case and telling her lies and convincing her that you were on her side. You don't remember that?
No, I definitely remember that, but that's not what you asked me. I had
Yes, it is
numerous
what- it is what he
conversations
asked you.
with Miss Mallory, about this case. But the fact is you were asking me about me sitting down with this disbursement sheet, looking her in the eye and convincing her. And I'm telling you that didn't happen in this case. Now, I had a lot of conversations with her where I misled her, Mr. Waters, where I lied to her.
Tell me about one.
Tell
me how it went down.
Where?
Just a moment. We're going to recess for the day and resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Everyone remain seated while the jury leaves. The case. We'll see you all now.
Yeah, and then after that, Harpootlian tried to say, God, given the length of time this is going to be, do you mind if we put another witness in out of order tomorrow? And Waters said, hell no, man, I'm in the middle of this, I mean, we're in the middle of this right now. And it's like, wait, Harpootlian, if you had this witness that you knew had to testify, see, that was all strategic because you would have brought that person up first before calling Ellick. There was no reason to call Ellick now. You could have brought up the medical, your experts, and then Ellick when there was more room. But you brought him up knowing that strategically you want to try to move in another witness of your own to throw off the game of the prosecutor. Yeah. But anyways, it was denied, and this might even, I bet this goes into, I doubt it'll be finished with him tomorrow. That'd be a shock. So anyways, thanks everybody for watching tonight. Let me see. Let me get to the... Hold on a second. It's so quiet. All Zozos at the end there. That's funny. Alright. Thank you to Scoutin' Dude, Tosh. And those are cat eye. Scoutin' Dude, Tosh, and Mag. 3 cat eyes right off the gate. Thank you. Then Lanny, Kalia, K-Me, WL, Nikki Zubs, Carolina T, Vicky H, Christy, Melissa South, Cheryl Bullock, Jason Freer, Caligal 3, Adneram, The Mike D Experience, and Caligal 3 was also a cat eye, Alley Cake, Kubi, Texas Girl, Lisa Murphy, Daniel White, Tosh, or Danielle White, I guess. Tosh, Donna, Eugenie, Flora Morena, Scoutin' Dude again with a cat eye donation. Very cool. Hey, thank you, Nikki Zibs.
Thanks for the
Yee, Jillian Pearson, Debbie L, The Mike D Experience, Nicole, Scout and Do, Mag with another cat eye, Frazzled Cat, Sack and Fox Nanny, Jessica Schubach, Taco Queen, Chuck Grim 007, The Mike D Experience, John Dunn, Amy Rastad, John Dunn, Nikki Zibs, Noreen Gardner, Kathy Chapin, Vicky Kennedy, Cheated No More, John Dunn, Debbie Barnes, Roby Girl, Lanky Tor, Nomad Beads, Tosh, Cadillac, Ibiza is, Lori Will, Debbie L, Simple Life Days, Gearhead, Cindy Leon, Elaine, Noreen Gardner, Mrs. L has questions, Eugenie, Christy Lynn Snow, Dream of Hive, Monica Langley, Jessica Miller, Caligal 3, Brianna, Cindy Leon, Ashy Snow, Jessica Schubach, Zozo again, and Zozo again. And then at the very end, Nikki Zubs again. Alright, you guys, so tonight what we're going to do, we're combining last night's and tonight. Here's what we'll do. We'll do one It's a House mug and 2 notebooks. Alright? There we go. So 3 prizes tonight. Oh yeah, hold on. Also on PayPal we had Heather O'Brien, TTJO Tracy, WNC Granny, and Justina Data. And there was also a Cash App by Ashley Hansen. So thank you. I think I got everybody in the spins here, but you never know. It's that calculator sound. There we go, everybody. There it is. So the first one's going to be for the It's a House mug. All right. So here we go. Here comes the spin. Wow, 5 hours and 11 minutes. Jesus. Adniram. Ha-ha. There we go. Adniram won the It's a House mug. All right. All right, here we go. These are for the notebooks with the freak stress ball. Here we go. Chuck Grim 007. Okay, here we go. This is for the other one. Debbie L. cool. Man, there's so many names in there. Almost like 2 nights in a row. Last night was way better than last night, so we had way more people. But anyways, thanks all for playing, and thank you Zozo at the end there for that, and Mag and everybody else for helping out tonight. Scouting dude. Everybody, man, you guys are awesome. Anyways, I really appreciate you guys' support. We'll see you guys tomorrow. I don't know, I'll try to figure out a way to make it shorter. I don't know. But pretty much tomorrow, I don't care who they have on. It's just going to be Alec Murdaugh. That's really all I want to hear at this point. So, alright. Awesome. I'm not sure where to sell them at. Well, I'll figure it out how to do it. Maybe there's a way I can just ship a stress ball for cheap with a small packet. Yeah, we'll maybe figure something out. I don't know. Alright, everybody. Thank you very much for being here tonight. And we will see you guys tomorrow, alright? And I hope you guys thought it was interesting, at least. Pretty crazy, right? I think people are nuts who bought into any of that crap today. I mean, honest to God, it's like, how in the hell did you do that? Stupid Gilligan! Yeah. Alright, guys, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Be safe out there. Boom. Oh, wait. As I always say, everybody, until next time, be safe out there. And here we go. Yeah, I've been doing this.
Gosh, Gray, I didn't get to see a damn thing tonight.
And during this whole time,
you're
I
so
have
upset.
not seen one
Well, gosh, Gray, I usually get to say some things.
Well, not tonight.
Crime dissector.
It was a serious show.
What are you saying? I'm not serious? Gee.
Gonna get ya on a stretcher if you try and play me like an old projector. Crime sector is my nectar. Professor Gray is gonna give another lecture.
Right, we didn't argue,
Crime
man. That's crazy.
collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a pup protector. Fool
Deflector, interceptor, and I'm neater than a speckler with a vector.
On his
Vector,
with all respect.
vector, just remember,
I have a temper fucking
gesture. I have no agenda, I'm a pretender, and I'll serve it to you straight without the blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send you
on a mission to reveal the true offender. Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work. Alright, everybody?
Hey, Gray, I don't know about you, but I'm starting to believe Alec Murdaugh. He seems really genuine to me.
Are you kidding me?
What do you mean, Gray? I was listening to him all day. He just really came across as, very congenial.
Okay, Mary Lou. Okay. All right. We'll see you guys tomorrow, all right? Be safe out there.
Good night, everybody. Yay! Can't I just have another opinion? You never let anybody have a different opinion. Gee, Greg. God.
Okay, troll.
I'm not a troll, Greg. Gee.
Oh, my God. Good night.